deployed in the marketplace. Professionals and other workers will be employed. Money will circulate in the economy. Many of my colleagues will go in greater detail on NARA. I just want to say, Mr. President, that when this spending gets into the economy, the multiplier effect will make sure that there is a substantial fillip to the economic growth. Once again, Mr. President, I'm encouraging, Mr. President, some people don't listen when you speak, okay? He did single out Senator Smalls, Ferguson, and myself. And I'm watching the clock. I can read clock just like you. There is, Mr. President, a $2.4 billion of the $6.5 billion extended by our foreign partners, the international financial institutions, that must be spent with private sector firms. Mr. President, my encouragement is to these firms is that they must begin to prepare their capacity and capabilities so that they can get as much of this money, because we will be making international offers. The bids will come in internationally. I don't want to see that Jamaican contractors, Jamaica financial institutions, and so on, didn't prepare themselves to get the best as they can get out of $2.4 billion, because, as we said, it's international financial institution funds. We will go international, and we want to get this done well. So please, I'm encouraging, as I did before, that we must get our private sector people ready. I know Senator Small Ferguson, he will be dealing with the aspects from the financial end, but we must get people ready to take part in this exercise. Both the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, speaking of growth, yesterday we had a very big event to launch what we call the set-aside arrangements for the MSMEs. Mr. President, we have the responsibility at the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to deal with MSMEs. We have come up, the government in 2019, I think, the regulations were passed, come up with a 20% and a 35% set aside for local MSME contractors. We have been spending quite a lot of time in consultation with the Ministry of Finance. Minister Williams has been very, very committed to this. With the Public Procurement Commission, we had a meeting yesterday of hundreds of MSMEs at the Exim Bank, making it clear how we at the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, for instance, will be hand-holding a great deal of these MSMEs in the roadshows, in the kind of roadshows we've had for export, whereas the Ministry of Finance and Public Service and the Public Procurement Commission will be making sure that the proposals we send to them and the ones that we put together will become something that will allow them to use this facility much more easily, because while we have let out in the last 3 years about 1.15 billion Jamaican dollars through the MSMEs, there's a lot more space for this to go out. Let me give you an example. Our capital budget for both goods and services is about $187.5 or $6 billion. 40% of that, 20% of that, which is what you're looking at, would be about 36, 37 or so billion Jamaican dollars. So when they're taking only 1.15 billion, you see how much more is there. Now, if we could get them to take 10% of the 20%, you see how much better it would be, or 20%. So we need to get them going up. We're going to spend the time and the money and the learning through the Jamaica Business Development Corporation and other of our agencies to make sure they get the benefit to help us grow the economy. So the set-aside order of 20% and the domestic margin preference order, which is 35%, we're going to make sure those are operationalized. And both Minister Williams and myself are very committed to make it work, because growth is such an important issue. Mr. President, productivity and salaries. Here, the Prime Minister raised the productivity. He has been talking about it. I myself in my public discussions, have talked about productivity, and the Prime Minister linked productivity with salaries and economic growth. So it was very clear in his mind that you can't keep getting salary increase if you work in a private organization and productivity is not growing, because you're not going to make as much profit to pay it. Well, if that happens in the government sector, what you do is that you will have a costly, no man, it's right in my speech. You don't understand the brain AI power I have in the brain. Lord, Senator, leave me alone. No? So, Mr. President, when you look at that, if you continue to increase salaries and not getting productivity, you're not going to get profits in the private sector. You're not going to get growth in the government sector. You're going to have a costly and maybe underemployed workforce in either place. So my request, that since this has to start now, we can't wait. Prime Minister has made it clear he's talked to his ministers to make sure that we look at productivity, and our PSs have been given the message, how do we get productivity? But I'm going to request right now, Mr. President, that I suggest to the private sector organizations that this is a matter that affects you incredibly, whether it's costing government, because government will have to raise taxes to pay them. It's going to come from a lot of it from the business sector. So the business sector, I'm suggesting to them that they could put together a consultancy that looks at the best practices across the world, especially in the Commonwealth probably. How do you get to raise productivity and make sure that your economy grows? And when that is done with the recommendations, that could now become the basis for the government to review and maybe look at how we change policies in a collaborative manner. So we are thinking that productivity and wages and economic growth is not a government problem alone. It is a Jamaican issue, and the private sector in Jamaica I'm inviting to get this going. So, Mr. President, as we look at how we spend the money under the budget. Mr. President, I have 1 minute left. No, I know, but I want to keep my time.
Your time.
You notice that I'm looking at the time. So, Your Mr. Time. President.
Minister Hill.
This man is my speech. Just
Minister Hill. You can... Minister Hill, you can complete your presentation.
Mr. President, I will have a time to do exactly that at the end. But as of now, these are the issues that I want to highlight, because my colleagues are going to have a lot to say to you. You're going to see wonderful batting. So you sit over there and cool your heels. Mr. President, I know that the appropriation bills is well planned and well presented. I'm supporting it. I expect that after debate that we will clearly have a smooth passing of these appropriations bills, if it pleases you, Mr. President. I'm glad you know that.
Thank you very much, Minister Aubin Hill. Senator Small Ferguson.
Well, you can't talk, man.
Just want to remind Dr. Fenton that the rule hasn't changed. No clapping in the chamber.
President, I'm honored today to rise to make my contribution to the debate on Jamaica's finances. My bad. seem to be on. All right, great. I'll take it up. Let me start again. Mr. President, I'm honored today to make my contribution to the debate on Jamaica's finances for the 2026-2027 financial year at a time of real consequence for our country and our people. Mr. President, I'm not here to simply play politics or to placate anybody on my side. The discussion today is about the people of Jamaica. At the outset, Mr. President, I wish to express my continued sympathies to the many Jamaicans who continue to suffer in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. Those of who have lost their homes, their livelihoods, they still haven't gotten back on their feet. They're still waiting to feel real impact, real relief in their lives. And these are the people, Mr. President, that we have to keep front and center when we talk about the country, the economy, the numbers, the finances. Yet, having had an opportunity to seriously review the budget, they appear, Mr. President, in some respects to be at the periphery of the budget. I'm going to respect the time, despite the leniency allowed to me. I know my colleagues too have a lot to say, and I'm going to focus my contributions on a few areas. As we examine the budget, we must be clear that the fiscal challenges that we now face as a country did not, contrary to what the minister sought to reiterate just now, begin with the hurricane. So my contribution is going to be focused on three areas. I'm going to talk about the underlying fiscal condition of Jamaica prior to Melissa. I'm going to speak a bit about some of the policy choices that have been made in the budget. And I'm going to talk a bit about the implications of those choices for the Jamaican people. The first port of call is to speak a little bit about the context in which the budget is being set, and really to dispel the idea that Jamaica was in a state of perfection before the hurricane, which was just reiterated just now. We all know, Mr. President, that Melissa was a significant event, very significant. But it would be incomplete and ultimately misleading, Mr. President, to suggest that the fiscal pressures that we now face began with Hurricane Melissa. The truth is that, Mr. President, despite what the government would like you to believe, in the years leading up to Melissa, Jamaica was already showing signs of underlying fiscal weakness, and I'm going to get into it. These were not always evident in the headline numbers, right? And clear in how the fiscal accounts were structured and some of the policy choices. Right? But there are a number of elements, in some respects, masking the weakness, and I'm going to speak about some of them. First, there has been in recent years, Mr. President, an increased reliance by the government on revenue measures introduced as temporary responses to specific circumstances, but which have been retained and normalized as permanent features of our fiscal framework. I'm going to say it over and over again. Right? The second, Mr. President, and most significant, showing up in our recent fiscal outcomes is the fact that they've been supported by one-off, non-recurring transactions. Right? While these have generated significant inflows, and in and of themselves are not a challenge if done right, they do not represent sustainable sources of revenue. Right? I'm going to ask those on that side to train their ears and listen up. Right? So, the third area masking the weakness, Mr. President, is that targeted measures that had defined policy objectives have over time been redirected from their original purpose. The revenue remains, but the policy rationale has been diluted or in some cases abandoned. Right? And my time is limited. I have a long list, but I'm only going to touch on 4. Taken together, Mr. President, these factors point to a fiscal position that is increasingly dependent on temporary measures, shifting policy around, and non-recurring inflows to maintain balance. In other words, the apparent strength that's boasted about masks emerging structural pressures. This is the context, Mr. President, in which Hurricane Melissa arrived. The hurricane didn't create any of these conditions. It exposed and in some respects intensified them. And if we are to craft any form of credible response, we have to begin with some honesty and acknowledge them and recognize that they exist. Mr. President, I'm going to start with the NHT. Right? And, you know, the time does not permit me, as I said, to be exhaustive, so I'm going to point to the major ones, the ones that are topical and very visible to the Jamaican people. The withdrawal of the funds from the NHT, Mr. President, as we know, was introduced at a time of acute fiscal challenge, right, to deal with a serious issue by the last PNP administration. Right? And it was framed and legislated as a temporary time-bound measure. At that time, there was strong opposition by the now government on the basis that the NHT is a specialist institution and funded by contributions from Jamaican workers, and that the resources should be, quote-unquote, ring-fenced for housing. But since assuming office in 2016, the government has taken a very different position. The withdrawals have been extended through successive legislative changes, and there is apparently another one coming. And $11.4 billion continues to be extracted annually. The government's current position on the NHT has shifted away from it being a golden egg that should be protected towards it now being sufficiently capitalized, right? And that the only constraint surrounding it is housing delivery, right, and supply, not funding. So, in other words, it's in a good state, so 11.4 billion will do nothing to it. But if after more than a decade of continuous stewardship, right, you just highlighted it, 3 consecutive victories, supply remains a constraint for the NHT, land and infrastructure and execution capacity, as the Prime Minister outlined in his speech. And that is the justification for why the fund is being underutilized. I think that's an admission, Mr. President, that there's something wrong with the underlying framework of the government's approach to delivering housing to the people. I mean, I don't know where you're going to pass the responsibility to after 10 years of being in government. The appropriate response to a supply constraint, Mr. President, is not to divert the resources conveniently, but to improve how the resources are deployed. There are clear avenues to enhance the utility of the NHT to its contributors. And I acknowledge that the government has taken a step in the right direction, improving the benefits to NHT contributors. But more can be done. We can expand the benefits even more. We can increase borrower limits. We can make rates even more concessionary. We can broaden the financing arrangements available for homeowners who are contributors. We can contemplate whether we need to reimagine or expand the mandate of the NHT to extend it to adjacent areas, such as infrastructure, so supporting quality housing. It's not a fund to be raided for convenience, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, the principle here remains clear. The NHT was established for a defined purpose, redirecting its resources regardless of the level of surpluses represents a departure from that purpose. That's clear. And it departs as well from the position that the government previously articulated. So, a housing fund, Mr. President, should not become a fiscal buffer for the government into perpetuity. That's not good policy. Yet, this is what is seemingly occurring. The temporary measure has been embedded as permanent support to hold up the fiscal accounts. And while the effects of this, Mr. President, may not be immediate, over time this approach could risk weakening the institution's ability to fulfill its mandate and imposing a deferred cost on future Jamaicans. I'll say it again, it's not a matter of fiscal convenience, and importantly, the reliance predates Hurricane Melissa. It was already embedded in the fiscal accounts and the framework. So it can be justified to reference the hurricane as being the reason why it's continuing. The second matter, Mr. President, traveling along the same lane, is the asset tax. And, Mr. President, I addressed this matter in detail in a recent debate on the legislation underpinning the measure. So I don't intend to revisit it in full today. But the point remains, the central point remains. The asset tax, like the NHT withdrawals, was introduced as a temporary measure at a particular time in our history. And it has continued unchecked with no specific feedback as to when it will be rolled back. It's now a permanent feature of the tax system. It's been extended, normalized. There is no reference, there is no certainty with respect to when it will be unwound. And it's particularly significant because everybody has accepted that the tax is distortionary. It penalizes capital formation, which, as the minister said, is very important at this time. It discourages retaining financial assets here, which is counter to his own mandate as attracting investments to Jamaica. And it's oftentimes passed on to the customers and investors who ultimately suffer. It's for these reasons, Mr. President, that the measure was originally put forward as a temporary measure, not a permanent one. Instead, it now generates over $10 billion annually for the government and has seemingly become a part of the revenue base that's a permanent fixture. It reinforces the broader concern, Mr. President. And I'll say it again, when temporary measures become permanent and they're retained beyond their lifespan, they are no longer emergency tools. And there's a credibility price that is paid under those circumstances. So in other words, when the fiscal framework is relying on measures that were never designed to be permanent, is the fiscal framework really sustainable to begin with? And again, this one predates Melissa, so I don't want to hear that it's because of Melissa that it's in place. The next example that I'll go to, Mr. President, is one-offs. Right? And the most prominent among them in the previous 2 financial years were the securitizations of the revenues emanating from the concession agreements from both the Norman Manley International Airport and the Montego Bay International Airport. Mr. President, these are non-recurring transactions. Right? And, you know, when you think about the measures, Mr. President, and the numbers associated with them, it's very difficult to believe that the fiscal framework was in fact on a sustainable path. In financial year 24-25, Mr. President, $75 billion was yielded from the securitization of the NMIA revenue. And in last financial year, well, this financial year, we haven't completed March, $61 billion was yielded from the securitization. Now, let me be clear. There is nothing at all inherently wrong with securitization. Right? When properly structured, Mr. President, it is a legitimate financing tool. Right? So I'm not criticizing the securitizations in and of themselves. So there's no issue in the instrument. But, Mr. President, the structure and the economic substance is what I want to discuss. The transactions, Mr. President, were presented as off-balance sheet financing. It's a way to access liquidity without increasing the sovereign debt, which is fine. But when you think about the nature of the transaction and how it terminates back with Jamaica, we need to examine it. The revenues previously supported the operations of the AAJ. The concession revenues went to them. And now they're being diverted to support the securitization almost exclusively. And the result is now evident, Mr. President. The central government, per the budget, has had to step in this financial year and will be diverting $13 billion. $13 billion to be injected into AAJ to cover the agency's expenses, to include $2 billion for the construction of a new headquarters. At a time, Mr. President, when Jamaicans are being asked to absorb new taxes, the country continues to recover from Hurricane Melissa. It raises questions about priorities, Mr. President. But beyond the priorities, there is a more fundamental issue. If the government receives a large upfront inflow, as was said by the opposition spokesman on finance, effectively a salary advance, and thereafter must make recurring transfers to sustain the entity from whom the revenue was monetized, then what's the true nature of that arrangement? Right? Because it sounds very familiar, Minister Hill. It sounds very familiar. So you receive an upfront lump sum, you receive our money today, and you make payments over time. Mr. President, that sounds to me like the structure of a loan. In that sense, this thing that was presented as non-debt financing to balance the budget, in substance, resembles borrowing. Then what is it? It is, Mr. President.
To ask if you can just, you in particular, Senator Brown, give Senator Small Ferguson an opportunity to complete.
Mr. President, I'll continue. Just to reiterate my point, the matter was presented, Mr. President, as non-debt financing to balance the budget. Yet, it resembles borrowing that ultimately returns to the balance sheet of the government and by extension the Jamaican people. And importantly, this reliance on one-off transactions was evident before Hurricane Melissa. It's not because of Hurricane Melissa. These inflows of $75 billion in one year, $61 billion in another year, supported the appearance of a fiscal balance. But they're not durable or recurring. It reinforces the central point. The fiscal position was clearly in trouble before the hurricane. The final point I'll touch on, Mr. President, in relation to this area of my presentation, is the special consumption tax on fuel and the hedging policy, which I know those on that side don't know much about because there hasn't been any hedging in the last 10 years. The pattern has continued, Mr. President, with this special consumption tax. It was introduced in 2015 to support an insurance program that was supposed to help to protect Jamaica from the vagaries of volatility in global oil prices. I recall. I'm going to get to that, Minister Hill. I'm going to get to that. I'll say it on the mic so the public won't need to struggle to hear. It was tied at that time, Mr. President, to a clear objective. That $7 per litre that the Jamaican people pay at the pump was tied to a clear objective. And it was implemented following wholesome consultation, the same consultation that the minister just suggested with the private sector. And the objective was to reduce our exposure to oil. At that time, it was rational, it was necessary. Oil continues to be one of our major expenses, both directly and indirectly. And our reliance on it represents the most significant, in my view, source of shock for our people. The intent was straightforward, to create a form of financial protection, an insurance mechanism to mitigate the impact of adverse oil price movements on the fiscal accounts and the Jamaican people. The rationale, Mr. President, was widely understood and supported. As the PSOJ said at the time, in 2016, the cost of $20 million, which was the cost at the time to mitigate a potential $200 million risk, like insurance, makes good business sense. So you can support insurance when it comes to disaster preparedness, but you don't support insurance when it comes to our single largest exposure. So let's not pretend like we don't understand the concept of insurance. You pay the insurance for the disaster preparedness, there is no storm, you don't complain. So if you pay the premium and oil prices move in your favor, why are you going to complain? The policy was sound, Mr. President. The only failure of the policy was that it was abandoned. And in more recent years, this government, Mr. President, has justified retaining the tax on the basis of fiscal flexibility and the ability to provide targeted relief. The former Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, in the 2022-2023 budget debate, when gas prices and oil prices were moving in a similar direction to which they are today, indicated that the government needed to exercise discretionary interventions rather than a structured hedging framework. And that, Mr. President, is not sufficient. It does not address the central issue. The tax was introduced for a specific purpose, to fund a sustained program to protect Jamaicans from oil price volatility. Instead, the proceeds have been absorbed into general revenues, and the underlying framework has not been maintained. In effect, we've moved from structured protection to reactive intervention. The reality is that the tax is easy to collect and it yields significant revenue. But convenience cannot be the basis of sound policy. The tax was there for a reason. It's easier, clearly, for the government to retain the tax than maintain the discipline of exercising the structured program to protect us. The consequences, however, is that the Jamaican people are left fully exposed. Mr. President, the opposition has consistently taken a clear position in relation to this. Either you remove the tax, given that it no longer delivers the intended benefit, or you restore the protection that the Jamaican people are still effectively paying for. Mr. President, the protection is necessary. Jamaica remains highly exposed to oil price shocks. We're not an oil-producing country, and our energy system remains heavily fuel-dependent. Limited diversification in the last 10 years. In effect, Mr. President, we continue to collect the premium, but we've discontinued the insurance. And now we're seeing the consequences. Since the start of the year, Mr. President, oil prices across the board are up over 60%. And they're hovering now near to $100 per barrel, well below the $60+ per barrel estimate that I understand is assumed in the budget. This is not a marginal shift, Mr. President. It's a fundamental change in one of the most important cost drivers in our economy. And while the effect on the fiscal accounts may be nuanced, because of course higher oil prices means higher revenue in some areas, but it also means higher costs. What is clear, Mr. President, is that the Jamaican people are feeling it. Right? Gas prices have gone up every week for the last how many weeks? And if things are not resolved in relation to the conflict between the US and Iran, they will continue to go. So it means Jamaican people are paying more at the pump. They're going to be paying more for electricity bills. And, Mr. President, they're going to be paying more taxes. The burden is compounded, Mr. President. It's compounded at a time when Jamaican people are still feeling the effects of Hurricane Melissa. If there was a sustained hedging framework, Mr. President, if that was in place, some of this burden could be mitigated. Instead, the resources have been diverted to other purposes. And once again, Mr. President, this predates Hurricane Melissa. Mr. President, if we step back from the individual examples and consider them in aggregate, a clear picture emerges. If we look at the last 2 financial years, Mr. President, the fiscal position was supported by one-off transactions, temporary measures made permanent, and revenue redirections. And if we look at the aggregate of just the 4 measures that I mentioned, we're looking at between $80 and $100 billion of impact on the fiscal numbers. So I say, Mr. President, even without Hurricane Melissa, I asked the question how we were going to replace the $70 billion yielded from the securitization in 24-25 and the $61 billion yielded in 25-26. The answer must be beyond just economic growth. That's nebulous. How do you replace those big numbers in the budget? Because these inflows, Mr. President, are not repeatable. The Minister of Finance on Tuesday spoke about the impact of non-recurring revenue. And I say, how do we plug this non-recurring revenue? Mr. President, I want to turn to another matter in relation to the budget, which is the proposed reforms to the financial sector framework. Mr. President, let me say from the outset that we welcome these reforms. For several years, stakeholders across the financial services sector, securities dealers, pension funds, insurance companies, other institutional investors have advocated for modernization of the regulatory framework to better facilitate capital formation and investment. Mr. President, I myself have been at the forefront of that advocacy, having led the Jamaica Securities Dealers Association for the last 3 years. Mr. President, many of the measures now being contemplated are consistent with the positions advanced by the sector during that time. So it's not a new conversation. In my contribution to the debate regarding the suspension of the fiscal rules in December, I noted that Jamaica already has a significant pool of capital at home, yet their ability to support large-scale development remains constrained, limiting how capital can be deployed and trapping resources that could otherwise be mobilized for productive use. And further, I indicated that we cannot expect a modern, resilient economy to emerge if our own rules restrain capital from participating in the very growth we seek to generate. So it's encouraging to see elements of those recommendations now reflected in the government's policy direction. But recognition of the opportunity is only the first step. So the real question, Mr. President, is whether the enabling environment will be created to translate these reforms to meaningful investment and economic growth. Because capital does not simply move because you adjust the limits. Right? Capital moves when there are credible opportunities. Money goes where it is comfortable. When there are good projects, well structured, properly risk managed, and capable of delivering sustainable returns, Mr. President. If the intention is to mobilize domestic capital at scale, then we need to ensure a few things are in place. The projects that are seeking to attract the capital must be commercially viable. The risk management associated with them, the accountability must be clear. The timelines for delivery must be credible. And the execution has to be disciplined, Mr. President. Because the experience of investors has not always reflected those conditions in dealing with the government. Let's face it, we have seen delays, cost overruns, and uncertainty in relation to government-led projects. Right? This is just the truth. Right? And those things oftentimes ultimately discourage participation, Mr. President. This is not the kind of environment where capital flows efficiently. So there is also, Mr. President, beyond the conditions and the environment, the matter of legislative follow-through. Announcements, Mr. President, need to be matched with timely implementation if these reforms are to have any real effect. And that's our job, to ensure that the legislation works. Right? And I know that there are several pieces of legislation that have been sitting on the bench for a while. I hope that the legislation underpinning these reforms do not join them. Mr. President, the opportunity here is significant, but unlocking the potential requires more than policy announcements. That's just the first step. We need more, we need action. Mr. President, I want to close to the final substantive, move to the final substantive section of my presentation. Mr. President, I want to talk about the mischaracterization of the policy framework that was delivered by the Leader of Opposition in his presentation. Mr. President, in her closing, the Minister sought to group all the initiatives that were presented by the Leader of the Opposition together and present them as though they were intended to be implemented and funded in a single financial year. Mr. President, as I am sure the Minister knew, and those on that side know as well, that does not reflect the nature of these kind of proposals. They formed a part, Mr. President, of a broader, integrated policy agenda designed to be phased, prioritized, and executed over multiple financial years. This is how public policy works, as you all know. The framework contemplates funding through a combination of mechanisms. Naturally, Mr. President, there would be reallocation of discretionary expenditure in the budget. There would be improved efficiency within the public sector. There would be enhanced revenue through stronger compliance, Mr. President, a topic that seemingly bears no importance in certain circles. And where appropriate, Mr. President, targeted and sustainable external financing over time to compress them together into a single year scenario and then draw conclusions about the impact on debt, Mr. President, is not reasonable, and I'm being kind when I say it's not reasonable. If the same lens were applied, Mr. President, to the government's own agenda, particularly the range of significant projects that were announced by the Prime Minister, then the outcome would be no different. If we were to cost those projects, put them together, and launch them in 1 year, we could only fund them through debt, and the debt to GDP would be well beyond the 80+% that the Minister mentioned. So let's not seek to conveniently misconstrue and mischaracterize. The policies put forward by the Leader of the Opposition were grounded, Mr. President, in the ethos of our party. The opportunity to create a pathway for all through social justice. They were intended, Mr. President, to expand access to housing, economic participation, to upward mobility in a structured and sustainable way over time. Mr. President, this is not a one-year fiscal exercise. It's a deliberate effort to build an economy that works better for the people of Jamaica. And that's the kind of alternative that needs to be presented in a scenario like this by an opposition. It's therefore important that these proposals be taken in that context. Mr. President, in closing this contribution, I have certainly established to the objective viewer a few clear points. The fiscal pressures, Mr. President, that the country is facing existed well before Hurricane Melissa. That's the first thing. Secondly, Mr. President, the burden that is now being placed on the Jamaican people through rising costs and new taxes is occurring in the context of that fiscal position. And there remains, Mr. President, credible alternatives in our view, grounded in better execution, improved compliance, and more effective use of the resources that are already in the system. Mr. President, the Minister has spoken repeatedly about the government choosing a path of fiscal responsibility. Right? And I've heard it repeatedly from the government, choosing a path of fiscal responsibility. But the truth is, Mr. President, for the most part, that choice was not theirs to make. Mr. President, as the former Minister of Finance, Nigel Clark himself said in March 2024, the Financial Administration and Audit Act requires that Jamaica pursue a fiscal balance derived from a formula written into law, consistent with the debt target set in the law. Mr. President, that is the point. Fiscal discipline in Jamaica is not a matter of preference or choice, it's a matter of law. It was embedded, Mr. President, through the fiscal framework strengthening under the administration led by the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller. It was embedded, Mr. President, precisely to remove discretion and ensure that discipline would be maintained regardless of the government of the day. Mr. President, this is what underpins the current economic circumstances that the Minister boasted about in his presentation. You know what else is entrenched or was entrenched during that period of fiscal reform, Mr. President? I have put in this plug. It was entrenched in the IMF deal at the time that the Bank of Jamaica would be moved to being independent. So, when you take a look at the current circumstances, even serious elements of fiscal reform were already agreed well before their implementation. The current administration is just taking their time to implement them. So the question now, Mr. President, is therefore not whether to be fiscally responsible. The question is how that responsibility is exercised and whether it's being used to support and protect the Jamaican people who are the ones who have made the sacrifice associated with us achieving this fiscal prudence. If it pleases you, Mr. President,
Thank you very much, Senator Small Ferguson. Senator Duncan, Senator, come on, engage your other microphone.
You heard me?
No, Senator Gill, engage that mic for me. Senator Duncan.
Yes. Mr. President. Good to go. Yes. Good, Mr. President, my Senate colleagues, good morning. So, Senator Small Ferguson, you have made a few points, and I'd like to address them in relationship to in your presentation. Let me start with the last one, the point you made about hedging. And the former Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, spoke to hedging. He said hedging is expensive, unpredictable, and can lead to losses if poorly timed. And we saw that poor timing in 2015. Now let me explain the approach of the Andrew Holness-led administration to gyrations and movement in commodity prices. We moved to protect the most vulnerable in our country. In 2022, in response to rising energy prices, the Jamaica Labour Party administration launched the We Care Energy Co-Pay program. The GOJ implemented a direct pass-through to the JPS where the government of Jamaica paid 20% of the electricity bill for households consuming 200 kilowatt hours or less per month, benefiting over 457,000 people for a period of April to July 2027. We protect the most vulnerable. In relationship to fiscal responsibility and our overall debt management, I will speak to this in the presentation a little more, but I just want to note that the debt to GDP ratio will rise to 68% this year and will trend down to 60% in 2029-2030. We remain committed to fiscal responsibility and managing our debt dynamics. Thirdly, in relationship to NHD, the NHD will be spending 53.7 capital expenditure this year, which is almost 50% of the total public body spending, not central government, public body spending of over $100 billion. $53.7 billion on housing solutions. This year, starting construction over 10,000 units. And last year that there was significant delivery of units. We can't get into the numbers, but I'm telling you, this 53.7 that's earmarked and in the budget for units. You might have it right here. We will get back to that. We'll get back to that, sir. But thank you. Now, we talk about asset tax. And there was a big hullabaloo last time we spoke about this. We came here to debate the movement in the filing declaration date for corporate income tax. I came here prepared to deal with that, and you accused me of deflecting. When it was you guys, you on that side that deflected and were speaking about the asset tax as a policy. No, there is alignment across the financial sector, economists, on either side of the aisle of it being a distortionary tax, and the Honourable Nigel Clark and everyone has spoken to that. But we must make tough fiscal choices, and this government of Jamaica, the Andrew Holness-led administration, will make tough fiscal choices. But I note that in the Minister of Finance, in the spokesperson and Minister of Finance, and opposition leader made no recommendation about removing the asset tax in their presentation. So when we speak about the sale of receivables, the sale of receivables were designed to fund one-off capital expenditures, a one-off securitization measure to fund capital expenditure, one-off capital expenditure, not to fund recurring revenues.
Thank you.
Okay, that is a strategy to move and get things done. So I will now move into my substantive presentation. Thank you very much, though. Ramon, you make the thing exciting, man. May I tell you the truth, man. Thank you. Let's jump right in. So I rise this afternoon to support and endorse the government's estimates of expenditure for the fiscal year 26-27 and support the passage of the Appropriations Act without amendment. Jamaica's development agenda is squarely on the table. Jamaica's macro-fiscal position has significantly changed in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. Prior to its passage, Jamaica managed to record fiscal surpluses in 7 of the 8 prior fiscal years up to the end of the fiscal year 2024-25. While the exception being COVID in 2020-2021, and we were on track to achieve a 60% debt to GDP ratio ahead of the forecasted timeline. Since Melissa, however, the trajectory of public finances has been altered materially. As a result, the government is pursuing an aggressive development and growth agenda over the next 3 years and beyond to return our economy to pre-Melissa GDP levels by financial year 28-29, and to reduce fiscal deficits over this period while looking to sustain growth over the average 1% growth levels we have experienced for far too long. For the months running up, there's a lot of uncertainty running up to the budget. The country had heard about various announcements around NARA, about reconstruction, but there was no consolidated picture of how the government intended to rebuild, how it would be financed, or what the institutional architecture would look like. So I heard our finance minister courageously deliver the revenue measures for the first time in a budget opening presentation. And I waited with bated breath for a Prime Minister presentation, and he delivered what Jamaica required: an ambitious, coherent, multidimensional plan that brings together infrastructure, institutions, and financing in a single integrated framework. Dealing with NARA, infrastructure, roads, and regional investments, strategies, ecosystems. Central to this vision are 4 guiding principles that will shape how Jamaica rebuilds. Principles that are simple to understand but profound in their implications. Build, number 1, build in the right places. Far too long, critical infrastructure, hospitals, schools, government offices, homes have been concentrated in low-lying coastal zones with full knowledge of the climate risk. That changes now. Where we build matters as much as what we build. Future development must be progressively relocated away from high-risk areas, and that's the intention. We have to build systems, number two, that can withstand failure. The destruction wrought in places like Black River and Falmouth exposed a dangerous pattern. When everything is concentrated in one corridor, one surge can knock out everything at once. Going forward, our power grids, water systems, roads, and communication networks must be designed with backup capacity and distributed architecture, so that when one part fails, the rest keeps functioning. Resilience and single points of failure are incompatible. Now let me deal with a significant area that is going to drive sustainable growth for Jamaica. Building regional sub-economies, not just projects. This is an imperative that will drive the sustainable growth. Roads, hospitals, schools, housing, energy, these cannot continue to be planned and delivered in isolation from each other. The vision is integrated regional development, where infrastructure investments are connected and sequenced to create self-containing economic clusters across the island. The goal is not simply to repair what was damaged, but to use reconstruction as a catalyst to build genuine regional sub-economies, each with its own productive identity, employment base, and capacity to generate growth. That's number two. We're building, number four, a broader economic base. Physical resilience alone is not enough. A truly resilient nation must also be economically adaptable with a productive base that spans agro-industry, logistics, manufacturing, digital service, and emerging sectors. Food and energy security must be treated as strategic national priorities, not afterthoughts. We will experience shocks, but when they arrive, Jamaica must have the economic depth to absorb it and keep moving. These four principles, build in the right places, build systems that can withstand failure, build regional sub-economies, and build a broader economic base, are not abstract ideals. They are already being applied in the rebuilding of Black River and Falmouth, and they will guide every investment decision under NARA going forward. I want to speak a little bit about capital expenditure and the increases. Central government capital expenditure is projected to increase in the medium term in response to the crisis and will average just about 90 billion each year for the next 4 years, central government. For 2026-27, the central government expenditure will be almost 100 billion. No, let me dial back. Central government capital expenditure is predicting to increase in the medium term response to the crisis and will average $90 billion over the next 4 years. For this year, the central government expenditure will be almost 100 billion, which is almost double the amount spent in the previous fiscal year. Public bodies' capital expenditure, including AHD, will also increase by 25 billion this year to 105 billion. So for the upcoming fiscal year, the total capital expenditure budget between central government and public bodies will be over $200 billion and will sustain levels within the range of 160 to 180 billion through financial year 29-30, which is 40% to 50% greater than previous year averages. This is significantly greater. The number is $59 billion in the. This is significantly greater than allocations during previous years And we will need to overcome capacity and procurement challenges in order to execute on this expanded capital expenditure portfolio of projects. Growth is projected to range from 1 to 3% over the medium term, as outlined in the GOJ fiscal policy paper. So capital spending will be crucial to meet forecasted growth rates at the sustained growth levels above the historical 1 to 2% average. Maintaining these growth levels will ensure increased economic activity, tax revenues, and thereby improving the fiscal situation and moving Jamaica back to a balanced budget and materially lower fiscal deficit over time. So how we deal with the challenges and the delays and the bureaucracy. Timely execution of projects has been our main challenge. NARA and Fast Jamaica are meant to address this. The PM was right to acknowledge candidly that Jamaica has never lacked vision of projects. What has consistently failed us is speed of execution. The root causes are well known. Fragmented approvals, cumbersome procurement, bureaucratic layering. NARA directly addressed this for public infrastructure with special powers to accelerate approvals and project delivery. Equally important is Fast Jamaica, which established a structured fast-track pathway for transformational private investments of US $150 million or more. I would like to recommend that Fast Jamaica becomes a companion to NARA to recommend that incorporating both into the same legislative framework or at minimum ensuring statutory linkages between them would maximize the combined impact. The government cannot do this alone, and Fast Jamaica recognizes this reality, and therefore it is public-private sector working together to grow Jamaica. We also have speed. We must overcome bottlenecks at every stage of the construction project cycle to accelerate growth and get us back to normal within this 3-year period. So the streamlining processes for efficiency and economic development will also be critical to the reforms to the public procurement system to make it faster and more efficient, and also to enable the increase in approval thresholds while reducing the time between procurement decisions. So actively being worked on, and will become a reality. Our Minister of Education will deal with the human capital area, but I will say there are significant investments that are being made in the human capital area, because we cannot do this. People are the center of the policy and who will drive economic growth and development. However, to complement the GOJ's human capital development efforts, given the scale of the rebuilding efforts, along with the shortfall of specialized skill sets in the private sector, we should look to leverage foreign talent for higher value-added services, which can transfer knowledge to our local talent over time. This will deal with the structural challenge, having achieved full employment prior to Melissa with an unemployment rate which was at 3.3%, almost full employment. This initiative about bringing in foreign talent with the appropriate skill sets for the private sector and public sector will build capacity while we continue to build our human capital development and equip our labor force. Speaking a little bit about energy, growth will also be massively helped by reducing Jamaica's energy costs, which average between US 35 cents and US 40 cents per kilowatt hour and are significantly higher than our peers across the Caribbean and Latin America, which currently averages 25 cents per kilowatt hour. There should be a sustained focus on bringing down the cost of energy to increase competitiveness and productivity. There will be strategic projects around energy, which will be a part of the portfolio of projects that will be executed. Also, with the negotiations with the Jamaica Public Service, we expect, or others that may come to the table, we expect that this will be an objective to bring down the cost of energy. public sector compensation and fiscal risk. In the current wage negotiations, all stakeholders will need to take into account the fiscal challenges. Increase in productivity and efficiency of the public and private sector will become crucial to provide increased tax revenues and fiscal space. After tremendous sacrifice and restraint of the public sector, there was a cumulative increase of $300 billion from a compensation levels of $222 billion when the public sector held out until the public sector compensation review was completed. And by the time the wage bill was $222 billion. That wage bill has now moved to $519 billion in 26-27. That's an increase of $60 billion per year, or a 20% average in public sector compensation year over year for the last 5 years, from $222 billion to $519 billion. That creates a fiscal risk, and that is a decision that was taken by the Andrew Holness-led administration government about compensating our public sector at fair wages. Now, this does create a real compression on our expenditures. And therefore, we have to manage this very carefully, because as a percentage of tax revenues, our public sector compensation is now at 56% in 25-26 of tax revenues and 13.8% of GDP. Now, this is coming from 9.6% of GDP and 36.1% of tax revenues. So as a country, as Jamaicans, we need to work together to ensure that we moderate, manage, and everybody takes a collective responsibility to this, because we need to educate, make our country aware, such that we can all manage expectations. As we know, if you have the public sector taking 56% of tax revenues, and it will average about right around 50% for the next 4 years as outlined in the fiscal policy paper, this will reduce the fiscal flexibility we have, and therefore we were talking about health, education, national security, and our social safety net. These are areas where we need to focus, so we just need to ensure that we have the right balance in terms of our expenditures. So we can, thank you very much on that point. You can clap that one, you know. Keep saying that clap. Okay. You don't want to clap that point? Okay, let's move on. Let's deal with productivity. Let's deal with productivity. Senator Brown, let's deal with productivity. Let's deal with productivity, because I know that you would very much want to see the productivity of the public and private sector increase. I know that you would definitely want to see the output of our country increase per worker. I know that all of us want exactly that. So the national effort should be focused on increasing productivity and efficiency in the public and private sector. This will drive growth, thereby increasing growth levels beyond the forecasted 1% to 3%. Thereby, increasing productivity increases domestic demand, GDP, and tax revenues. This will create greater fiscal space, increasing per capita incomes for Jamaican public and private sector workers. Greater per capita incomes, which currently stands at US 8,000 GDP per capita, which is amongst the lowest in the region. So we have to increase productivity in order to move this number. And with the development agenda for Jamaica, we have a real opportunity. If we companion increasing productivity with this development agenda, we have a real opportunity as a country to really move these levels of per capita GDP levels, growth in GDP levels for ourselves as a country. So, Jamaica's productivity challenge is a wake-up call that we can no longer ignore. The data the Prime Minister presented on labour productivity was sobering and deserves to be widely discussed. Jamaica produces approximately $8.99 of output, US $9 of output per worker, 8.81. Less than half the Caribbean average of US $20.50. This is a structural challenge, and it demands a structural response, including investment in skills, technology, and the productive sector. The PM has indicated a full policy position on productivity will be brought to Parliament, and that we welcome. That we welcome. Back to the public sector compensation. The PM was right to flag this as a fiscal risk and call for future wage settlements to be anchored in productivity and GDP growth rather than inflation alone. This is a difficult but necessary conversation, and it must be had honestly in Jamaica's best interest. Now, the financing of this development agenda. The core of the US $6.7 billion multilateral package, providing patient, affordable capital for public infrastructure where commercial returns alone cannot justify private investment. That's approximately $4.3 billion. This support package is designed to provide needed capital without destabilizing Jamaica's improved debt profile, and as we discussed a little earlier, Senator Small Ferguson, sir, we see Jamaica's debt-to-GDP ratio tracking back down to 60% by 29-30, despite increased debt levels to finance this financing of our development, growth and development resurgence agenda. Private sector mobilization, US $2.4 billion of PPPs, public-private partnerships. US $2.4 billion is specially designed to crowd in private capital, with the government providing the enabling conditions and private investors providing execution. $2.4 billion of multilateral funding for PPPs. Private sector coming together with the public sector to execute with timely and at scale. We have seen examples of this. Senator Tomlinson, IDB Invest and Sagicor, high-value opportunities. IDB Invest and Sagicor with the Rio Cobre water treatment project, which was just implemented about last year, right? That is an example of public-private partnership. We have the model. We have the know-how. Now we scale it. And the capital markets and the private sector, as Minister Hill indicated, must prepare themselves. And we are innovative enough in this financial sector, as Sagicor was in structuring this deal, and Burita has also in other public-private partnerships, that we have the know-how. So let us leverage this opportunity for public-private partnerships. Let's leverage this US $2.4 billion and to be a companion to the $4.3 billion that is funding public infrastructure, $6.7 billion US dollars available to drive growth and development, the resurgence of our Jamaican economy. But we went a little further than that. Senator Small Ferguson, domestic capital. And as president of the JSD, you have done tremendous work in this regard, sir, in leading that entity. And I acknowledge that.
Senator Duncan, you might have to congratulate him after the sit-in.
All the time done.
You have a minute to wrap.
Okay, minute to wrap up. I'm almost there. Okay. So domestic capital, mobilizing Jamaica's own savings through pension funds and insurance companies. I was particularly pleased to see that, and you and I are. And the recent reforms announced by the Minister of Finance unlock long-term pools of institutional capital are very helpful in this regard, and this will be an area where the private sector can play a meaningful role in as we go forward. I'll also note that we have a listening government, that the recent government responsiveness on the beverage tax and the environmental protection levy demonstrate that this is a listening administration, willing to make adjustments when concerns are raised, and that is to be commended. In terms of the environment that we have created, and I know that one of my Senate colleague will speak to crime, but enabling to bring down the cost of security as a country, we have done tremendously well with our murder rates trending to things. So, a final call to action. I can beg you 1 minute? No. Okay, let me just finish this one then. I have enjoyed the budget debate. The opposition has put forward solutions and have moved away from their oppose stance, which I welcome. However, Finance Minister, the Honourable Favour Williams from Ty Dixon St. Catherine, has been measured and has delivered a solid budget in her own style, along with solid gut-wrenching blows to the opposition, them sending them back to sharpen their pencils for the next budget debate. I have to acknowledge our visionary Honourable Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Michael Holness, the builder, who has once again stepped up for Jamaica through relief, recovery, and now to our next phase of resurgence. I'm grateful for his steady hand guiding Jamaica through choppy waters, and I'm confident that come what may, under his leadership, Jamaica will continue to move forward to prosperity for all Jamaicans, regardless of class, creed, or political affiliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Tomlinson, engage. Senator Tomlinson, engage your 2 mics.
Thank you, my colleague. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Tomlinson, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I speak today, I do so fully conscious that I represent in part a generation of Jamaicans whose voice is not always reflected in decision-making in this chamber. Young people, and I'm so pleased that the students from Carmack are here with us, and I'm very sure that they can associate themselves with the statements that I will make today in terms of our generation having a voice in decision-making in this chamber. They are the same young people I hear Senator Marlon Morgan, my friend, and the Minister of Education, through the Ministry of Education and Youth, encouraging. I hear you. You have been telling them that their voices matter and that the future of the country is theirs to carry. Yet, when I engage them, Mr. President, I hear something different. And I talk to them, they are my peers, and sometimes I would post clips of me on social media, and the young people would tell me, I'm proud of you, because they see themselves with what is happening here in terms of someone from their generation. But what they say after, Mr. President, is what usually breaks my heart, Minister. They would say, Senator, I don't see a future for me here. They speak openly about their desire to leave and seek opportunities elsewhere. And when I ask them, in the face of tightening immigration policies and the growing uncertainties up north, are you still willing to go? And you know what they said is usually sobering? They say, I'd rather take my chances up there than stay here. That, Mr. President, is very heartbreaking. And what is even more, Mr. President, troubling about that expression is that they are working. They are young people who have a job, people who you would regard to be gainfully employed, Mr. President. And that is the difficult part about that expression. Mr. President, that reality is one of the main reasons I approached this budget debate with such anticipation. Because if Jamaicans no longer believe that there's opportunity at home, then the budget debate must be about creating that belief. Mr. President, that reality is also one of the reasons I've taken seriously the responsibility given to me when the leader of the opposition invited me to serve in the Senate and appointed me as spokesperson, deputy spokesperson for productivity, efficiency, and competitiveness. It is from the standpoint of these core portfolio areas that I intend to make my contribution today. Because if we're serious about improving the lived experience of our people, fixing these structural issues cannot be optional. It is a necessary prerequisite for a better economy. I listened carefully to the government's presentation in the lower house, hoping to hear a clear and compelling vision for the future. A vision that would speak directly to those Jamaicans who are willing to be on the run in another man's country than to stay in the land of their birth. Having listened closely to the Minister of Finance in her presentations, I came to the conclusion, Mr. President, her presentations fell short. They did not set out a clear path to address the structural challenges that have held this country back for decades, which would help to improve the lives of Jamaicans. And with respect to that second observation, Senator Morgan, it turns out I was not alone in that conclusion, because on March 16, I read the Gleaner editorial titled, "Waiting for Transformation." And it made the point, and I quote, "At the bottom line, though, Minister Williams' speech was stronger on mobilizing finance than directing finance. Much less was addressed about the underlying engines of sustained development, export diversification, industrial upgrading, lower energy costs, logistics reform, digital capability." Here's the last part of what the Gleaner editorial wrote. "While it recognizes the need for faster growth, it does not provide a compelling map of structural transformation." Not my words, the Gleaner editorial, Mr. President. I then turned my attention to the Prime Minister's contribution, hopeful that he would fill the gap in his bite at the cherry. To be fair, he did make an attempt, and you have to be fair in your analysis. He did make an attempt to address some of the structural issues. But it was clear, Mr. President, the effort did not go far enough. The response, in my estimation, lacked depth in many areas. So when I consider both presentations in totality, I am left with the unavoidable conclusion, even at their best, they on that side lack a clear and credible vision for Jamaica's transformation. So I want to take the opportunity, before I articulate an alternative vision for Jamaica, I want to respond to the Prime Minister. I'll start with the re-announcements of projects, Mr. President. In particular, there was a series of announcements that were put before the country. At first glance, the list is ambitious. It speaks to infrastructure, investment, and transformation. And to be clear, Mr. President, there's nothing wrong with ambition. But ambition must be matched with credibility. Because when one examines these announcements more closely, a number of concerns arise. First, Mr. President, many of these projects are not new. They are re-announcements. Projects, re-announcements on top of re-announcements, Mr. President. Nothing new. In fact, 30 of the projects that were announced, Mr. President, when I checked, were re-announced as far back as 2018. That in itself, Mr. President, raises a question about execution. For example, Mr. President, the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium development, announced from 2018. In fact, the Prime Minister said it was underway at the time. My God. And the new urban centre for Trelawney have both been referenced in previous announcements. Yet, we are still awaiting clear timelines and evidence of execution. Second, Mr. President, they lack specificity. We have not been given clear timelines. We have not been told that these projects will commence, or when these projects will commence, what phase they are currently in, and when the Jamaican people can reasonably expect to see delivery. And in public policy, my friends on that side know that timelines are a measure of accountability. Third, Mr. President, is very important. When one turns to the estimate of expenditure, and I know this book, I'm an economist, a fiscal economist, I go through this. When I look through this, I cannot find any of the projects announced by the government. And when I look in the public body's estimate, Mr. President, I don't see any of the projects. Mr. President, we in this chamber, Mr. President, the debate exciting. Then get a lick over this, Mr. President. Mr. President, we in this chamber, Mr. President, I want to continue, Mr. President. We in this chamber know that any project that is to be executed by the government, whether directly from central government, you know this, Senator Keith Duncan, whether through the central government or through the public body's estimates, it must be reflected in either one of these books, Mr. President. That's where the resources are allocated. Mr. President, in the absence of them, in the absence of that estimate, then we can reasonably conclude, Mr. President, that they are not intended to be rolled out in the upcoming fiscal year, Mr. President. And we cannot attach any degree of credibility to those announcements. Fourth, Mr. President, is the issue of financing. And this is particularly important because the government itself has been quick to ask the opposition how to finance its proposals. But what is good for the goose must be good for the gander. The Prime Minister referred to the package of financing from international partners. But, Mr. President, that financing is not guaranteed. Senator Small Ferguson did an excellent job at letting us know that that financing is not guaranteed, Mr. President. And where we get it, and you know this, Senator Duncan, where we get it, most of it is debt. If these projects were to be executed or to be financed through that facility in the near term, we would expect to see an indication in the government's medium-term fiscal and debt projections. But when I look at the fiscal and debt projections, Mr. President, it is projecting a decline in the debt-to-GDP ratio, which reasonably tells us, Mr. President, that those projects are not expected to be financed from that international package, which is mostly debt. So, Mr. President, when you take all of this together, the re-announcements, the absence of timelines, the lack of presence in the estimates, and the uncertainty around financing, it becomes difficult to attach a high degree of credibility to these project announcements. And this is not about opposing development. I am for development, but we want clarity, transparency, and alignment between what is announced, what is actually budgeted, and what is delivered to the people of Jamaica. I turn quickly, Mr. President, because I want to finish my rebuttals so I can get to the articulation of that vision for Jamaica. So I want to talk about NARA a bit. Mr. President, to be fair, the government has identified a long-standing constraint within our economy. That's the pace and efficiency with which major projects are executed. That is not a new issue. It is one that has affected the public investment, the private sector expansion, and ultimately the rate at which we can grow the economy. In that context, the proposal to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority represents an attempt to address this challenge. And I'm fair in my analysis. I'm very fair. So, Mr. President, credit must be given to where credit is due. But, Mr. President, so any serious attempt to improve execution deserves careful consideration. However, when examined through the lenses of efficiency and institutional reform, there are important concerns that must be addressed. First, Mr. President, while we make a diagnosis of the problem, and the Prime Minister did so very accurately, his diagnosis is incomplete. The issue is not simply about processes that are slow and fragmented. It is the underlying systems, the incentives, the institutional capacity within the public sector that are not aligned to support timely and efficient execution. Mr. President, these are systemic issues. Here's the part, and I know you're listening, and I know you're proud of me, Senator, Minister. These are not systemic issues. Creating a new authority does not in itself resolve these systemic issues, Mr. President. And there's an obvious risk that rather than fixing the system, we are creating a parallel one. We're creating a parallel one, Mr. President. NARA is described as not being about bureaucracy. It's described as this is not another bureaucracy. Yet it is being given special powers, a central coordination role, the ability to bypass existing processes. Along this side, Mr. President, or alongside this, Mr. President, the government has proposed FAST. And trust me, there are so many acronyms I can't keep up. You have FAST, you have SPEED. Last year they said they had ASPIRE. It seems as if ASPIRE has now expired, Mr. President, because I can't keep up with the acronyms. It's a government of acronyms, Mr. President. I can't keep up. Mr. President, we must consider sustainability. Here's the thing about NARA, and I don't think you all know over there. We must consider sustainability. The Prime Minister has indicated that NARA will operate with a sunset clause of 5 years. That makes this question even more important. What happens at the end of that period? If the core systems of government remain unreformed, do we simply return to the same inefficiencies that we're trying to escape today when that sunset clause for NARA comes into effect? Mr. President, a temporary solution cannot substitute for permanent institutional reform. And fourth, Mr. President, there is a critical issue of integrity. Listen, I know you have significant challenge with this word, integrity, so listen up. Mr. President, there's a critical issue with accountability and integrity in execution. The government has indicated that NARA will have accelerated powers in relation to approvals and procurement, and FAST Jamaica will facilitate large-scale investment through expedited processes, including, in some cases, direct engagement with investors. While the speed is important, it cannot come at the expense of transparency and accountability. To be clear, Mr. President, the announcement of an oversight body and the indication that it will be chaired by a well-known professor is a positive step. He's a distinguished Jamaican with an international reputation for excellence, and his investment should be given confidence. But, Mr. President, strong individuals alone cannot substitute for strong systems. Given the number of issues relating to public procurement and project execution that have been raised by the Auditor General about this particular government, the Jamaican people are entitled to a clear understanding of the guardrails, Mr. President, that will govern this new framework. We simply cannot trust them. We have seen too many issues of misappropriation. So we want clear accountability, Mr. President. What will ensure transparency in the selection of contractors? We don't know. What mechanisms will govern the treatment of unsolicited proposals? We don't know. How will the value for money, or how will value for money be independently assessed in accelerated processes? We don't know, Mr. President. And finally, what real-time reporting will be available to the Parliament and the public? Again, Mr. President, we simply do not know. Mr. President, if we are to move faster, we must also become more transparent, not less. In that regard, there are practical steps that should strengthen confidence in this framework. These should include, in my estimation, mandatory public disclosure of all NARA-approved projects and contracts, independent procurement oversight of key decision points, clear and published evaluation criteria for fast Jamaica projects, and regular reporting to Parliament and performance timelines and execution. Because, Mr. President, we simply cannot trust those on that side with the government's treasury trust. Mr. President, I want to turn quickly to productivity. It's a core area of my portfolio that the leader asked me to serve as deputy spokesperson. The Prime Minister has rightly identified one of the central challenges facing our economy, and on this point, Mr. President, I agree with him. Productivity must be the core of any serious strategy for growth and improved living standards. But while the issue was correctly identified, I am not convinced that it has been fully grappled with. Because productivity is not simply about output per worker. Again, I'm an economist. I know that. It is about efficiency. We combine all the factors of production, labor, capital, technology, systems to generate value. In other words, Mr. President, we must be focused on total factor productivity. And that requires a much deeper and more coordinated policy response than what we have heard. Mr. President, what is very interesting is that I recalled in 2019, the government announced that it had developed a national productivity policy. Yet, since that announcement, Mr. President, we have heard very little about the status, its implementation or impact. Again, reinforcing my point that this is a government of announcements and re-announcements, Mr. President. If productivity is indeed a priority, then that policy must be brought forward, fast-tracked and tabled in this Parliament so that the country can understand the framework being used to drive improvement. Mr. President, the Prime Minister also made a point in relation to wages and productivity, and I hear Senator Duncan taking this on. He indicated that the increases in wages must be linked to productivity and GDP growth, and that increases that are disconnected from productivity gains risk eroding purchasing power through inflation. That's a very valid and important point. But, Mr. President, that principle cannot stand on its own. It must be supported by systems, because if we are to link compensation to productivity, particularly in the public sector, then we must have a credible and transparent performance management framework that allows us to measure output, track efficiency, and reward performance. At present, those systems are not sufficiently developed to support the kind of linkage that is being proposed by the government. So while the principle is sound, Mr. President, the institutional framework required to operationalize it is still lacking. Mr. President, when we speak about productivity, we must also confront the real everyday constraints that limit the efficiency of our workforce. One of the most significant of these constraints is transportation. Trust me, it was difficult for me to come down here this morning when I left Mona. Every day, Jamaicans spend hours in traffic commuting from communities like Papine to New Kingston, from downtown to Half a Tree, from Spanish Town into the corporate area. Journeys, Mr. President, under normal conditions should take a fraction of time, are routinely being doubled and even tripled. That is not just an inconvenience, it is an economic cost. And I know some of you with your blue lights over there, you don't experience this. So because you have your blue lights to transport you, you don't feel as if you must address the challenge. Because you have your blue lights to transport you, while average Jamaicans sit in traffic for hours, Mr. President. The structure of our transport system reflects a deeper policy gap. We have seen a steady increase in the number of motor vehicles on our roads, with tens of thousands being added each year at a significant cost. At the same time, a substantial share of our fuel imports are consumed by ground transportation. Mr. President, the public transportation system remains inefficient, fragmented, and heavily reliant on private vehicle ownership, often with single occupants. Mr. President, that is not a sustainable model. And it points to the absence of a coherent, integrated public transportation strategy, one that is aligned with how Jamaicans live, where they work, and how communities are structured, and how goods and services move across the country. Instead, Mr. President, what we see is a pattern of reactive measures. Road expansions here and there, adjustments right there, adjustments there, but no comprehensive framework that treats transportation as a central pillar of national development. If we're serious about improving productivity, then transportation cannot be an afterthought. It must be a core component of our economic strategy, because an economy cannot be efficient if its people cannot move efficiently. Now, Mr. President, I want to move to what I think we need to go in terms of a vision for Jamaica. Let's begin, Mr. President, by looking at the government's current strategy. They are wholly focused on macroeconomic stability. And Mr. President, I appreciate fundamentally that macroeconomic stability is an important facet to an advancement in an economy. It is necessary, but it is not sufficient. In itself, macroeconomic stability cannot propel national development and give the quality of life to Jamaicans, Mr. President. But that is the kind of one-sided, lopsided approach that is being taken by the administration on that side. Mr. President, what we need is a strategy that looks beyond that. Mr. President, what they are doing is not a complete strategy for development. It can bring, to some extent, GDP growth, but it will not result in a significant increase in incomes. It cannot improve the economic complexity of our exports. But it cannot, Mr. President, also contribute to an improvement in the real economic innovators. It can insert us in the global value chains, but it cannot and will not allow us to move up the value chain. Mr. President, moving up the value chain is exactly where we need to go as a country. So, Mr. President, that is our central challenge. The goal must be to move up the value chain. It is to diversify our markets so as to reduce our geopolitical risks. And given what is happening with Cuba, I think you kind of know a thing or two about what I'm talking, Mr. President. The only way to increase wages and on a sustainable basis to put our public finances on a truly solid footing, the only way we can do that, Mr. President, to improve health service, to make adequate future provision for national disasters, Mr. President, all of these things, to give Jamaicans an improved quality of life, is to improve that access to global markets and moving up the value chain. So what is to be done? Mr. President, there must be a collaboration between market and state. That is key. We have got to understand that our strategy cannot be reliant on market alone or the state alone. It must be both. And this is a fundamental perspective that I have throughout the entire literature of economic philosophical thinking. When I go through that, my fundamental economic perspective is that the role of the state is central. It cannot be left up to markets. So this sort of neoliberal approach that simply focuses on the private sector, excluding the coordinating and big role of the government, Mr. President, is problematic. One hand cannot clap. We need a state that has a better understanding of the needs of the private sector, because you're just skirting around the edges. You're not understanding the issues carefully. So you are misunderstanding a critical appreciation of the issue with skirting around the edges. Mr. President, on both sides, we agree that more needs to be done. So, Mr. President, what you need is a strong developmental state. The main reason for this, Mr. President, is that development requires, and I know you know this, given your background, development requires patient capital. This is because development takes time, more than 20 years. It's not a matter of election cycle or two which, election cycle or this time constraint between parties, Mr. President. We're talking about deep, lifelong transformation here, not about political slogans. So the need for a strong developmental state is therefore a technical requirement for development. Likewise, the need for strong, globally competitive private sector is also an absolute critical technical requirement. And this is not about ideological differences. Mr. President, if you look across the Asian economies and the development that has been sparked from the 1990s, the early 2000s, Mr. President, the state has been a clear driving force behind that. Those up north tell you that the government should stay out. But when you carefully examine their approach, they have been quietly directing industries and providing stimulus to advance their economies. So while they up north tell you to take a particular approach, if you critically examine what they have been doing, they have not been doing the same, Mr. President. So what we are saying is that there must be a big role for government going forward, Mr. President. And this is not about an overbearing state. I must clarify that. I'm not calling for an overbearing state sector. The goal here is completely different. The goal is to use the state to develop a stronger private sector, Mr. President. In one area is research and development. The extent of research and development that is needed to improve our economic complexity and the quality of our exports to drive us up the value chain cannot be sufficiently done by the private sector. Mr. President, we need the Scientific Research Council and government's allocation in that regard to be directed at looking at the quality of our exports and what needs to be improved. Mr. President, there's a lot more I can say, and I'm waiting patiently for the State of the Nation debate where we can continue to articulate how we can improve the competitiveness of our economy, because we will not improve living standards if we do not improve that competitiveness. I'm not done, a lot more, but I am mindful of the time. So, Mr. President, the fact of the matter is the budget presentation on that side has not convinced a Jamaican who is willing to be on the run in another man's country to stay in the land of their birth. I am very disappointed, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Tomlinson, and we know that you are. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Tomlinson. Would you allow me, please? Thank you very much, Senator Tomlinson. And we notice that you stayed within your allotted time. It is appreciated. Senator Morris Dixon. Minister Morris Dixon.
Yes. Mr. President, colleagues, Jamaicans watching and listening at home and abroad, I am humbled to be on my feet to contribute to my third appropriation debate. And I want, it's three now. I want to acknowledge the Karamak students who are here. I know many of you will leave and go and work into media. We need you more than ever in the media space. We need you to tell the truth, to be able to tell Jamaicans what is real and what is not. And you're going to have to be able to dispel misinformation and disinformation. And there is a lot of that in our country, and so we need you very much. Mr. President, I would like to remind everybody about September 3, 2025. On that day, Jamaica judged the work of the government and its commitments for the future. The people's decision was clear and unambiguous. The Dr. Andrew Holness-led administration was to continue delivering on its agenda. Mr. President, the people of Jamaica gave us the green light again. The campaign we ran was mature and dignified. We focused on our plans and programs. We took to the streets, town centers, community spaces, and the nooks and crannies of Jamaica, and we brought our results and achievements. We did not cower from scrutiny. On the contrary, we brought our results directly to the people. In the weeks following, we unveiled the most comprehensive, most ambitious manifesto in Jamaica's history. I recall the naysayers who said it could not work. They said it would not be able to be implemented. But the electorate knows our character, and they entrusted us with the reins. Less than 60 days from election, on October 28, 2025, Jamaica faced down Hurricane Melissa. Through the grace of Almighty God, we were spared the worst. It could have been worse. We were bruised, but God still protected us. With more than approximately 50% of 2024's GDP gone, the scale of the challenge before us escaped living memory. We're in unprecedented water, Mr. President, yet we are rebuilding towards resurgence. Mr. President, this administration is not in the business of making decorative promises. We're in the business of performance. Too often, Mr. President, in Jamaica's days gone, manifestos were treated like campaign poetry, fanciful words to be recited in one season and forgotten in the next. But again, the government led by Dr. Andrew Holness has taken a completely different approach. We made commitments to the Jamaican people. We have sequenced those commitments, and we are now translating those commitments into action. I came here today with our manifesto promises for education. And I can already show how many of the things in here are already being done. We said we'd build 6 new STEAM schools, and this budget has provisions for the undertaking of the first 2. Mr. President, we said we would create stronger pathways from learning to earning, and now we're doing exactly that through the tertiary LEAP program, and I'll speak about that some more. We said we would expand access to skills training, and we're now advancing one of the boldest steps in that direction for Jamaicans. We said we would modernize apprenticeship, and now Apprenticeship 3.0 is taking real shape. Mr. President, we also said that youth advancement cannot be separated from the realities of adult life. It cannot be enough to prepare our youth and then leave them locked out of housing, stability, and independence. Our manifesto promised an increase in allocations for NHT, for example, and an advance, and I know my colleagues will speak about that more. That's in the manifesto. The same is true for essential public sector workers. We said that teachers, nurses, firefighters, and members of the security forces would benefit from NHT mortgage interest reductions. And they're all done and are all in our budget. It's not just talk. So, Mr. President, people are at the center of our administration's agenda. Jamaica's greatest asset has been and will always be our people. And with our people being our greatest asset, education and skills development will sit at the heart of our president. Now, unfortunately, I only have 30 minutes, but I have to respond to Senator Cleveland and your note on young people. I note your point on young people wanting to leave Jamaica. And I'll say to you, that was the experience I had and my colleagues at university had. I went to university, I started UWI in September 1998, in the middle of the 18 years of devastation. And listen, especially after your 18 years, I will tell you, my classmates that were in the economics program at UWI and in the other programs at UWI, the majority of my classmates left Jamaica. Why did they leave Jamaica? Because of the policies of the PNP. And I'm talking about back when I was at university. Now let me tell you, when I left this country to go to the United States to study economics and international relations, I had to talk about the Jamaican economy. And I always felt embarrassed about where our economy was, why we weren't speaking in positive terms about our economy. That was 2004. Our country was an example of an economic basket case. Now today, if someone leaves Jamaica and goes to study in any of the universities I would have studied in, they can hold their head high. And why can they hold their head high? Because of the policies of this Andrew Holness-led administration. Our students don't have to hang their heads in shame when they hear about the Jamaican economy. In addition to that, we're talking about youth. I'm just responding, and I wish you were my student back in the day. I wish I had you as a student. Youth unemployment in 2015 was over 30%. The last set of data we had, youth unemployment was at 10.6%. And if we look at the numbers in the United States of America, if we're looking at the numbers in foreign, their youth unemployment rate is at 10.8%. We're at 10.6%. Those are the kinds of numbers we have to talk about. When we talk about including youth, yesterday I was with the Youth Advisory Council. The Youth Advisory Council is with me. They're sitting down giving me policy advice on a regular basis. On Wednesday, I was at the University of Technology. What were we doing there? Talking about how the budget affects young people, and they were able to find for themselves the things in the budget that were really very much wonderful for them. In addition to that, in terms of young people, we see that reservation that's carved out for young people under the NHT, for those who are under 35. That came from the Youth Parliament. It was our administration that listened to these young people and increased that reservation. In addition to that, and I'm sorry I have to use up my time, but I had to say these things, young people asked for help to start more businesses. And we've done that. We have a Tools for Trade program now. Anyone who does a trade program in Hart will get a grant that they can use to purchase their tools. Also, they wanted help to start their business. And we have grants, not loans, grants that we give to anyone, especially if you are a level 4, for example, and you did a STEM-related area at Hart. We give you $300,000, no questions asked, for your equipment so that you can start your life and start a business. And Mr. President, I could go on and on, about young people. But I had to deviate from what I was going to say to note that. I also want to speak just very briefly, Mr. President, on NARA. And I know my colleague Senator Keith Duncan would have done some, but I just wanted to note something. The bill is going to come to us in the Senate. The bill is going to have all of the details around NARA. We will be able to debate it at this time. I think it's disingenuous to say that we don't see anything around NARA when we know that there is a bill that is going to be coming. And the other part of it too, in terms of NARA will be time-bound. The Prime Minister has noted that. It will have special powers around it. And this is important. This is very important. I think both our sides agree that it's too hard to do business. It's too hard for investors. We all agree. And so, given the scale of the problem in the West, we have to give this body extraordinary powers so that it can act. But as we do that, it also gives us an opportunity to see where we could actually overhaul the entire system. And that's really a good way to do policy making, where you know you have an issue and you say, all right, I'm going to try to fix this issue and I'm going to change the rules around dealing with this issue. And as I do that, I can get evidence that this actually works, and then I roll it out across the whole system. That's the way you do good policy. And so that's what we will be doing in NARA. But also in terms of young people not feeling the new Jamaica. Our Prime Minister laid out something that was beautiful. It was a masterclass in that vision for Jamaica. It's the kind of vision that our young people want to hear. They want to hear about Jamaica and parts of Jamaica looking like Brickell. They don't have to go to North America to feel that they're in a first world country. And our Prime Minister, he went around the entire country. When you really internalize that, and the money is in the budget too for it, for the start of a lot of these, and these aren't going to be done 1 year. These are going to be done over the 5-year period. 5-year period. And so, from Black River, for any young person who may have heard you, I'll respond to those young people. That vision from the Prime Minister, I ask you to play it back. From Black River, you saw a new urban center. You saw the new boardwalk. You saw all of the new areas that are being filled. The Lucy bypass and the new yachting areas that we will have. We will become a boating center. From the Montego Bay vision, how we are going to redo Montego Bay and have it be definitely the capital of tourism in this area. The Falmouth vision is amazing. That is going to be so different than it is today and much more resilient. We spoke about Portland and all the work that's being done in Portland, from Bownbrook to the boating industry. We spoke about St. Thomas and the new port for aggregates at that port in Kingston. And new Kingston Public Hospital is a part of the plans. And we're going to have new JDF facilities in Clarendon. When I worked in government many moons ago, 15 years ago, and I used to write speeches, I used to write about pipelines. And Vernon Field was one that I used to have to write my minister about. And it was always in the pipeline, but we are going to expand that runway at Vernon Field once and for all. So, our plans, so the beauty which we're losing in the debate, the beauty that we're losing, there's a beautifulness to this. There is reconstruction, which is necessary in the West. A lot of our brothers and sisters have been negatively affected, and we have to do the reconstruction work. But at the same time, what's beautiful about the exercise we're taking on is that we've built in this concept of resilience. We recognize that where Jamaica is, we are prone to natural disasters. And so we can't just build back the West, we have to build in resilience in the system. And that's why there are projects all across the country. So, Senator, there's a lot of thought going into NARA. There's a piece of legislation coming. We will debate it at that point, but NARA is absolutely important. In that bill that you will see something that you noted. We've already thought about it in terms of the list of projects that will be articulated, it will be approved, it will be very, very transparent going forward. So, Mr. President, NARA is being paired with an accountability structure meant to give the public and international partners confidence in how Jamaica operates. As you would have heard, we're looking at EPOC, that worked, and we have ETOC in the Ministry of Education, and we'll now have JAMROC, the Jamaica Reconstruction and Resilience Oversight Committee. And that will be an independent oversight mechanism for NARA. So, Mr. President, I want to be on the record of this Senate, noting that Jamaica intends to rebuild with discipline, execute with urgency, and modernize the very architecture of public action. When we succeed, and I know, Mr. President, that we will succeed, NARA will serve as the institutional bridge from resilience to resurgence. Mr. President, and young people who may be watching, a new Jamaica will be built before our eyes. Jamaica's best days are indeed ahead. Mr. President, I'll use the 12 minutes I have left to talk about education and the budget. So one of the most important commitments, as I said, that we will move forward this fiscal year is the development of the STEAM schools. Mr. President, ground will be broken this year for 2 of those institutions. Ground broken, meaning contract in place. One will be at Bernard Lodge in St. Catherine, and the other one will be at Minard in St. Anne. I can tell you that Cabinet has approved the procurement, which means it went through the entire process, went to PPC, went to Infrastructure Committee, and went to full Cabinet for one of them, and the other one is on its way to Cabinet. So these are not things in the pipeline. These are actually things that have come out of the pipe. They're out the pipe. And so, Mr. President, the pilot also, this fiscal year's budget is also very important and encouraging for our tertiary students. The student leaders of our two of our premier universities sat right there in the gallery and watched as their work crossed a key threshold. It's a beautiful thing. They said they wanted a program. We met with them. We worked through the details. They wrote me their proposal. I took that proposal to heart. We sat there. They've been in negotiations on the program, and the Prime Minister was able to announce it, and they were sitting up there as the leads on it from UE and UTEC. The pilot of the Tertiary Learn, Earn, and Prosper program, which is really the Tertiary LEAP program, will provide a pathway for tertiary education into employment by offering paid on-the-job experience for students. So often they say you can't get the job because you don't have any job experience. So what we'll be doing is, while our students are studying, they will get these opportunities in private and public sector to work. And they suggested what they wanted the salary to be, and we worked to see if we could really accommodate it. And we're giving them what the university students asked us in terms of the salaries. So this is a big one, and I salute the UE Guild of Students and the UTEC Students Union for their work, and I look forward to working with them to implement the program. And we're starting this summer, not in the future, right here. This summer is when we will start this. In addition to that, Mr. President, the Hart NSTA Trust will establish the Western School of Construction. So we know the West was damaged severely, and there are a lot of reconstruction projects there, and we need to have the workforce. So what we're doing, we have a School of Construction in Portmore, but we need to have one in Montego Bay. So we're going to be opening a School of Construction in the West, to increase the talent pool of construction-related trade persons in the West. Another problem we have in my 8 minutes is in relation to contractors. There are hundreds of schools that are being repaired at the same time right now, and we're struggling with contractors. We don't have enough contractors to do the scale of the projects. And so we're implementing a contractor incubator program so that young people from maybe communities or families without means can get the support they need to do it. So we're going to be pairing HEART students and UTech students who are in the area and helping them to be on a growth path from certification to a thriving enterprise. So we're going to be working with them to ensure that we have more of those, and that's absolutely important. And Mr. President, also, I should note that we are eliminating all tuition fees for HEART up to level 5. We've gone to 4. Now we're going to level 5. And Mr. President, level 5 is a bachelor's degree. It's equivalent to a bachelor's degree, so our children can get a bachelor's degree for free. And so those are some very important there are some very important things. Mr. President, I just wanted to talk about the Yellow Book, and I see the Yellow Book there, and it has dog ears all over because we use it. Yes. But for those of you, and I know, Senator, yours doesn't have dog ears because you probably use the online version of it. And the online version, if you go to page 489 of the online one, you'll see the numbers for the Ministry of Education. And some of the things you'll see, there are a lot of numbers, but the numbers mean people. So, Mr. President, did you know that only 108 institutions, basic school institutions, do not have a trained teacher paid for by the government? Basic schools are not run by the government, but the government has put a paid teacher in every school except 108. But guess what, Mr. President? Those 108 are in this budget. So every school will have at least one trained teacher at their early childhood level. In addition to that, in the Yellow Book, you will see that we are continuing to provide lunch and breakfast for our worst performing schools. In addition to that, Mr. President, in the Yellow Book, we know there are more special needs students in our country, and we've doubled the number of special needs assistants to 1,400. We have a termite problem in the country. Big termite problem, especially in Clarendon and in Manchester. Everybody tells me about the problem. And so we've allocated $100 million to treat our schools. We've also been increasing internet connectivity. We're adding satellite to the mix. We have acquired 800 smart boards, and every single primary school in Jamaica will get their computers for their computer lab. In addition, Mr. President, those numbers in the Yellow Book speak to 18 new schools that will get their security fencing. That's a problem that we've seen, and we've allocated the funds for that. We've also allocated funds for electrical upgrades. And we're also doing significant work on schools like Boundbrook Primary and Donald Quarry High during this year. And there are another 9 schools that have been approved by PCIP, and I can't go through them given time. So, Mr. President, the administration values people development. Despite everything, the hurricane, once-in-a-generation economic fallout, geopolitical upheavals around the globe, this government, this Andrew Holness-led administration increased the allocation to the Ministry of Education. And, Mr. President, this was done because we see education and skills training as a pathway from poverty to prosperity. Mr. President, when one stands back and examines our 26-27 Plan of Action for Human Capital Development, a coherent continuum emerges. The task now, however, is execution. We'll now take these announcements, as we always do, from the pages of the Yellow Book to the people. The STEAM schools must be built well and staffed properly. LEAP placements must be meaningful. Apprenticeship pathways must lead to real employment and the emergence of new industries. A resilient and resurgent Jamaica cannot be built by concrete or asphalt or any measure of capital expenditure alone. The new Jamaica will be built by trained minds, skilled hands, empowered teachers, and a confident people. This administration is serious about Jamaica's resurgence. And Mr. President, we are serious about unleashing the potential of people. There is much more to say, and I'll definitely say more because I can't do everything today. But Mr. President, this appropriation bill is the people's bill, and I support this legislation and I look forward to its approval. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'd indicated that I would have gone up to 145. But 1 minute, please. Could you allow me, please? Could you allow me, please? Senator Brown, would you allow me? What I'm going, let me take the 3/4 hour break now, and we'll come back at 2:15. It's okay, members? So this Honorable Senate will rise until 2:15 this afternoon. Thank you.
yourself a fighting chance. Wear an approved helmet. A message from the Road Safety Unit in the Ministry of Transport and Mining.
Peace is a choice we make every day. When we come together with love and understanding, we create a future free of violence and fear. Let's stand united, build bridges, and nurture hope for our children and our communities.
Join the People's Station for the 4-part docuseries Building a Better Public Sector, premiering Sunday, March 8 at 1 p.m. with a rebroadcast on Mondays at 9 p.m. Presented by the Transformation Implementation Unit.
In our credit report tip of the day, many professionals experience a disconnect with their credit because they assume their ideas, expertise, and integrity should naturally translate into funding, while banks operate from an entirely different logic centered on risk prediction rather than value creation. Credit is not an evaluation of your intelligence or your vision. It's just a statistical sum of how somebody has historically managed financial obligations under pressure, which banks use to assess predictability and loss avoidance. When professionals take credit personally or view it as a moral judgment, they disengage strategically, overlook that funding conversations begin with structure, track record, and risk signals long before ideas are considered.
What can a little germs do?
Pink eye running belly, even flu. Germs can make them happen to you.
Put germs on our manners with these. Cover your mouth when you cough and sneeze. Always wash your hand with water and soap. Keep dirty hands from your eyes and your nose and your mouth. You don't want to be sick, take care. Practice every day, no germs on here. A message from the Ministry of Health.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of it. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
It's Friday, March 27th. In the headlines, Education Transformation Oversight Committee says education reform hits 37% progress. In business news, Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Commerce join forces to help small businesses. Regionally, the United Nations declares the transatlantic trade the gravest crime against humanity. And in sports, Reggae Boys hold firm against New Caledonia to advance to final playoff. This is the Weekend News on PBC Jamaica. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. The Jamaica Urban Transit Company, JUTC, has expanded its service with the introduction of a new route, 612, linking Spanish Town St. Catherine and Oterias St. Anne. According to the state-run bus company, the move is aimed at improving connectivity between key towns, while providing commuters with more efficient and reliable transportation. The new route is expected to offer a direct link between the South Central and North Coast regions, reducing travel time and improving access to work, school, and leisure. Under the fare structure, adults will pay $400 cash or $350 with a smart fare card. Senior citizens will pay $200 using the card, while students, children, and persons with disabilities will also pay $200. The JUTC is encouraging commuters to use smart fare cards to access discounted fares and a smoother travel experience. Education transformation is steadily advancing, with the Trend program reporting a 37% implementation rate, up 5 points since the last update. Project lead Dr. Venice Morrison-Leon outlined the major gains in governance, teacher training, early childhood education, and post-disaster support during the latest Education Transformation Oversight Committee quarterly media briefing.
Reporting to those gathered, Dr. Morrison-Leon says progress is being made across multiple pillars, beginning with governance and accountability in schools.
We are currently at 37% in terms of our implementation and our progress. This represents a 5-point increase since the last period, and as was informed by our chair in our Q4 press conference, we will provide greater details on our implementation activities and our progress.
She shares that new governance guidelines are now being tested across 5 education regions, while more Jamaicans are stepping forward to serve on school boards.
The revised governance guidelines were developed, and our qualification standards are being tested across 5 of our regions, regions 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. The focus remains on putting capable individuals in place to strengthen school-level governance. The reality is, colleagues, when we have strong governance in our schools, the success is inevitable. All right? And so we are making sure that we improve our governance structures in our schools. To date, the National Council has received over 100 applications for volunteers to serve on school boards.
Her update also highlighted gains in early childhood education, with teacher retention and training expanding across the sector.
As it relates to teacher support, ECD 4 addresses quality of teaching and learning in our early childhood institutions. And we want to report that we have retained, through our HOPE temporary trained teacher program, 302 teachers, and in September 2026, we're going to be adding 108 teachers. So we will have 410 teachers in our early childhood institutions.
Thousands of educators and stakeholders are also being trained to strengthen teaching and learning nationwide.
TG1 targeted retraining of our teachers, and over 7,186 primary school teachers and principals benefited from training. Over 1,898 of our stakeholders participated in training and received literacy support. And for that, we are very grateful.
Dr. Morrison-Leon says additional support from psychosocial services to learning kits has also been rolled out as the Education Ministry continues to modernize Jamaica's school system. Reporting for the news on PBCJ, I am Denida Rodney.
Firefighters are first on the scene when emergencies strike, putting their lives on the line to protect others and to save property. In part 2 of this feature, Denida Rodney takes a closer look at the people behind the uniform and the work they do.
When they're not battling unpredictable flames, what keeps firefighters busy?
Well, we do a lot of things when we're not responding. Some of us love to cook here, so you will find that we put together and we run both as Jamaican, would I say? Yes. Also, we do a lot of training. And if you can look outside, you'll see a boat, a floaty. So, well, it's not really a floaty, it's a blow-up boat. So, we train in water training, we do rescue, fire rescue, we do extrication, that is motor vehicle extrication. So we'll go to areas, we'll find cars that are abandoned, we find the owners and get their permission, and then we'll use them to train. We train, we cook, we go out in the communities, we collaborate with the community, we do what you call familiarization tours. So we'll go into the community, business community, we will see what they are doing, how they store their stuff, that in case we are called upon to respond to an emergency there, we have an idea what the facility is like. We also go into schools at times. We have morning devotions with them. All the primary schools in Yalas, we have covered all of them in devotions.
To take on the flames, firefighters need the right gear. What essential gear and tools do firefighters rely on?
2, 1, ground. So this is how we descend the ladder. One person standing by to ensure the safety of the person who is climbing down from the ladder. So when we count him down, he knows exactly where he is on the ladder so that he does not hurt himself. So here we have a firefighter in his PPE. He has his helmet. On this helmet, we also have a visor. The helmet is here to protect his head from any falling debris. The visor protects his face from any spill, from anything that is flying from a distance, that it doesn't damage his face in general. We have the jacket here. When you open the jacket, you can see that it has an inner lining. This inner lining protects the firefighter from heat, it protects him from cold, it protects him from being wet, because on the back you have another lining which is slightly waterproof or water resistant. Also, I want to point out something which is in the jacket. This is a safety mechanism. In case a firefighter is down, we can drag a firefighter to safety. We also have his gloves to protect his hands from any. These gloves, they are heat resistant, so we can hold hot zincs and so forth with these gloves. The pants is similar to the jacket, also has an inner lining, the same material as the jacket. We have his boots. Two key things about this boot is that this boot has a steel in the toe. So if any debris or anything heavy falls on his feet, the steel is there to protect his toe. Also, the bottom of the boot is somewhat oil resistant. So if he steps in any oil, he does not slip. Or slip resistance, I should say. If he steps in an oily area, he won't slide very easily. This is the cab where the men travel when we are responding to an emergency. And if you look closely on those blue-looking cylinders, you see they have what we call a back plate. That is how we put them on. We wear them like a knapsack. It is called a BA set, or a breathing apparatus set. That is what we use when we are going into areas that have toxic smokes and those things that are not conducive to life. That is what we use to protect our lungs.
In a weather update, Jamaicans are being advised that a trough currently across the Western Caribbean is expected to linger across the region through to early next week. Therefore, expect an increase in rainfall activities across Jamaica beginning Friday afternoon through to Sunday. According to the Meteorological Service, the forecast is for mostly cloudy conditions with periods of showers and thunderstorms, which may be heavy at times to affect sections of most parishes. primarily southern and northeastern parishes, especially during the afternoons. Fishers and other marine interests, especially inshore and offshore the south coast, should exercise caution as sea conditions will deteriorate in the vicinity of showers and thunderstorms. Time now for the business report with Denise Williams.
Welcome to today's business report. I'm Denise Williams, bringing you the developments shaping markets, capital access, and business decision-making across Jamaica and the region. Let's get into the stories that matter. When you see myself and Finance Minister Favour Williams in the same room, you know something big is going to happen. And that was the quote from Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Mick Aubin-Hill, yesterday when he made these comments to the filled to capacity room of small business owners yesterday at the Exim Bank conference room, who came to hear how government plans to make access to government contracts easier. In fact, the room held the major players of the business ecosystem, who came out yesterday to the call of Garnet Reed, president of the Small Business Association of Jamaica, Milverton Reynolds, chairman of the Public Procurement Commission, PPC, Mrs. Nadia Morris, executive director of the PPC, Dr. David Lowe, managing director of the Development Bank of Jamaica, Errol Barnaby, the acting CEO of the Exim Bank, and Sansia Bennett Templar, MIC permanent secretary, came out to throw their weight behind the SBAJ's drive for government contracts. Finance Minister Favour Williams said that currently only 1% of government contracts goes to the micro sector of the business community, and that is going to change.
Today's meeting is about more than procurement rules and administrative procedures. It is about opportunity. You hear me? Yes. Opportunity. It is about growth. And it is about ensuring that more Jamaican businesses, especially our micro and small enterprises, are able to participate meaningfully in government contracting.
Both ministers gave their commitment to ensuring that the systems become smoother and easier for small business owners to access government contracts worth billions of dollars. For the trading period of March 26, 2026, the most actively traded securities were Trans-Jamaica Highway Limited with 4,057,618 units, representing 15.28% of market sales activities. Supreme Ventures Limited with 3,726,863 units, representing 14.03% of market sales activity. Kingston Wharves Limited with 2,002,746 units, representing 7.54% of market sales activities. Investor activity remained concentrated in transportation, gaming, and logistics play, signaling continued interest in dividend-producing and strategic assets. Turning to the foreign exchange market based on Bank of Jamaica data for March 26, 2026, Forex traders recorded significant activity with strong demand across major currencies. For the US dollar, trading margins reflected steady liquidity, with the US selling at $158.94 and buying at $157.10. For the Canadian dollar, moderate gains supported by $5.73 transaction spread. The Canadian dollar sold for $109.79 and was bought for $115.52. For the British pound, continued volatility offered short-term trading opportunities of 75 cents in profits for the banks. The British pound sold for $211.13 and was bought for $211.88. These movements underscore the importance of cash flow timing and currency awareness for businesses managing import costs, debt servicing, or overseas exposure. For our credit report tip of the day, we still don't talk enough about the financial side of menopause, and that silence is costly. There's also a hard truth we need to acknowledge. Many women enter menopause financially exposed, and the women who navigate it best financially are often the ones who built options, access, and flexibility before they needed it. The credit report may be invisible in this conversation, but it has the power to quietly carry you through it. And this is where the conversation needs to evolve. Menopause is not just a health event, it's a financial risk period. And like any risk period, it requires preparation, structure, and tools. One of the most underutilized tools, your credit profile. Not just your score, but the full architecture behind it. Payment history, credit utilization, available limits, diversity of accounts, access to affordable capital. Why does this matter during menopause? Because this phase often introduces unpredictability, unpredictable energy, unpredictable focus, and sometimes unpredictable income or productivity. And unpredictability requires flexibility. And that is what a strong credit position gives you. And that's today's business report. I'm Denise Williams, bringing you clarity to capital, markets, and strategy. Until next time, stay informed, stay intentional, and keep building forward. See you soon.
Thanks, Denise. In regional news, we begin in Grenada. A historic vote at the United Nations is being welcomed across the region as the global body formally declares the transatlantic slave trade the gravest crime against humanity. The resolution, brought forward by Ghana and backed by CARICOM and the African Union, is being seen as a major step forward in the push for reparatory justice. GBN News has this story.
More than 100 countries voted in favor of the resolution at the United Nations, officially recognizing the transatlantic slave trade as one of the greatest crimes in human history. The move comes amid renewed global calls for reparations, particularly from Caribbean nations still grappling with the legacy of slavery.
What we had yesterday, coincidentally, March 25th, is the International Day for the remembrance of victims of slavery and the slave trade. And allow me to congratulate the government and people of Ghana for piloting this bill. And of course, CARICOM and Grenada supported and voted for this resolution. What this has done is to put reparations front and center on the United Nations agenda.
The resolution, introduced by Ghana's president on the International Day of Remembrance of the Victims of Slavery, calls for formal apologies, reparations, and the return of stolen cultural artifacts. While not legally binding, it is being viewed as a powerful statement of international consensus.
Ghana is now lead country within the African Union with regards to reparations. Now, reparations is being discussed in the hallowed walls of the United Nations in a very serious way. And this particular resolution, what it has done is to designate or to say to the world or proclaim that slavery and the Atlantic slave trade is the gravest crime against humanity.
However, the vote was not unanimous. The United States, Israel, and Argentina voted against the resolution, while the United Kingdom and European Union abstained, highlighting ongoing resistance from some former colonial powers.
We understood and we expected in a real sense that the European Union and the United Kingdom would not vote in support of the resolution, but they abstained. Only Argentina and Israel voted against. Be that as it may, we believe that we continue. This is additional pressure on the former colonizers, their institutions, their families, to come face to face with the historical fact and the truth that the millions of Africans were enslaved in the so-called New World in the Americas.
Grenada, through its National Reparations Committee, remains part of CARICOM's unified push under its 10-point reparations plan, which seeks compensation, development support, and formal acknowledgement of historical injustices.
The CARICOM has outlined the 10-point plan, which is really a developmental plan. So that when we speak of reparations, we speak of a development plan. We're not asking for monies in our individual pockets, but we are saying that the harm which was caused by these crimes against humanity, and let us not forget the indigenous genocide and the fact that the Kalinagos and the Arawaks and so on were the first inhabitants of our soil, that the harm which was caused must be repaired.
Gill says the focus now shifts to what comes next, turning international recognition into tangible outcomes.
Again, we're able to continue to champion the issue of reparative justice and to ensure that it is a main topic on the agenda on the international stage.
The United Nations resolution is not legally binding, but Caribbean leaders say it marks a turning point in the global conversation on reparatory justice. For GBN News, Janelle Dick.
We kick off things for our sports report with football. Jamaica's Reggae Boys moved to within one win of FIFA World Cup qualification after securing a hard-fought 1-0 victory over New Caledonia in their playoff semi-final at the Guadalajara Stadium in Mexico. Bailey Kadamateri's 18th minute strike proved decisive as he reacted quickest to a rebound from Ronaldo Webster's free kick to give Jamaica a lead they held for the remainder of the contest. New Caledonia pressed late in search of an equalizer, but Jamaica's defense held firm to secure the win. The Reggae Boys will now face the Democratic Republic of Congo in Tuesday's decisive playoff final, with a place at the World Cup on the line. In athletics, Jamaica College have surged into what could prove an unassailable lead over Kingston College in the race for the boys' title at the 2026 ISA Grace Kennedy Boys and Girls Championships. On the girls' side, favorites Edwin Allen High are firmly in control, barring a major upset, look set to reclaim the title when the championships conclude tomorrow. JC, the 2021 boys champions, started on Friday at the top with 119 points from 14 of 42 events. They are followed by Kingston College, 68, Calabar High, 65.5. St. Jago, 41, and Woolmer's Boys, 30. Notable performance, KC's Jason Pitter, the defending champion in the Class 2 400 meters, retained his title in fine style, smashing Christopher Taylor's 2016 record of 46.33 seconds with a lifetime best 45.76. Edwin Allen High is leading the way among the girls with 94.5 points after 15 of 46 events. In second are defending champions Hydel High on 60, and they are followed by Homewood Technical with 57 points, Immaculate Conception 52, and Convent of Mercy Alpha on 30.5. In a thrilling Class 1 girls final, Kellyanne Carr of Edwin Allen held off a strong challenge from Heidel's Nastasia Fletcher, winning in a personal best of 52.20 seconds. Fletcher clocked 52.48 for second, while third went to Abrina Wright of Homewood in 52.81. Folga Road High picked up two big wins in the one-lap event. First, Shanika McLean posted a personal best 52.28 to win the Class 3 400 meters ahead of Sashana Johnson of Hydel 53.43 seconds and Anastasia Hall of Homewood 54.22 seconds. Paul Henry of Fogo Road won the Class 1 boys event in 46.21 seconds ahead of Junior Gallimore of Hydel, 46.33 seconds, and Michaelan Woods of Jamaica College, 46.39 seconds. In cricket, West Indies has confirmed the availability and management plans of 3 of its frontline fast bowlers, Jaden Seals, Shamar Joseph, and Alzari Joseph, ahead of what promises to be a packed and demanding international season.
Seals and Shamar Joseph are both set to feature in the West Indies Championship, but in a carefully managed capacity. Seals becomes available from April 9th and is cleared to participate in rounds 1 and 2 of the competition. Shamar Joseph comes online from April 13th with managed practice sessions for the Guyana Harpy Eagles permitted before that date. Alzari Joseph, meanwhile, will miss the championship entirely. He has been granted a no objection certificate to compete in the Pakistan Super League as part of his recovery from an extended injury absence. CWI Director of Cricket, Maz Bascom, says the plans are deliberate, keeping the trio fit and sharp for a home series that includes Sri Lanka, New Zealand and Pakistan before the Caribbean Premier League. That follows tours of India and Bangladesh, rounding out a packed calendar for Caribbean cricket.
And that's the weekend news on PBCJ. You can follow us on our social media platforms at PBC Jamaica. Stay dry this weekend.
In a world full of noise, it's easy to miss what really matters. That's why we're here. Why It Matters. Discussions that break down the issues you didn't know you needed to know. The stories overshadowed. The facts you were never told. And the topics too important to ignore. Credible, clear, connected to your life. If you've ever wondered what's really going on and why should you care, this is the show for you. Why It Matters. Because understanding the world, our world, starts with asking the right questions and getting the answers from the right people. Why It Matters. Only on PBCJ, the People's Station.
This Saturday, the spotlight shines on the Jamaica Women's Premier League with a thrilling doubleheader showdown at the JWN Anthony Spalding Sports Complex. First up at 3 p.m., it's a fierce battle as Fraser's Web FC, the defending champions, entertains Michael FC.
Well, I feel a chance is that we will go all the way. You know, we have 5 girls who are away with the under-17, with the Jamaica under-17 team. And I know when they get back, we will be stronger going forward.
Expect intensity, skill, and a fight for crucial points as both teams look to make their mark. And then at 6 p.m., the excitement continues. Can Arnett Gardens FC extend their perfect record when they clash with Cavalier in what promises to be a high-energy showdown under the lights?
Well, as you can see now, we are lead the table, we not take nothing for granted.
2 strong teams, one big statement to make. This is the Jamaica Women's Premier League.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. Jamaica is changing right before our very eyes. Across the island, billions are being invested into our road networks, from farm and community roads to major roads and highways. Dozens of communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica are receiving access to reliable potable water for the very first time. And thousands of Jamaicans have become homeowners thanks to the historic shifts in policies of the National Housing Trust, making it easier for Jamaicans to receive funding. Not to mention the record number of houses being built. Never dreamed you would own a home? No matter your circumstance, home ownership is possible for you, thanks to the government's new social housing program specially designed to meet the needs of poor Jamaicans at no cost to them. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
You sure this is okay?
Relationships can get complicated.
You've avoided seeing me now for almost a year, but you still take my calls. It simply means you're not over me yet.
Okay. Some relationships stay complicated.
I am done taking it easy, Danny. I've wasted a lot of my time with you. You know what? Let me just silence this altogether.
It's done, isn't it?
What do you expect from me, Stanley?
Just forgive me.
Crocodile tears? Once a cheater, always a cheater.
When there's trouble in paradise, what do? Watch the story unfold in a brand new season of Mirrors in Paradise, Saturdays at 8 p.m. and Sundays at 6:30 p.m. right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
For our funded and focused feature, you can grow your business with government contracts if you're willing to follow the process. One step on the list of activities to enter into this area of earning is registering for the Government of Jamaica Electronic Procurement System, GOJEP, which is mandatory for high-value contracts. A partially completed profile limits visibility and bidding ability. It is important for business owners to know the steps for creating or updating a GOJEP profile, which includes uploading compliance documents and ensuring the profile accurately reflects operational capacity. A complete profile increases both eligibility and discoverability. As an example, our client Trevon, who owns a solar installation business, created a GOJEP account but left sections incomplete. Doing it himself meant invisibility, but with an expert review, his profile became comprehensive, searchable, and credible, unlocking access to higher value contracts.
No, I said, Pierce, you come from, brother, I want to live good, man. I want to live good, brethren. So shake hand, I can play a little ball, brethren.
Really have to shake hand?
Yeah, man, and no badness, brethren. Just live good, man.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
From seed to sail, Jamaica's future grows through innovation. Introducing Export Jamaica, a global market intelligence and compliance gateway that connects your effort with global opportunities and makes international trade easier, safer, and more convenient for Jamaican businesses. Powered by the Jamaica Trade Board Limited, Export Jamaica is designed to position your products competitively and guide you through international trade. Find high-demand international markets. Gain access to trade analytics that guide your business decisions. Identify and engage with potential buyers. Know your costs up front. Trade confidently. And keep your exports safe and secure. Through Export Jamaica, you can discover all there is to know about exporting and grow your business sustainably.
From the processing of your goods, to packaging and shipping, to seeing your products reach international shelves and enjoyed by customers abroad, Export Jamaica provides the market intelligence and insights behind each step, helping you identify demand, understand export pathways, and unlock financial growth.
Say hello to a prosperous future. Visit tradeboard.gov.jm/Export Jamaica to sign up today. Expanding Jamaica's reach, empowering our people.
Hey, I'm Abijah, the Roots Man. Today, I want to talk to you about something powerful. Peace. Peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It's about kindness, understanding, and respect. It starts with us. Every choice we make can build bridges or burn them. Let's choose peace in our words, our action, and our hearts. Peace begins with you. Together, we can create a brighter and safer future for everyone. Join me. Let's be that change we want to see.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold no portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Hello there, I am Chantal Jackson, actress and lover of theatre. Today we join the global community in celebrating World Theatre Day, a moment to reflect on the power of theatre and its role in shaping who we are. Here in Jamaica, theatre has always been more than performance. It is memory, it is resistance, it is identity. From our earliest storytelling traditions to the modern Jamaican stage, theatre has been a space where our voices are heard, our realities are explored, and our truths spoken. It is where we laugh at ourselves, question ourselves, and ultimately understand ourselves a little more deeply. Jamaican theatre carries the rhythm of our people. It reflects our language, our humor, our struggles, and our resilience. It documents our history in ways that books sometimes cannot. And it allows us to imagine futures that we are still working toward. But theatre does not sustain itself. It requires commitment from artists, from institutions, and from audiences. It requires investment in our creatives, support of our stages, and belief in the value of our stories. Because when we support theatre, we're not just supporting art, we are preserving culture, we are nurturing talent, and we are creating space for the next generation of storytellers to stand, speak, and be seen. As we celebrate World Theatre Day, let us honor the actors, the writers, the directors, the designers, the technicians, and everyone who continues to build and sustain Jamaican theatre. Let us also commit to ensuring that this art form not only survives, but thrives. Because theatre is not just something we watch, it is something we carry, and it is something we must protect. With that, happy World Theatre Day.
Peace begins with us. Every act of kindness, every step towards understanding brings us closer to a brighter tomorrow. Let's choose unity, compassion, and hope. Together, we can build a future where peace reigns.
Brighter tomorrow starting today.
From seed to sail, Jamaica's future grows through innovation. Introducing Export Jamaica, a global market intelligence and compliance gateway that connects your effort with global opportunities and makes international trade easier, safer, and more convenient for Jamaican businesses. Powered by the Jamaica Trade Board Limited, Export Jamaica is designed to position your products competitively and guide you through international trade. Find high-demand international markets. Gain access to trade analytics that guide your business decisions. Identify and engage with potential buyers. Know your costs up front. Trade confidently. And keep your exports safe and secure. Through Export Jamaica, you can discover all there is to know about exporting and grow your business sustainably.
From the processing of your goods, to packaging and shipping, to seeing your products reach international shelves and enjoyed by customers abroad, Export Jamaica provides the market intelligence and insights behind each step, helping you identify demand, understand export pathways, and unlock financial growth.
Say hello to a prosperous future. Visit tradeboard.gov.jm/Export Jamaica to sign up today. Expanding Jamaica's reach, empowering our people.
Hi everyone, here are 5 benefits of being a beneficiary of the Students' Loan Bureau. 1. Benefit from our 99% approval rate. 2. Benefit from our low interest rate, so less burden when you need to repay. 3. Benefit from the fact that we require no collateral when applying. 4. We're giving you more time to focus on your studies while we focus on the financing. No need to worry about repaying while in school. Number 5. Receive a 14 months grace period after your graduation date before you enter repayment. Don't forget to follow us on all SLB platforms for more SLB info.
We want a piece for Jamaica. Yo, what are you? Oh, man, none of that. No, brother, no. Mash up that, man.
You see you ever play ref? Dirty game,
man. Yeah, but a bad game. No, I said, place when you come from, brother, I want to live good, man. I want to live good, Bridging. No shake on, I can play a little bad, Bridging.
Really have to shake on?
Yeah, man, and no badness, Bridging. Just live good, man. Come together, and make the violence done. Jamaica, let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one republic. We on the road to republic.
Well then, let's propel we nation, moving forward in a new direction. True independence, that's the projection. No more dependency, it's the best plan. Yes, we know what's best for us, cause we want we country prosperous. So make we just pull together as the general public, while on the road to Republic. Let's spread the word around to let the world know that we are proud to be one Republic. We on the road to Republic.
A message from the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
We on the road to Republic.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions the illness can
This Honourable Senate now resumes its sitting with a contribution from Senator Thame. Senator, engage your two mics, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in framing his contribution to the budget debate, the Prime Minister told the nation that the world order as we knew it had changed, that he knew the present state of world affairs was troubling to most Jamaicans, and that seeming unfairness appears to characterize the new order. But, Mr. President, when has this not been so? While he said, quote, "Our historic colonial experiences create an almost instinctive reflex that we will be victims in a world where raw power is dismantling the protection of a rules-based system," he seems not to have understood that even in the so-called rules-based order, people like us were never protected from raw power. The Prime Minister said he was concerned about how we were going to navigate this space and do more than just survive, but thrive, and that we must learn from our past to do so. He tried to give us a history lesson, Mr. President, but I am the teacher. Mr. President, we on this side know where we are coming from as a people. We know that colonialism and slavery brought brutal violence into our midst as a norm, made us poor, made us self-doubting, made us think deeply about what a different world built on freedom, equal rights, and justice could look like. We know our ancestors looked to the mountains and knew if they could make it to the top, they would be free. In other words, they always had sight of a better world and were willing to fight for this land. We, the descendants of Africans enslaved in the Americas, know that the road is long and rough. 400 years, Mr. President, but we never get weary. We will always resist injustice. On that long road, Mr. President, there were always those who would take the side of people with power. The plantation owners, the colonizers, the imperialists. There were always those willing to sell out the struggle so they could get some power or likes for themselves. Those who Erna Bradber has told us were, quote, not uncomfortable with the myths of the master's superiority. We have to always ask ourselves, Mr. President, what side of history are we on? Jamaican people must at this time ask themselves, are they on the side of justice and equality, or are they propping up the powerful and hurting the weak? Mr. President, the PM likes to engage in revisionist history. In plain Jamaican language, him like make up things. He suggested that Michael Manley mash up Jamaica, but we must mash down that lie. And to mash it down, we must tell the truth. The truth, Mr. President, will set us free. Let us start with the 1960s. Mr. President, the Prime Minister proudly declared that Bustamante's statement, "We are with the West," was somehow a principled one. Wasn't the West responsible for our colonization, our enslavement and oppression? Weren't our brothers and sisters in Africa fighting to free themselves from the West? In the Prime Minister's optimistic reading of the stewardship of the Jamaica Labour Party in the first 10 years of independence, he said, quote, the period between 1962 and 1972 saw political stability, the fastest pace of growth and development of the Jamaican economy and the build-out of our institutions, end quote. Mr. President, we must smash down these lies. In actuality, the fastest period of growth was in the 1950s, continued into the 60s, and it began to slow towards the end of the decade. Mr. President, you might remember the Ethiopian song, Everything Crash? That was released in 1968. And what did they say? They said everybody was on strike, down to the policeman. They said, and what one by the morning can't come go that evening. Poverty rose in the 60s. Urbanization surged. And between 1962 and 72, unemployment almost doubled, rising from approximately 13% to 22%. People lacked piped water. Illiteracy was at 53% in 1970. No black person could work as a teller in a bank. People lived in squalor and had little access to decent housing. Yes, this was a time of growth. But more critically for the descendants of Africans enslaved in Jamaica, it was a time of great inequality and impoverishment. The 1960s were a turbulent political period which saw black people shut out of power. In 1963, Bustamante sent the police and the army to hunt Rastafarians in what became known as Black Friday. They were tortured and killed, Mr. President. Bustamante banned black nationalist books, including Black Beauty. And his successor, Hugh Shearer, banned Walter Wardney for what he called bringing alien black power ideologies to Jamaica. And when the youth rose up, marching from the University of the West Indies to Jamaica House and were joined by the downtrodden along the way, Shearer turned the police on them.
1 minute.
Mr. President, I know you to be, I know you to often give us some latitude in our debates, and I acknowledge that the Speaker raised a point from Prime Minister's presentation, but I do believe she has gone far and wide. We're now in the 60s. I believe she may be coming up to the 70s. And my point of order is it's not relevant. It's not relevant. I'm explaining the basis of my point of order, Senator Scott Martley, which I'm entitled to do.
That's not for you to say what's relevant. Not for you to say that. Continue.
It was the 1960s, Mr. President, when the then Minister of Development, Edward Seaga, built housing in West Kingston for his people. And to do so, he bulldozed the shacks in the shanties, burned them to the ground, and sent the police to take children away from their parents after they had been forced to sleep in Maypen Cemetery and on the sidewalks. The irony, Mr. President, is that the beneficiaries of this displacement and violence who loyally defended the Jamaica Labour Party under garrison politics would later become victims of state violence. We cannot forget the 2010 Tivoli incursion, Mr. President. 73 dead in just 3 days. 73 in just 3 days. Mr. President, does the colonial violence of the 1960s have anything to do with the violence?
Senator Tim. Yes, Senator Sinclair.
I am raising, and you did not rule on the point of order that was raised by... No, he did not. No. I'm raising it again. I'm raising it again, Mr. President, that we are here debating a bill that is referred to as an act to apply a sum out of the consolidated fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2027, and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament. The comments that have been made by the learned senator across the floor, well, she says she's a teacher, Mr. President, is not relevant to the bill that we have before us. And the fact that it may have been raised or comments made in the other place, this is another place. And we have our own standing orders that must be applied. And I'm asking you to make a specific and distinct ruling on the issue of relevance to the bill that
Senator Tim, Senator Tim, when the point of order was raised by Senator Golden Campbell, I didn't make a ruling on it because I thought that you would have taken just a guidance from it. I'm going to ask that you specifically deal with the legislation that is before us. The history lesson, we appreciate, but you need to stick to the legislation before us. And once again, hear what I'm telling you. I'm not ruling, I'm giving you a little advice. But if you continue, I will have to make a ruling on it.
Mr. President, the Prime Minister gave us some context for the budget debate, and I thought it important to speak to the context in order to speak to the provisions within the budget. And the context is very important to understanding where we are today. The question is, how will your side be remembered by history? I know for sure that Michael Manley was remembered well. The data tells us so. 3 years after he died, people in this country said he was the Prime Minister who had done the most for the lot of Jamaican people. It really strikes us, and we have to ask why the Prime Minister is so concerned with Michael Manley. We would like to know why he is so concerned with Michael Manley, and one really has to wonder whether the Prime Minister bad mind Michael. We have to wonder if the Prime Minister bad mind Michael. And I really have to say one thing, and that is that he should take his mind off of Michael so that we can talk about the present. In the 1970s, under democratic socialism, that the Prime Minister had a problem with, the Prime Minister told us I am well employed, Senator Pitts. I don't need to sing for my supper. I don't know about you.
Stop your noise, Charles. Stop your noise. Talk too much. Stop your noise.
Senator Tim, do not be distracted. You need to just get to your point in relation to the bill before us, and let's move on. Senator Sinclair, your behavior is very uncharacteristic, you know.
Or it is very well characteristic.
And you want to be president of the Senate.
So let's talk about education, which the Prime Minister in the 1970s implemented. Free education to the tertiary level so that people like our current Prime Minister, who according to him started in a one-room board house, could buy a decent house without turning to scamming. And there was also Jamal, in addition to free education, that attended to the adult illiteracy that was very high in the 1970s. And that Jamal program was mobilizing people to work with those who were less educated in order to improve them. That was democratic socialism. But where are we in education today? In his budget presentation last week, the Leader of Opposition reminded us that, quote, a third of children leave primary school functionally illiterate and innumerate. Less than 20% of students get 5 CSEC subjects, including math and English, and only around 16% of Jamaicans achieve tertiary qualifications. It seems to me, Mr. President, that while we were going in the right direction in the 1970s, we are now on the wrong path. Breaking ground on two STEAM schools as promised by the Prime Minister will not address the gaps which currently exist, especially for those areas hard hit by Melissa and still facing high absence rates. STEAM is an approach to education. It doesn't need a special school, Mr. President. In fact, it should be mainstreamed within the education system. It is not a fix to an education system that does not even guarantee literacy. Why then, Mr. President, is the Prime Minister wanting to blame the challenges of Jamaica today on the 1970s when so much was achieved for working people? In Jamaica today, you talk about the NIR, you talk about macroeconomic indicators, but what do those mean for ordinary people? In the Jamaica being built by the current administration, where macroeconomics are said to be great, where by 2030 it should be the place people choose to work and build families, women are refusing to have babies. Mr. President, you would recall the Prime Minister's recent call for the diaspora to come and fill the population gap. The Health Minister, who is overseeing the destruction of public health, reports dramatic increases in substance abuse since 2016, and deaths by despair to suicide are on the rise. Hospitals have no beds, medicine, or drinking water for patients. If water was so cheap, Mr. President, why isn't it available? With all the touting of numbers about the decline in poverty, now that we have the 2023 Survey of Living Conditions, we see that whereas 8.2% of the population falls below the poverty line, another 9.5% are just above it, meaning 17.7% of the population are critically poor. The poverty line for an individual was estimated at about $5,000 per week in 2023. When compared to 2019, the growth in expenditure was less than inflation. Worse still, food consumption makes up a greater portion of poor people's spending, and food inflation was higher than overall inflation. In the world built by this administration, there are luxury apartments all about, high into the sky and way beyond the reach of the majority, the middle class included. Where is the affordable housing we were promised 10 years ago, Mr. President? Senator Hill speaks of productivity, and Senator Tomlinson, you spoke to the waste of hours that people spend in traffic, and you suggested that they have blue lights to avoid it. But it's important to say that they had them installed, Mr. President. They are creating inequality in the system. Public transportation is both dangerous and inefficient. People cannot afford nutritious diets. Hotels and private individuals control the beach, and the masses of the people are denied access. The tourism minister has consistently boasted about the success of tourism, yet tourism workers have had to take to the streets in recent times to secure improved wages and working conditions. They are mainly non-unionized contract workers subject to the vulnerabilities of the sector to external shocks, including natural disasters. How does this budget fix these problems? It doesn't even start, Mr. President. Mr. President, the government's Melissa rebuilding plans do not inspire confidence that things will be changed in the interest of the people. Though the Prime Minister reiterated the PNP's manifesto call to broaden the economic base, his flagship projects spoke mainly of expanding tourism and highways to get tourists across the island. Relatedly, Mr. President, the Prime Minister framed the conflict around beach access as a planning issue. But this is not a planning issue. It is about the structure of the economy and society which the administration intends to intensify. This administration has overseen the accelerated privatization of coastal lands, and the Prime Minister last week told us of plans to expand that tourism model in the so-called resurgence after Melissa. Those plans do not give confidence that the tabled beach access policy will actually expand access. When the PM spoke of Black River, and it has been mentioned here this morning, Mr. President, I found it most fantastical. He extolled the Georgian wooden houses along its waterfront, the masonry, mercantile buildings, the civic structures of the sea, which he said all spoke to a town of character, history, and dignity. Dignity, Mr. President? The landscape was littered with relics from slavery, and now we are meant to imagine it as a place of boutique hotels and restaurants. What is a place for locals in the town, Mr. President? Will they serve as at these restaurants and hotels? Has the government asked the people if this is what they want for their town? Will Black River become an apartheid space? We have been promised an export port in St. Thomas and the expansion of Kingston Freeport Terminal, but what about the export products? How will Jamaica improve its export capacity for the future? Mr. President, once again, I suspect history will not be on the side of this administration. We are already seeing the effects of the JLP's rule in the form of apathy. Under this administration, we have seen the worst voter turnouts in Jamaica's electoral history. We have, since 2020, effectively had a government in power with a minority of the population having voted to bring them there, and you celebrate. Civil society is in decline. People are afraid to speak against wrongs committed by the state. When they do, they are called terrorists or bad mind. It is not only people who are attacked, so too our institutions that uphold democracy, such as the Integrity Commission. Mr. President, the Prime Minister has a mega ministry under him, effectively giving him more power than seen before in Jamaica's democracy. Several times the opposition has had to take the government to court to respect the constitutional provisions of this land. And as I listened to the Prime Minister's blast of acronyms related to Melissa reconstruction, the one called FAST especially raised concerns about accountability and transparency in government. He said FAST will allow the government to engage with unsolicited proposals from investors. Would Market Me have fallen under this category? I say to the people of Jamaica, we have seen the government's approach to governance over the last 10 years, and now more than ever, it is on all of us to be vigilant in giving oversight to government actions. We have been hearing how Jamaica has built one of the most credible macroeconomic frameworks in the developing world. In other words, we might now claim ourselves to be poster boys of the international financial system, historically set up to favor the rich. It is this credibility, the Prime Minister said, that secured $6.7 billion in financing after Melissa. How much of this promised package has materialized? The government sent a big delegation to Panama at the end of January to attend CAF's conference. What is the status of the $1 billion loan from CAF? Senator Hill told us that the president of CAF was his friend, and all we had to do was pay to upgrade our membership to get the loan. Well, how is that going, Senator Hill? I am not misquoting you. I am not misquoting you. Senator Duncan this morning expressed concern about public sector wages in the budget, but debt payment takes up a significant portion of the budget. It is the second largest item at $379 billion, or a quarter of the budget. Multilateral and bilateral loans account for 28% of total debt. Mr. President, why haven't we used the credibility the government says we have in the international community to secure debt relief after the passage of Melissa? We are often told how unprecedented the storm was. It means, therefore, that we should rethink things like the commitment to debt to GDP ratio of 60% in the near future. Mr. President, to quote the Prime Minister, debt servicing has come at tremendous socio-economic cost to our populations, which have borne the burden of steep cuts in public expenditures. Mr. President, the Prime Minister is on record many times calling for the redesign of an international financial architecture that he says is, quote, fundamentally flawed, which unfairly penalizes countries like Jamaica with high borrowing costs while ignoring our vulnerabilities. Is it now the time to call for more justice, as Michael Manley did with the call for the new international economic order? Mr. President, the Prime Minister claims his administration's foreign policy serves our economic interests. He told us that foreign policy is about having a clear framework of principles and values. But what are these principles and values guiding us, and whose interests do they serve? We see it in the naming of Professor Peter Blair Henry, in that he is a fellow at the most conservative and Republican-affiliated Hoover institution. What will more neoliberal thinking or trickle-down economics mean for ordinary people in this country? Our mission on this side is to serve the many, not the few. And we know that real transformation, indeed, decolonization is needed to achieve development. Mr. President, the leader of the opposition's proposals on climate reparations are critical to consider, both as a way to advocate for ourselves in the world and a way to rethink our society. Global discourses of climate reparations have not left out the need for debt relief. Climate reparations should also be thought of in terms of local inequalities, climate-friendly futures, righting historical injustices, and gender justice that alters the power relations between men and women. We must very carefully consider the forms of repair we should seek, given our history and now after Melissa. Mr. President, you know how the Prime Minister's speech, and we've heard it repeated here this morning, was titled From Resilience to Resurgence. I think we should question the premise. Jamaican people, women especially, know this resilience argument well. It tells them to go and hold the fort because they're tough. When you can't take licks, when you're resilient. It hides our burdens. The Prime Minister said resilience is defensive. It is the capacity to absorb a blow and remain standing. Resurgence is forward-leaning, he said. Isn't it time, Mr. President, to seek to build a world where people, women, are not taking blows? We should ask the people of Jamaica what kind of future they want to lean into. And we must be clear, a nation is not built with concrete, Mr. President. When do we get to focus on repair of a different nature? When do we build back differently? When do we hear a Prime Minister speak of care work as a building block of this nation? The teachers, nurses, doctors, mothers who do caring work, those who feed us should be at the center of our agendas. Over and over in budget debates and in the public, this side has called for the government to provide cushioning to the people. The Minister of Finance closed the debate by saying this budget is designed to build a caring economy, a compassionate one. Clearly, this was just a soundbite having nothing to do with reality.
Yes.
Time come to speak of and build human security instead of war on this and that. To rethink tourism dependence and expand the economic base through seriously investing in education by fixing the basics and engendering creativity. Moving agriculture to agro-processing and towards food security. Using indigenous knowledge of plants to make medicines. Building on the creative output of our people, expanding renewable energy, and mobilizing the nation around values of respect, care, brotherhood, and sisterhood. If it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tim. Senator Cavan Gill.
You know, President, after that presentation, I recall a bit of guidance I got from my grandmother. She said to me, you know, be aware of your past, because your past determines where you are going. But don't be fixated on your past. Concentrate more on your future. And that is what this administration is seeking to do. I would have also heard the using of the name of Sir Alexander Bustamante and the most Honorable Hugh Lawson Shearer in a very degrading manner. I want to remind this Parliament that Sir Alexander Bustamante and the most Honorable Hugh Shearer have been the architect in the development of the working class in this country. And so today I rise to make my contribution to the appropriation bill as a government senator and a representative of the trade union movement, committed to advancing the interests of the Jamaican workers and the sustainability development of our nation. You know, the Prime Minister, in his presentation, spoke of a team building forward together. And from a trade union perspective, this is not merely a slogan, it is a call to the nation. It speaks to a collective national effort to strengthen Jamaica's resilience, to ensure that growth is inclusive, and to guarantee that no worker, no family, no community is left behind as we progress. President, I'm happy to be a Jamaican today. I'm happy to be led by a government that has been tried, tested, and also proven. President, central to this vision is the continued prosperity of Jamaica's economy. Economic growth must not only be sustained, but must translate into improved living standards, decent work opportunities, and the prosperity must be meaningful when it is shared. Mr. President, I want to advance certain key pillars that I believe must remain at the forefront of our national strategy. You know, the promotion of an enabling business environment that fosters investment, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And my colleague, Senator Keith Duncan, spoke about that this morning. The strengthening of our economic structures to ensure stability, efficiency, and resilience. Mr. President, I am of the profound view that the development of an internationally competitive industrial framework capable of thriving in the global marketplace. We are no longer operating in borders. We are competing with the entire world, and we must prepare ourselves for that frontier. And as a trade unionist, the cultivation of a trained, competent, and productive workforce equipped with the skills necessary to meet the demands of a modern and evolving economy. Mr. President, it is in this context that I make my contribution today. You know, we must ask ourselves the question. The passage of the budget is very important, but equally important is the execution of the budget. And, President, the architecture of Jamaica's public sector, comprising approximately 155 public bodies, including statutory bodies, authorities, and government-owned companies, sits at the center of this intended national development. These entities are not just peripheral, sir. They are the machinery through which the policy is translated into tangible outcomes. They regulate, they advise, they supervise, they innovate, and in many cases operate commercially to deliver critical services. It is in this regard, Mr. President, that it's imperative that we have a well-functioning, efficient public sector supported by a competent and motivated workforce. That cannot be overstated, and that is the intention of this administration. President, a strong, efficient public sector is essential for the effective execution of the national budget. Every allocation made by Parliament must ultimately be implemented through these institutions. And if the system is inefficient, if the system is fragmented, sir, if the system is under-resourced, even the most well-crafted budget will fail to deliver its intended impact. It is not our intention for that to happen. We are pursuing on a course of having positive results. President, you know, yes. Conversely, a high-performing public sector ensures value for money, timely delivery of services, and the advancement of key national priorities. You know, this is the agenda of this Jamaica Labour Party-led administration. And so we believe in the transformation that the Prime Minister spoke about. We believe in the transformation of the public sector and that it must remain deliberate and must be a sustained process. Mr. President, we believe in operational efficiency and accountability. We also believe in encouraging the transition to support digital transformation. But we also believe in the institutional alignment, ensuring so that public bodies are fit for purpose with clearly defined mandates that align with the national development goals, including rationalization where necessary. However, sir, transformation must be people-centered. Reform cannot come at the expense of workers. Rather, it must bring them along as partners. So, in the intention, there has to be meaningful consultation and engagement. Workers and their representatives must be involved in the reform process from the onset to build trust and secure buy-in. And the private sector indicated that earlier. That need to have that cohesion, that collaborative approach. President, we also are going to be promoting the most fair and transparent transition mechanisms. But central to this, and for the aspect of the workers, we have to continue to promote and advocate for improved working conditions and the supporting tools for the working class. Ultimately, Mr. President, a resilient and prosperous Jamaica depends on a public sector that is agile, accountable, and people-driven. Transformation should not be viewed as a one-time exercise, but a continuous journey, one that balances efficiency and equity, and the modernization with respect for the workforce. So we will continue to invest in both institutional strength and human capital. This government will continue to ensure that public bodies remain capable of fulfilling their mandates and delivering real value to the Jamaican people. Mr. President, I want to talk a little bit about public sector compensation. You know, the exercise to comprehensively restructure public sector wages and salaries over the last 3 years represents one of the most consequential reforms undertaken within Jamaica's public administration in recent history. For decades, sir, the wage framework had become overly fragmented, characterized by more than 325 salary scales, hundreds of classification levels, and more than 185 allowances. This complexity, sir, not only made administration difficult, but also produced inequities, inconsistencies, and a lack of transparency across the public service. What this reform exercise has meant for the public sector is fundamentally to establish some sort of order and a coherence. So when we introduce a clear compensation philosophy and policy, we have standardized pay structures, rationalized allowances, and ensure that jobs of equal value are compensated in a fair and consistent manner. Mr. President, importantly, this independent review, because many people take it that, you know, it was solely government-led. It was an independent review done by an independent entity. And the process was intended to treat with all categories in the public sector, barring none, ensuring that no group was excluded and that disparities, whether historical or structural, could be addressed in a systematic way. As I'm repeating, it was intended for all servants in the public sector, including MPs, including cabinet ministers. It was intended for all, and it has delivered in a positive way. You know, the targeted outcome of reducing the wage bill to GDP ratio of 9% speaks directly to Jamaica's broader macroeconomic stability. A more controlled and predictable wage bill creates fiscal space for investment, infrastructure, social services, and economic growth. Mr. President, the Most Honorable Prime Minister, indication that future wage increases must now be linked to productivity and GDP growth represents a profound shift in approach. Indeed, he stated in his presentation that it is a paradigm shift. He also indicated that it may be controversial. I want to advance that I don't believe that it ought to be viewed as being controversial. As responsible trade unionists, we must recognize that sustainable growth, sustainable wage growth cannot be divorced from the productive capacity of the economy. And if wages rise without corresponding increases in productivity, the risk include inflationary pressures, fiscal imbalances, and may lead to something that we don't want to encounter: threats of job security. So productivity-based pay, Mr. President, when properly designed, is not about denying workers increases. It's about ensuring that the gains are sustainable, measurable, and shared. And that is why there now needs to be an urgent need to commence some sort of a structured, good faith discussions around productivity-based compensation within the public sector. And I believe such a framework, Mr. President, must form part of a broader total compensation philosophy, one that includes not just the base pay, but also incentives, performance reward, professional development, and systems of recognition. President, we are now in the midst of the wage and fringe benefit negotiations. Importantly, the fiscal context within these negotiations are taking place and provides positive signals. As outlined in this fiscal policy paper of 2026-27, under compensation of employees, part 3, page 21, the allocation of $555.2 billion includes a contingency provision of approximately $42.8 billion under the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. President, this contingency is specifically intended to address new wage rates and retroactive payments arising from the public sector wage settlements during the fiscal year. But from a trade union perspective, sir, at the bargaining table, this is a significant, encouraging development. It demonstrates that the government has not only anticipated ongoing negotiations, but has also made prudent financial provisions to support their outcomes. This, sir, strengthens the credibility of the process and provides a measure of assurance to workers that negotiated settlements can and will be honored. Mr. President, in practical terms, it creates a space for meaningful engagement, allowing both parties to negotiate in good faith with the understanding that there's fiscal room to accommodate adjustments. It also, sir, reduces the likelihood of delays in the implementation or payment, which historically, sir, has been the source of frustration for many workers in the past. So therefore, as trade unionists, we must approach these negotiations not in opposition to reform, but as partners in shaping a modern, fair, and sustainable public sector compensation system. One, sir, that balances fiscal responsibility with the legitimate expectation and the dignity of the Jamaican workers. Mr. President, for Jamaica to truly build forward together and secure sustainable development, partnership and productivity must remain as an ideal. At the heart of any national development is a simple truth. No single stakeholder can achieve it alone. Government cannot do it alone. The private sector cannot do it alone. Labor cannot do it alone. Civil society cannot do it alone. Any sustainable progress comes only when all stakeholders are aligned and working together with shared national goals. And if we are serious about strengthening partnership in Jamaica, then we must move beyond the rhetoric to action. This government is serious about partnership. President, as part of the partnership, we must institutionalize and promote social dialogue at our levels. We must respect and strengthen the collective bargaining processes at all levels. We must commit to transparency, and we must engage stakeholders early at the design stage of policy, not after decisions have already been made. While partnership ensures that we move in the same direction, productivity, sir, ensures that we move fast enough to achieve our goals. And so, let us continue to invest in our people. Let us continue to embrace technology and digital transformation. We must all work to improve public sector efficiency. President, we must strengthen management practices. We must continue to upgrade our infrastructures. Let us all support innovation and promote entrepreneurship. And we must ensure that wage growth is aligned with productivity growth. But, President, if we are truly must improve this productivity, there are certain safeguards that we must promote. You know, too often productivity is equated with longer working hours that cause fatigue and it reduces efficiency. Too often, sir, workers' well-being is ignored, and through burnt-out, low morale directly reduces output. So we have to, if we are going to promote productivity, we have to change the mindset where leaders must focus on improving systems, removing bottlenecks, and simplifying processes. And we must invest in the continuous training and development. They must use data to guide these decisions and measure results. President, there has to be a harmony between partnership and productivity and the people if we are going to survive. And that is how we will truly build forward together. President, you know, in closing, I take this opportunity to commend the government and in particular the Most Honorable Dr. Andre Holness for the compelling and forward-looking presentation under the theme, Building Forward Together, from Resilience to Resurgence. In my mind, sir, this is a declaration of an intent and a roadmap for transformation by this government. It speaks to a Jamaica that is not only recovering, but rising stronger, more inclusive, and more prepared to meet the demands of a modern, competitive global economy. As I've said, we are not operating with any borders. We are operating in a world, competing in a dynamic, changing environment, and we must prepare ourselves for those future challenges. The announcement brought forward, sir, reflected a clear and deliberate vision from national advancement. Investment in infrastructure will not only modernize our country, but will also stimulate economic activity, generate meaningful employment opportunities for our people. The continued support through the National Housing Trust for essential workers demonstrates a government that recognizes the dignity of labor and the importance of access to affordable housing. President, equally important are the measures to improve the lives of the working Jamaicans. Further movement in the national minimum wage is commendable. It puts more disposable income in the pockets of Jamaican workers. The government's continued commitment to increasing the income tax threshold is a strategic focus on building the skills needed to improve the Jamaican workforce. Promises made, promises kept by this administration. President, these are not just isolated policies. They are part of a cohesive framework aimed at empowering the working class and strengthening the productive capacities of our nation. As we deliberate this appropriations bill, we are reminded that true progress is built on partnership, productivity, and a purpose with the people. They are part of a cohesive framework aimed at empowering the working class and strengthening the productive capacity of our nation. Mr. President, it is a time when government, labor, the private sector, civil society must move in unity with a shared commitment towards national development. Let us therefore support this budget with confidence, with responsibility, with a clear understanding that the decisions we make here will shape the future of Jamaicans for generations to come. Senator Tomlinson somehow has vacated the room. But we must have that understanding and confidence that Jamaicans need to work to stay here and not to deliver anywhere else. There should be no greener pastures. Let us water our pasture so that it becomes greener. Let us therefore support this budget with confidence, with responsibility, with a clear understanding, sir, that the decisions we make will shape the future of Jamaica. May we continue together to build forward a stronger, fairer, and more prosperous Jamaica. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator President General Gale. I couldn't help but notice that you were well supported during the entirety of your presentation by your colleague, President on this side. I was just going to say, I hope that you support Senator Brown when his time comes. Senator Bernard, welcome.
For you, Senator Cavan, and that's your tapping for me. I was cheering for you, and I was cheering for you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I was just saying that earlier, Senator Cavan Gill and I had a conversation, and he's dapperly dressed And I was tapping for you over here, looking for the reciprocity. My good friend, Senator Cavard. Mr. President, as I rise to make my contribution to this budget debate, I do so with a sense of urgency and responsibility, mindful of the real conditions facing Jamaicans across this country. At face value, Mr. President, this year's budget seeks to project market confidence and fiscal discipline. However, beneath it lies a continuation of routine fiscal practices with insufficient effort to drive the kind of broad-based, inclusive economic growth that the moment demands. For many communities still struggling in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, this budget does not read as relief. It reads as neglect. Mr. President, the Planning Institute of Jamaica has estimated losses of approximately 1.95 trillion, some 56.7% of GDP. This is not a marginal shock. It is a national economic rupture. A budget presented in this context must do more than maintaining stability. It must actively rebuild livelihoods, restore productive capacity, and expand opportunity, particularly in the most severely affected parishes. What we have instead is a fiscal framework that falls short of that responsibility. It does not adequately confront the scale of the recovery required, nor does it meaningfully broaden the economic base and economic participation. Mr. President, at the center of any serious recovery strategy must be the micro, small, and medium enterprise sector. If recovery is to be rapid, resilient, and inclusive, then the MSME sector's strengthening and revitalization is not optional, it is foundational. In this regard, Mr. President, we have been presented with three primary interventions. The Development Bank of Jamaica's M5 financing facility, the Business Restoration Initiative under the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, and continued support through the Jamaica Business Development Corporation, particularly under the Digital Jamaica program. Mr. President, I have been associated with the MSMEs for years, and I've been engaging and following accordingly. These are repackaged initiatives masked as innovation. More importantly, Mr. President, they are not sufficiently aligned to the realities facing the majority of MSMEs, particularly, Minister, those operating in the micro and nano sectors. The DBJ's allocation of $1.4 billion to the M5 program is predominantly debt-based support, with eligibility criteria that favors firms with formal credit history. This structure systematically excludes a large portion of the aforementioned MSME sector, the very enterprises that most need the support at this time. Loans have their place, but in a recovery context, of this magnitude, what is required is more balanced, mixed grants, simplified access mechanism, and you know of this criticism of the DBJ minister, simplified access mechanisms, and parish-level targeted, reflecting the diversity of the informality across the MSME sector. Without this, Mr. President, recovery risks becoming an illusion, visible in policy statements, but absent in the lived experience. Mr. President and Minister, yes, we saw the event yesterday, and we welcome the Ministry of Finance move to engage more MSMEs in state procurement process. We saw it. Go ahead and applaud it. Go ahead and applaud it. However, Minister, we are calling for the consideration to be given to repealing certain aspects of the set-aside order of 2019. Amending Section 5, Minister, would immediately expand the range of procurement opportunities available to MSME and unlocking, as clearly you are attempting to do, more participation across multiple sectors and value chain. So, Mr. President and Minister, we look forward to the inclusion of the MSMEs, and we will be tracking the extent to which they are able to access the 20% of government procurement of goods that is promised. Mr. President, turning to the business restorative initiative. We have seen, Mr. President, presentations made in this House by the Minister on the progress of this initiative. And I am expressing some concern. What has been presented as an innovative response appears in practice, as I said earlier, to be repackaging limited interventions that are lacking scale, coordination, and measurable impact. There has been no clearly articulated parish-level recovery framework. We have sat here and we saw a case study of border multiple times, and we commend Sean Paul for the initiative, but we expected that a ministry with the acronym Industry, Investment and Commerce would have led that initiative. At a time when the Ministry of Investment, Industry and Commerce should be leading the recovery effort, there's a perception, Minister, and I'm saying this to you, Minister, there's a perception at a time when the ministry should be leading, there's a perception out there that it is operating without sufficient strategic clarity. Recovery cannot be symbolic. It must be structured, measurable, and responsive to the realities on the ground. If, as my colleague Senator Kavan said earlier, entrepreneurs and small businesses are to lead, we anticipate that a lot more will be coming out of the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, and a lot more is expected. So I'm really, Minister, telling you what some of the sentiments are. You cannot be parading on border as the success story. We have to see more than that, Minister. I spoke earlier, Mr. President, of policies by the government under this budget that are inimical to growth. Mr. President, the proposed revenue measure of 15% tax on digital service is one such that we see as inimical to growth. On the surface, this is presented as an effort to level the playing field for local providers. But in practice, it risks undermining one of the very pathways through which MSEs are attempting to grow. Over the past year, under JBDC's implemented Digital Jamaica program, they have actively encouraged MSMEs to adopt digital platforms, streaming services, e-commerce tools, cloud infrastructure, digital payments, and online marketplace to expand their reach beyond their immediate communities. These are not luxuries. They are essential tools for modern business. Imposing a tax on these services, Mr. President, effectively penalizes firms that are following government policy's direction. It increases operational costs, reduces competitiveness, and places additional strain on small enterprises still recovering from economic shock. Mr. President, if our objective is to broaden the local economic base, then we must be careful not to tax away the gains we are trying to create. Mr. President, as it relates to the MSME sector, the budget does not deliver economic transformation. It does not expand opportunity. And most critically, it does not sufficiently respond to the scale of recovery required by Jamaican people at this time. It fell short. Mr. President, we have been hearing throughout this budget debate and indeed seen in the media plans being put forward by this government for mega projects. These were announced by the Prime Minister, and what we have noticed, Mr. President, is that the significant majority of these mega projects are primarily coastline development. We would have heard some in this House earlier: Black River, Falmouth, Portland, St. Thomas, and Montego Bay. Yes, Senator Sinclair, you know where you're going, and I'm going there, because you and I are support. At that time, I was in the country, Mr. Sinclair. Mr. President, concomitantly, while we are hearing of these mega projects, we are seeing the tabling or retabling of a beach access management policy. The issue, as you may know, is very close to my heart. At the heart of this policy is a troubling philosophical shift, Mr. President. It treats access to Jamaica's beaches not as an inherent right, but as something that can be granted, regulated, and potentially withheld. The policy framework places authority in the hands of licensed operators, individuals or entities who, by virtue of a state-issued license, are positioned to determine who may enter, under what conditions, and at what cost. This, Mr. President, is deeply problematic. Mr. President, rights are not rights if they are contingent on permission. I am here now. That is the point, Senator. I am here now. And you and I will be in Montego Bay. You come face the people about beach. I am here now. And you and I have to face the people in Montego Bay. Let us talk then. Mr. President, rights are not rights if they are contingent on permission. They are not rights if they can be revoked by those who control access. The foreshore, by law, and by principle is held in trust by the state for the benefit of all Jamaicans. It cannot be converted into a controlled space where citizens must seek approval to enjoy what is already theirs. The policy proposes the inclusion of a dozen or so, dozens, or maybe I don't know the number, public beaches within the licensing and management regime. Here's the point. Let us be clear. This is not simply about management, Mr. President. This is about control. By embedding public beaches within a licensing framework, the policy creates a condition for commercialization and, in effect, privatization. Licensees are empowered to charge fees, regulate entry, and enforce exclusion with the backing of state authority. Mr. President, this represents a quiet but significant shift from public commons to managed commodity. The foreshore is not tradable asset. It is a shared national inheritance. Any policy that enables the incremental enclosure is not stewardship. It is disposition by administrative design. Mr. President, the policy promotes the development of artificial beach as a form of enhancement. Mr. President, I listened and I hear resilience being thrown across the lock, stock, and barrel. And this policy is inimical to resilience. Mr. President, the science tells a very different story about artificial beaches. The creation of artificial beaches typically involves the removal of natural coastline features, rock formation, coral rubble, and seabed structures, and their replacement with imported sand. The natural formations are not incidental. They are crucial coastline defense systems that disperse waste energy, essential to marine and ecosystem fisheries, and it integrates into Jamaica's climate resilience framework. So to be advancing a policy that will damage our natural resources and replace it with artificial resources is problematic. The removal weakens our coastline, undermines biodiversity, and increases vulnerability to storm surges. What is presented as beautification is in fact ecological degradation with long-term national consequences. Mr. President, perhaps the most troubling is the implicit. Mr. President, perhaps the most troubling feature of this policy is the implicit hierarchy embedded within the policy. The rights of private coastal property owners are treated as absolute and protected. The rights of the Jamaican public are treated as conditional and subordinate. Mr. President, the policy proposes that hotel operators encouraged to provide beach access through a pass system. Mr. President, encouragement is not enforcement. The approach effectively delegates state responsibility to private actors, allowing them to determine whether access is granted, when access is permitted, and what price access is available. This is not a right-based framework, it is a discriminatory system. The state's duty is not to encourage access, it is to guarantee it.
No, man, I'm not going to keep you long. I no doubt you're going to have an opportunity to speak on the beach access policy now. But we really want to hear your opinion on the budget. I'm aware of it. I know, Senator Lambert, allow me now, man.
No. Mr. President, finally, as it relates to this beach access management policy, the proposed amendment to the Prescription Act must be carefully scrutinized. While technically it appears they carry profound implication. By privileging formally titled landowners and limiting the recognition of customary use, these amendments risk extinguishing the long-standing rights of access. That is something we come into. Don't worry yourself. No, we come into it. Don't worry yourself. Don't worry yourself. Yes, this is not legal reform. It is formalizing exclusion. The issue before us is simple, even if the policy is complex. Do the beaches of Jamaica belong to the people of Jamaica fully, freely, and unconditionally? Or are they to be transformed into controlled spaces where access is mediated by license, price, and permission? Mr. President, the beach access management policy does not support the growth of MSMEs in the blue economy. And if we are serious about shifting the model that intentionally put money into the hands of businesses, markets, and vendors, then we have to relook at the policy. Mr. President, let me quickly shift gears. Let me quickly shift gears, Mr. President. I'm shifting gears. Let me quickly shift gears. No, because time running out. Mr. President, let us be clear. Mr. President. There can be no vibrant local economy without citizens' security. I want to spend a few minutes on that part. Businesses do not invest where communities are unstable, trust in institutions is low, and violence is oppressed, not resolved. Economic growth requires predictability, legitimacy, and trust systems. Mr. President, the budget deliberations are taking place at a time when Jamaica is being told a simple story: that violence is declining, that the strategy is working, and that the numbers speak for themselves. But I ask a different question. What exactly are we measuring, and what are we choosing not to see? Because if public policy is what gets measured, and if what gets measured is what gets counted, and what gets counted shapes what is funding, then what gets funding will shape the future of this country. Mr. President, I combed through the estimates of expenditure for the Ministry of National Security. I did not see any line item for peace. So I wonder if that was last year's budget before the name change. All I see in the budget reinforcing the government's narrative of success through suppression. I saw nothing in the budget responding to the stated sector outcome, strengthen the capacity of communities to participate in creating a safe and secure society. Mr. President, the government's approach to crime reduction has leaned heavily on enhanced joint military police measures, in some instances expanded policing powers, and tactical suppression based on enforcement. And yes, Mr. President, we acknowledge that homicide rates have declined, but that is only one metric, because alongside that decline, there has been a troubling rise in fatal encounters involving members of the security force. And the question we must ask is not whether enforcement is necessary, it is at what cost and toward what kind of a society. Mr. President, we have reduced the national conversation to a single indicator. Murder down equals success, murders up equals failure. But violence is not a single variable problem. When we come to measure homicide rates, we ignore community trust in law enforcement, youth disengagement from violence, social cohesion, economic participation, and institutional legitimacy. And when we ignore these, we risk making our temporary suppression for sustainable peace. Charlie, I will let you know, and my friend Marlon will make you know. You or anybody in this chamber has not have the long-standing engagement with the JCF as I do. You and I was not in the parish. That answers your question. You have not. I have met. So I'm saying to you, listen, but I'm saying to you, let us put the conversation in context. The conversation in context is that we risk masking temporary suppression for sustainable peace. Mr. President, Capri, through studies such as testing, groundwork for peace, and zero murder, argued that many social interventions have failed to reduce violence crimes. Programs lack monitoring and evaluation, efforts are fragmented and duplicated, structural reforms may be more effective. This critique has been used implicitly and explicitly to justify and pivot towards hard enforcement strategy. Mr. President, Capri identified a real issue, but we must not interpret it incorrectly as this administration has done. The problem is not that social intervention do not work. The problem is that they are poorly designed, poorly coordinated, and critically poorly measured. So we arrived at a dangerous conclusion. We are abandoning intervention not because they fail, but because we cannot prove their success. Mr. President, the government has framed the shift from social intervention to social investment combined with enforcement. But in practice, we are not seeing a balance. We are seeing a dominance of suppression as indicated in the line items for the Ministry of National Security. And this creates a false choice. Either we enforce or we invest. But sustainability in peace requires both properly integrated. Mr. President, I go back to Capri Zero Murder Study in Augustine. I was there. I was a part of these programs. The community that was once defined by violence, marginalization, youth vulnerability, they transformed. And the transformation did not begin with the suppression. It began with community leadership, grassroots organization, youth engagement, and the rise of Augustine football team and CDC. Mr. President, I was there. The lesson is simple. Peace is not imposed, it is built. If we measure, as we did, only murders, we miss the young man who chose school over the street. We miss the young woman who entered the workforce, the community that rebuilt trust, the leaders who emerge from within. These are not soft outcomes, Mr. President. They are the foundation of national security. But because they are systematically not measured under this administration, they are systematically not funded. In fact, in most cases, they are frontally defunded by this administration. Mr. President, we cannot ignore the uncomfortable truth. As enforcement intensifies, so too do reports of fatal encounters involving security forces. This raised critical concerns. Concerns related to due process, accountability, public trust, and the legitimacy of the state. Because when citizens fear those who were sworn to protect them, we undermine the very foundation of justice. Mr. President, the question before Honorary Senate as we deliberate the appropriations bill is not simply whether numbers look good. The question is, what kind of Jamaica are we building? And does this budget help to build the kind of Jamaica that we want to see? It is a budget that is built where growth is not shared and concentrated. It is a budget that is built where rights are not protected, they are conditional. It is a budget that we build where security is not legitimized, it is enforced. If we broaden the economic base, if we invest in MSMEs, if we unlock new economies, if we center a social economy, if we measure what truly matters, then we will not only rebuild after our crisis, we will build a more resilient, more inclusive, and more just Jamaica. If you please, you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Bernard. You know that I'm not one to really give up on confidential notes, but I have to just tell you what Senator Brown just sent to me. Tom, don't you realize that these people are just talking to the limit of 30 so that we don't have to go to champs because JC is well in the lead? They are trying to keep us away from champs. So, with that said, you don't really have to stick to the 30 minutes. You can drop a bit lower if you want. Lambert and I need to go to the champs. Thank you very much, Senator Bernard.
Thank you. Thank you. That was what was wrong.
No doubt he made a contribution to the beach policy. Senator Golden Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. President, you know, I was sitting thinking, wondering whether or not my opposition colleagues understand the difference between hearing and listening. Hearing is that involuntary process where sounds are detected. Listening requires you to focus and analyze and understand and interpret what you're hearing. And that came into my mind, Mr. President, because the rhetoric that I've heard this afternoon seems so far from the budget presentations that the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister gave, and certainly from the vision that was laid out and the numbers in that yellow book, so much so that I couldn't understand. I heard statements, and this was actually said, look back in Hansard. One of the opposition members actually said, hospitals have no beds. No beds. That was a statement, okay? Nor water for the patients. Now, I don't have a difficulty, Mr. President, when we come here and we raise challenges and concerns that our people may be experiencing. That is really one of our responsibilities in this chamber. But it does not serve our people for us to come here and simply because of political scoring, we make such extreme and untrue remarks that it does not assist us as a nation to really grapple with and analyze the problems that we are facing and come to consensus and solutions for our people. So I've been quite disappointed, Mr. President, in the approach that I've heard taken today. But I do want to congratulate my colleagues on the other side because they have been consistent about one thing. They have been cohesive in their extreme rhetoric, and they have been collectively completely disregarding actually the work that we saw in the House and the work that we're commenting on today through the Appropriations Act. That has been consistent. So for consistency, I give you an A. Mr. President, I want to be quick. I did not time my presentation. I'm not sure how long it is, but I am going to observe your rules as I usually try to. We are today, Mr. President, no doubt at a time when Jamaica is on a firmer economic foundation than it has been in decades. There's no amount of rhetoric that can deny that fact. The careful stewardship of our economy led by our Prime Minister and his team has yielded stability in our fiscal accounts, in our debt trajectory, and stability in our macroeconomic framework. But, Mr. President, I'm going to attempt to give an honest view of how I have analyzed 2 points made in the House during the budget presentation and reflecting, Lambert, I never interrupt you, you know. Mr. President, stability, though achieved, is not the summit.
I'm not going to get involved in this because you refer to Senator Brown as Lambert, as if there was some special relationship between the two.
There is a relationship, Mr. President.
Senator Brown, will you please allow the senator to
I claim back my time, Mr. President. I claim back my time. Mr. President, stability is not the summit, it's the base camp. And the Prime Minister said it another way in his contribution in the House of Representatives when he said resilience is not a destination and that we must now move from resilience to resurgence. For too long, Mr. President, Jamaica has grappled with low productivity growth. And it's not rocket science. Productivity is the lifeblood of economic growth. It's not about, as Senator Gale says, working longer hours. It's about producing more value in the time that we're already working. And so, Mr. President, it was clear that the Prime Minister is seized with this and is seized with the fact that there needs to be significant improvement in our productivity for us to move from resilience to resurgence. Today, Mr. President, I want to speak directly to my public sector colleagues. And I say colleagues because I've had the privilege to work with many of them in dealing with disciplinary proceedings in the public sector as a member of disciplinary panels. I've represented small businesses who engage with the public sector, whether as bidders on government projects or as applicants seeking approvals for licenses and permits. And I've also worked in the service itself to support the delivery of government policy and programs. And of course, like everyone else, I have engaged with them as a citizen accessing government services. I've met many diligent, bright, and dedicated public servants, but I regret to say that the standards of work and the productivity levels across the service are inconsistent. Houston, we have a problem. And that problem must be acknowledged and confronted respectfully and in the interest of all concerned and ultimately our great nation. So my colleague across the aisle, Senator Tomlinson, also recognizes the need for performance management framework. That's not new. It's something that we have been discussing within and outside of government for some time. Too often, Mr. President, the progress of a matter through the system relies on the diligence and the conscientiousness and the conscience of a particular public sector worker delivering the service rather than on systems, controls, and performance standards that enhance productivity and encourage efficiency. I share some actual examples when engaging with the public service system, Mr. President. In one case, an overseas company who came to Jamaica sought to invest by constructing an R&D facility to conduct research into some of our native plant materials. They required a permit from the Ministry of Health, and we wrote to inquire what was the process of application for that permit because it wasn't clear in the legislation. Several times we sent emails to follow up, and when we eventually got a return call or several attempts at contacting the public officer responsible, the officer, and making remarks to the officer that the response time had been lacking, the officer actually inquired of me what I thought was a reasonable amount of time before correspondence was responded to. At that point, we had waited about 4 to 5 weeks. When I said to her emails should be answered within 24 to 48 hours, it became obvious that she saw nothing untoward in answering queries 3, 4, 5 weeks later. In this example, Mr. President, the company became so frustrated with the undue delays that after putting almost $800,000 in the ground into the construction of the facility, projected to cost $2.4 million, they tore down the construction, sold the scrap for $25,000 and left Jamaica to set up facilities in another jurisdiction. Another example, Mr. President, in the administration of the procurement process, and again, I want to be clear, this is not a political issue. It's a national issue, and it's something we have to talk about. A small business supplier of goods and services responds to a request for proposals from a ministry. The deadline for bid submissions passed, and the bid validity period is about to expire. The ministry writes and asks the bidders to extend the bid validity period, but gives no reason why. The bidders, of course, feel compelled to agree because, after all, what is the option available to them? It's agree for the extension or remove themselves from the process. The ministry makes two other requests, in essence delaying the procurement process for an additional 3 months with no explanation as to why. I don't think, Mr. President, that I need to outline the impact on a small company of being in limbo because of unexplained delays by a procuring entity. Did they need additional time to assess the bid? Did people simply not engage the process of assessment in a timely way? We don't know. Mr. President, it is true that the conversation around productivity requires us to assess the tools that are provided for our public sector workers to deliver on their mandate efficiently. So when Prime Minister said in his contribution last week that it's not a judgment on our workers, but rather a diagnosis of our economic structures, I join him in that. But I go further, and I want to have an earnest conversation with my Jamaican family on the matter. I know as a business owner that part of ensuring productivity and efficiency is providing the tools to my team to do the work in the most optimal way. But I also know that it requires that I inspire a thinking and an approach in my team members so that they become more invested in the success of their efforts, and so that they are themselves motivated to ensure that at all times they are maximizing their productivity and efficiency, and our clients are served well and served quickly. Mr. President, our people are industrious, our entrepreneurs are innovative, but we have to move them towards a system that does not constrain them, that does not constrain their potential. If we are being honest with ourselves, this is sometimes compounded with the individual approach of some public servants that fails to make the connection between their diligence and efficiency and successful outcomes for the Jamaican people. Mr. President, what I'm asking for is a national conversation, because while the government seeks to leverage the economic stability that we have achieved, we as citizens, as public sector workers, must also review our own approach to work and to the delivery of better outcomes for our people. I resist, Mr. President, the urge to make specific recommendations, because what I am hoping for today is really to deliver an impassioned plea to those responsible for the administration of our public services, from permanent secretaries to chief technical directors, to the lower levels of staff and the workers at the very bottom of the chain of command. Your productivity matters. Your diligence matters. And as Senator Duncan said earlier, these are matters that we must address as a nation in an unbiased and sober way. If we are to realize the vision articulated by the Prime Minister, we must embed productivity at the center of our economic strategy, but we must own it personally. We, every single one of us, not just government, every single one of us. Mr. President, I turn to the issue of growth and empowerment of the micro, small, and medium enterprises, our MSMEs, and one of my favorite groups of business people. These enterprises are the backbone of our economy. They represent the entrepreneurial spirit of our people. They create jobs, they sustain families, and they drive community-level development. Yet, despite their importance, they continue to face significant challenges. Access to finance remains a persistent hurdle. Many small businesses struggle to secure the capital necessary to grow. It is for this reason, Mr. President, that I laud the government's efforts to support the recovery of the MSME community through the DBJ by providing $3 billion for the Development Bank of Jamaica's M5 Business Recovery Program, intended to accelerate economic recovery and strengthen resilience. The implementation of the public procurement set-asides framework so that portions of government procurement can be reserved for Jamaican suppliers, especially micro-enterprises with revenues under 15 million and small enterprises with revenues between 15 million and 75 million, is a significant step in the right direction. I celebrate too, Mr. President, the government's efforts to not just set aside the portion of government procurement for MSMEs, and this is significant, but also to work with them to help them to understand compliance and how to compete for government contracts. Mr. President, just yesterday, I know Senator Hill may have mentioned it, and if he didn't, I'm sure he will. There was a public meeting held to prepare entrepreneurs for government contracting, including how to qualify, register, and comply with the protocols established under the procurement system. Mr. President, the government is actively pursuing the kinds of things that will enhance the growth of MSMEs and ultimately our economy. Mr. President, these initiatives announced in the budget presentation of the Finance Minister demonstrate the government's seriousness about inclusive growth and its intentionality about MSME development. I wish, therefore, to commend for the consideration of my Minister of Finance one approach that I think might support the ability of MSMEs to access procurement contracts and mitigate against the difficulties experienced by MSMEs in accessing finance. Mr. President, in many cases, government procurement contracts require that companies bidding on those projects commit 10% of the value of the contract as a performance security. And for the benefit of those who don't know what a performance security is, I never assume, I'm just speaking to the people in this room. Performance security is a financial guarantee submitted by the winning bidder to ensure they fulfill their contractual obligations. It acts as a safety net against contractor default, insolvency, or failure to perform. And while it provides a safety net to the government procuring entity, it can also be burdensome and limit the ability of MSMEs to access government projects. So in relation to the set-aside for MSMEs, and I'm specifically talking now about MSMEs, I want to submit for consideration an adjustment in the requirement for MSMEs to provide performance security. It's something that I acknowledge must be considered very carefully, Mr. President. It can't be right across the board in every circumstance, because it does, in fact, lower the risk of bidders when they default. So what I am suggesting, Mr. President, is that a review of those projects where the risk of default is low, where the performance standards of the MSME players in the particular industry are high, that we take a look at whether or not that requirement can be adjusted, since the risk of default in certain industries would be lower. I would not, for example, suggest that this is an initiative that is appropriate for road projects and road constructions, because the standards of performance in that industry have been notoriously inconsistent. And we have heard Minister Morgan on a number of occasions talking about the default of some contractors and what has been put in place to recover from them when they have not constructed the road properly. However, where appropriate, when the risk analysis is done, it could go a far way to ensuring the likelihood that MSMEs are able to take advantage of the set-aside framework. Whether the requirement for performance security is removed, lowered, or adjusted for delivery over a period of time during the duration of the contract are some of the options that we can explore and consider for the appropriate selected sectors. Mr. President, when MSMEs thrive, communities thrive. When communities thrive, the nation prospers. Economic transformation is not an accidental process, and nobody knows that better than the Andrew Holness-led administration. The government, led by Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness, has been deliberate, they have been disciplined, and most importantly, visionary in their stewardship. I understand my colleagues to be critiquing what they consider to be announcements. I say to you that what you got was a vision map of where we are to go. It is an important tool in gathering a nation around the many initiatives that a government will have to deploy. It is an important tool in bringing a country together under a common plan, a common intent, and a common goal. Mr. President, it is very different from the kind of stoking of divisiveness that I heard this morning in the contributions that were levied on the opposition benches. This Appropriations Act 2026 and the vision laid out by Prime Minister Andrew Holness set out a clear and compelling pathway to prosperity and the national resurgence we aspire to. Let me emphasize this, Mr. President. The government has led good progress to this point of stability. But I say to my fellow citizens, I say to my Jamaican family, that it is an all of us approach. We all, not just the government, must move forward. We all includes the citizens, the churches, civil society groups, the opposition, and government. Each one of us must move forward with purpose, with urgency, and with clarity, from stability to high levels of productivity, to growth, and to shared prosperity. And Mr. President, my impassioned plea today is that we all rise to that responsibility. May it please you.
Thank you very much, Senator Golden Campbell. Senator Anderson, you could just move down and then you just activate both. Senator Anderson.
Yes. Mr. President.
1 minute. Senator Anderson.
Oh, I never clap me, clap. And I pick that up and I'm not feeling well, you know, you see I pick it up. All right, yes, Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to the debate on the appropriations bill. No, I'm not today, actually. But I thought it important to be here, Mr. President. I've listened carefully to the direction outlined by the government, the Prime Minister, and I hear a budget that purports to build economic strength, expand opportunities, maintain fiscal discipline, and position Jamaica to be more resilient in the face of global shocks. That's what's claimed, right? Those are important objectives, And I don't think any serious policymaker would disagree with the importance of stability, of fiscal management, responsible fiscal management, or investing in infrastructure as a foundation for growth. But a budget is not judged by the language of the budget. It is judged by the lived reality it creates. I appreciate in crafting a budget, because I've had the honor to be able to serve in many organizations where I'm responsible for a budget, that you have to think on one hand of the future you want to create and the way in which you want to grow the business, and I'll say to see the country grow, but at the same time you have to balance with what's happening in the immediate. And so the question before us, not to be answered by us alone in this House, is whether the intentions sound right and whether the outcomes will be felt by the Jamaican people in a meaningful way. You see, Mr. President, ideas are easy. Implementation is where it gets hard. Execution is the ability to mesh strategy with reality, align the people with the goals that we have, and the promised results. Because the people have to believe in the results, otherwise they're not going to align and work towards them. I know this full well. And so when I hear everything that we say, I have to draw my attention to some of the challenges that I now see. And so I would want to challenge the government. As you look at execution and implementation, I hope we're learning the lessons, for example, as I see happening with the roofs program. And I raise it not to be political, but to be practical. Because I believe that it's a certain level of indignity we're putting on the people who have already suffered so much. That you hear people talk about going multiple days to get access to something that we have promised them will help them to rebuild their lives. But the thing is, Senator Morgan, is that as you talk about the things to come, the lessons of that must be learned so that they're not repeated. We are told, well, Mr. President, every budget reflects choices, as I said earlier. And this one, with the proposition that's been put forward, is asking people to absorb pressure in the short term. And I'll soon tell you why I say that, to be able to benefit from the growth later. Is a central bargain being offered to the people of Jamaica. But the bargain must be interrogated. Because if the pressure is immediate and the benefits to you, the people, are deferred, then the burden must be fair and the promise must be credible. Otherwise, what we are asking people is not for patience, but sacrifice without certainty. We're told that the budget delivers improvements. We're told there'll be higher wages to come. There'll be expanded access to housing. Infrastructure investment will continue. Well, we were saying crime would be lower for years. And then what happened with crime, because I must respond to it, is that the same caution that was being offered by the opposition about ensuring that we do a targeted approach to crime was delayed. And then when it was finally implemented, the benefits were realized. Well, I'm not saying that, Senator Morgan, I'm not going to allow you to take me off track. Because if the government was doing what they had to do, things such as your program put forward by Senator Duncan and the private sector, Project Star, would not have been necessary, but it was. And if we're going to be serious about all hands on deck, we have to tell the full story and the full history, because when I hear you speak about public-private partnership, you tend to do that when you want. But on occasion, when it is to say that's what contributed to success, you don't. And we have to be fair and we have to be balanced. So, as I was saying, the workers will, in the future, we're saying, experience some level of relief. But at the same time, we can't ignore right now the other side of the ledger. Approximately 18 to 19 billion in new taxes is being introduced. Many of those taxes will fall on consumption. There's a continued reliance on the housing trust, with 11.4 billion being extracted annually. And there are clear signals that cost pressures will emerge in the future. They will. And let's not fool ourselves, and more importantly, let's not fool the people of Jamaica. So the issue is what is being announced in isolation. The issue is what happens when everything is taken together. Does it ease the burden on the average Jamaican, or does it simply shift it? Mr. President, I won't repeat the detailed policy arguments put forward by Senator Small Ferguson and other members on this side on the NHT. But at a basic level, the issue is this. We cannot claim to be expanding housing access while continuing to draw down on the very resources that make that access possible. It's a contradiction, Mr. President. You know, I believe it was the 26th of February, the Regulations Committee met, and we were here talking about housing and houses that were built from 2019 or 2020, I believe it was. And we're talking about approval for public sector workers. And the total house we're talking about approving that would have been given to them from those schemes was 28 houses. 28 across 3 schemes. And those things are jarring to me because when I hear talk, I want it to be not only aspirational and things that as a nation we can look forward to, but I want it to be things that people actually feel the impact in their lives. And I'm very passionate about balancing policy to deliver impact to people. So if we bring the discussion out of policy language and into everyday life, the picture becomes clearer. Let's consider the Jamaican worker, an individual employed in a 9-to-5 job, an hourly worker, a skilled worker. And many Jamaicans who, when I speak to even some of the people that work in the same complex as the company I now work, I hear them speak about the reality that they have, that they're living paycheck to paycheck. Jamaicans are simply trying to make ends meet. I'm told that this worker, when I listen to the budget, will benefit from a higher minimum wage and improved take-home pay. But the reality is that the cost of food continues to rise. The cost of basic goods continue to increase, and everyday expenses are creeping upward. And so the increase that they may get in the tax allowance is easily eaten away, easily. Everyday expenses are going up. When taxes are placed on consumption, the costs are passed through the system and ultimately absorbed by the consumer. So while there's a marginal increase in income, that increase is quickly eroded. And so the worker doesn't get any relief. The worker experiences continuity of pressure. And it matters because the same worker we're going to be asking to be more productive. It's the same worker, if you think about people who work in Kingston and live in St. Catherine and sit down in traffic for 2 hours. They leave their homes at 5 o'clock. By the time they leave work at 5 o'clock in the evening, they get home at 8, 9 o'clock. And most times, as if they drive, if they take public transport, the truth of the matter is that we're not speaking about it. I just heard the government senators speak about productivity, but not practically speaking about how we're going to improve productivity. When people come to work, they are tired. Most of us in this house have the benefit of driving. We do. And so we're frustrated when we spend an hour in traffic. But I feel so guilty to even say that when somebody tells me they left their home at 5, they reach at 8. They leave work at 5 and they reach home at 10, just in time to empty the child's school bag, pack it for the next day, wake up the child at 4 to get ready. I mean, we can do better. So productivity must address transportation. Same tension exists in the area of housing. We're told access is being expanded, allocations for young people, support for deposits, which I welcome, improvements in loan access, which I welcome. But when a young Jamaican looks at the housing market right now and see the price moving from 9 million to 15 to 23, they can't think it's possible to buy a house. When I I like to be around young people, keeps me young. And when I'm around them, and they tell me that, why would I try to buy a house? It's outside of my reach. So what they do instead, they say they want a pretty flashy car they can get a loan. Don't make sense to buy a house because they can't afford to buy the house. No, it's an average young people. The flashy cars they're talking about now is a Toyota. It's not a big flashy car, it's a Toyota. They're saying they're going to go to a party. And I say, why are you going to spend so much money on a party? And they say, because that's the best way to get enjoyment when you look at everything they're contending with on a day-to-day basis. So the productivity, the transportation, the hope of home ownership is not there. It's real. Senator Morgan, I speak to every young child the way I speak to my sons. My sons are 23 and 21, and the same I want for them, I want for every Jamaican child. So the issue is not about whether home access is being signaled. The issue is whether it can be realized. Because for many young people, the pathway is uncertain at best. I now switch to business, and I know that my fellow Senator colleagues have spoken about MSMEs, and I appreciate the contribution of Senator Golden Campbell, because the picture is equally complex for them. We're told that their incentives, tax write-offs, infrastructure improvements, increased economic activity. We're told because the people are not realizing it. They're not realizing it. They are not realizing it. Our opportunities that we're articulating are not for everybody across the board. Right now, the access, though the intention has been signaled through JBDC and the program that was launched yesterday, it is not easy for a small business person. I tell you, I have not grown up in politics. I've grown up working hard, building real structural things to contribute to the economy of Jamaica. And those are the people I speak to. And it's hard, Senator Morgan, it's hard. Oh my gosh. But back to the real conditions that businesses are operating in. The consumption tax are going to reduce discretionary spending, so people are going to spend less with those MSMEs. And their operating costs will continue to rise because we don't yet have a solution for energy costs. And so while there may be opportunities for growth and they can access, there's also increased pressure to remain viable. It's real for them. For many businesses, especially the small and micro, the challenge is not expansion, it is survival. And this brings us to the broader issue of the credibility of the growth assumptions that underpin the budget. Because at its core, the budget rests on the belief that economic growth will come and that it will be sufficient to offset the pressures being introduced. But over the last decade, Jamaica's economy has grown at an average rate of 0.8% per year. That's not a rate of growth that transforms lives. It's not a rate of growth that meaningfully shifts opportunities. And so when Jamaicans are asked to accept increased costs today on the promise of future growth, they're entitled to ask a simple question: what makes this time different? You see, Senator Morgan, before COVID, you guys were here, 2016. That's 4 years before 2020. So, Mr. President, beyond the numbers, there are deeper concerns that the budget does not fully address. If you are a hurricane-affected household that Senator Bernard spoke to, and you're trying to rebuild, do you see yourself in the framework that was announced? It was $30 billion towards hurricane relief. Do you see yourself? Do you feel that you've recovered and you're now ready for resilience? You see that? If you're a pensioner, does the budget improve your ability to meet your basic? If global oil prices rise, where are the buffers to protect the most vulnerable? If remittance inflows decline, what domestic mechanisms are in place to compensate? If we require health care, Mr. President, how will an already strained system respond, especially in light of recent developments? Thank you. Thank you. If you're a farmer, are you being protected from the impact of imports? You know, I saw so many. Yeah, but I saw, so many. I think it was 3 stories in the last 2 weeks about farmers and the glut of what they have produced on the market. And I'm thinking, as a country, we owe those people something, we really do. It is a promise to come until I see it. Until I see it, roofs is in my head. If you are a producer, how are you being supported to meaningfully expand exports? These are not peripheral issues. They go to the heart of economic resilience and national development. So, Minister Hill, and I think Senator Duncan spoke about regional business development, correct? It was, as you said, that you were looking at it not in terms of parishes or central, but regional, right? And so I want to put forward a suggestion around some assets, an asset that you have that is not being properly utilized. And I think in the Standing Finance Committee, the opposition spokesperson, Industry and Investment, may have asked about it. and that is our postal agencies, which now are dying or dead, right? All right, so we know that Jamaica is a part of our global postal network through international treaty, yet the assets remain limited and outdated. At a time when global commerce is increasingly driven by logistics and last-mile delivery, we're not leveraging this infrastructure. We see that quite a few private sector entities have invested in warehousing, and that's good, but the government has a part to play as it relates to policy and enabling our MSMEs. And so, I note that private couriers are expanding the service for last-mile delivery, but this is primarily in urban centers, and they leave the rural Jamaica mostly underserved. It's not a gap, it's an opportunity. So as you think about the build-out, all right, I'd like you to consider or imagine a system where those post offices are transformed into hubs for e-commerce and logistics. In the budget, I heard it being spoken about to use for needs. I'm suggesting that we go a step further. I want MSMEs to be able to access support, because remember, the postal agencies would have expertise gained over time in documentation, export facilitation. And so I want the government to enable exports for MSMEs and not just talk of the exports. Allow small businesses to move goods more efficiently, reach wider markets, earn foreign exchange. So imagine that people who are producing pieces of clothing or artwork that we have, imagine them being able to go on Pinterest or those things and advertise their wares and being able to go to the post office and have those shipped across. They will earn FX dollars. They don't have to think of their market as only what's in their community locally. But that can only happen, but right now they have to travel very far to go and drop those packages off. That can happen if we look at how we use those assets. So I guess what I'm advocating for is practical approaches that promote inclusive growth, real practical. Use existing infrastructure and our assets more effectively. Create real pathways for participation and ensure growth is not confined to a few, but accessible to many, to many. Mr. President, I also must put back on the table the proposal raised by the opposition spokesperson on finance that I hear Senator Morgan speaking so much about. It was the implementation of e-invoicing, listen to me, as a means of improving tax compliance and closing revenue leakages. No. It's a practical, evidence-based approach. So even if you don't seek to look at it for this year, look at it for next year. It will make a difference. Right now, the proposal has been shelved. It's been shelved for a while. Look at it. It will make a difference so that we don't have to next year, in next year's budget, talk about new taxes. But what we can do is say how we're going to increase compliance. I was actually disappointed when the minister just dismissed it rather than seriously considered, and she did. What can go so? Those antics don't matter again in the year 2026 in Jamaica. We're at a critical point where what we do now will impact Jamaica 10 years from now, and I leave it at your feet. What we do now. We can't rely on measures that place additional pressure on our population only. We must be willing to pursue smarter, more efficient systems that strengthen revenue collection without undermining economic activity. Mr. President, in closing, I would say that people need a sense of hope. People need a sense of hope, not a distant, abstract hope, but a grounded, tangible hope that they can see how their lives can improve. The young people, we don't want them to leave Jamaica. Whether they were leaving Jamaica 30 years ago or now, it matters not. Now we don't want them to, because we need their brain power to build the Jamaica of the future. They need to see that there's a pathway to employment, that there's a space for small businesses to grow, to earn and to build, and to participate meaningfully in the economy. And they need to feel that the future is not something they must wait for indefinitely, but something that is actively created. My children had the benefit of being away at university, and right now they don't want to come back, and I want to say at Jamaica that they want to come back to. Because ultimately, the standard by which the budget will be judged, doesn't matter what we say in here, it will be judged by not the promises, but what it delivers. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Anderson. Senator Christian Tavares Pinson, I recognize you.
Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to the Appropriations Bill and to support it. But I must first draw attention to a troubling and persistent pattern. It has not gone unnoticed that in several quarters, the opposition has sought to lay claim to the very successes that they neither conceived nor executed, reaching even further to suggest that the ideas now delivering results somehow originated with them. Mr. President, the Jamaican people are discerning. They observe, they assess, and ultimately they decide. And they have decided decisively. If the opposition is so convinced of its effectiveness, then it must also accept the verdict of the people. Those Jamaican people have chosen to keep them exactly where they are for another term. Perhaps, Mr. President, that is where they are most comfortable, commenting from the sidelines rather than carrying the weight of responsibility. But let me be clear, Mr. President. This administration has never claimed a monopoly on good ideas. The Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, has said time and again, bring the ideas and we will implement what is in the best interest of the Jamaican people. That is not a sign of weakness, Mr. President. It is a mark of mature leadership. What is evident, Mr. President, is this. We are an administration that listens. We are an administration that acts. And more importantly, we are an administration that delivers. The distinction is not who speaks the loudest, Mr. President, but who produces results. And on that measure, there can be no ambiguity. The area that concerns me the most, and one which the opposition cannot lay claim to any of its successes, is that of our national security. Mr. President, when we speak about losing more than 1,500 Jamaicans to violence each year, the number can feel abstract until we give it shape. Imagine the National Stadium filled to its capacity of 35,000 people. Now imagine that every single person in those stands represents a life cut short by violence. At the rate we were losing our citizens, it would take just over 23 years to fill that stadium to capacity. Not with spectators, but with absence, families broken, communities diminished, and futures erased. This is not just a statistic. It is a slow, relentless emptying of a nation. Each year, Mr. President, adds another section, another stand, another row, until one day we are forced to confront the full scale at what has been taken from us. The question before us is not whether we can afford to act, but whether we can afford to continue counting lives in this way. Mr. President, in 2024, Jamaica recorded a 19% reduction in murders, following a 7% decline in 2023. bringing our homicide rate to 40.1 per 100,000. While still high, we are now outperforming some regional peers. A stark contrast to 2016, when Jamaica had the highest rate in the Caribbean at 50 per 100,000. Unlike much of the region, where homicide rates are currently surging past ours, we have reversed that trend, and now other countries are studying our approach to reducing violence. Notably, Mr. President, the 2024 Christmas season was the safest in over 20 years, and just 6 murders recorded during that Christmas week. Since 2024, the country has seen a sustained decline in murders, culminating in 47 murders in February 2025, the lowest monthly total in 25 years, and a 43% reduction compared to February 2024. Between February 2022 and February 2025, murders had declined by 55%. Additionally, major crimes as a whole, including murder, shootings, rape, robbery, and break-ins, have declined by 21%, reaching the lowest levels since disadvantaged data collected began in... Mr. President, on that trajectory, in 2025, Jamaica achieved fewer than 1,000 murders in a single year for the first time since 2003. We are confident that this downward trajectory will persist, as these results stem from our deliberate planning, strategic investments, and targeted efforts to dismantle organized criminal gangs. Mr. President, let us recall that the drop in murders from 2009 to 2014, for which the opposition had sought to take credit, was a direct result of the states of emergency launched in May 2010 by the Jamaica Labour Party administration. These measures dismantled and scattered gangs and created a 21% drop in murders in 2011 and stabilization in 2012. This created a period of respite during which targeted police operations against gangs and violence producers resulted in 2014 recording the lowest numbers of murder in the previous 20 years. In mid-2014, the People's National Party introduced Unite for Change, an ostensible crime-fighting strategy that leaned heavily on social interventions. There was also a change of police commissioners, an apparent shift in crime-fighting strategy. By 2015, murders began to rise again, and even the much-touted Unite for Change initiative was in full effect. The truth, Mr. President, is that the opposition shifted focus away from targeted operations against gangs and gangs leaders and allowed them space to recoup. The number of gangs in the country increased from under 200 in 2010 to approximately 350 by 2016. And we saw their impact between 2015 and 2017. That is when this administration decided to take decisive action, Mr. President. We recognize the emergency threat that organized criminal enterprises and violence producers pose to specific communities and to the country generally. We responded with zones of special operations and state of public emergencies to halt the persistent spiral of murder between 2015 and 2017. These measures were successful in taking back communities from gangs, displacing criminals, disrupting their operations, and limiting their space and opportunity to commit crimes. The government has recognized violence as a national emergency, and as such, we have made the largest sustained investment in national security in Jamaica's history. In 2015, before this administration took office, capital expenditure for national security was $2.67 billion. By 2018, it was increased to $12.7 billion. And in 2019, we made a record $19.5 billion investment to modernize our security apparatus. Mr. President, this sustained increase in our first term was necessary to compensate for years of underinvestment. These funds have strengthened our security forces through investments in equipment, vehicles, intelligence, forensics technology, and advanced training in cybersecurity, cybercrime, counter-trafficking, and financial intelligence. We have enhanced the operational capacity of the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the Jamaica Defense Force, rearming them with modern tools to dismantle criminal networks. In the case of the JCF, we have invested in building one of the most advanced law enforcement agencies in this hemisphere. To this end, significant progress is being made on the development of a C5 Center, a state-of-the-art command and control facility. This cutting-edge center will seamlessly integrate, coordinate, and analyze real-time data from all available sources, including CCTV and body-worn cameras, supported by a robust back-end infrastructure. This development is a game changer for modern, efficient, and intelligence-driven policing and will have a major impact on crime. The government Project Rock Initiative, which was launched in 2019 to modernize the physical infrastructure of the JCF, has seen the refurbishment and construction of numerous police facilities across the island. Throughout the public sector compensation review, my government has ensured that our police officers are now in receipt of more reasonable salaries and pensions, befitting of their profession, and providing a better foundation for future negotiations. The resulting boost to morale cannot be overstated, and it has made a career in the JCF more appealing. Mr. President, this administration in 2018 embarked on an ambitious plan to indigenously reform and recognize the Jamaican Constabulary Force under the direction of Commissioner Anthony Anderson. This included leadership development, recruitment and training of personnel, and the acquisition of material and advanced technology. It was never the intention of the government to rely solely on emergency measures. Rather, we used these measures to treat a crime situation that exceeded the existing capacity of regular law enforcement, while using the space created to build the long-term capacity of our security forces. By 2022, Mr. President, we began to see the impact of these reforms and investments. The improved intelligence gathering, better investigative and crime-solving capabilities, and a return to more targeted and focused strategies against gangs and violence producers. During this period, several gangs and their leaders were indicted and prosecuted using anti-gang legislation. However, Mr. President, we note that most illicit weapons which fuel gang violence enter Jamaica through formal ports of entry. To improve our ability to secure this channel, we have been investing in advanced scanners and enhanced security protocols at Jamaica Customs. And the result is evidenced by major gun finds at our ports in recent times. I would like to acknowledge the Jamaica Customs for their increased vigilance and commend the security forces and our partners for increased cooperation and intelligence sharing, which is yielding great results. Every weapon and ammunition kept off our streets is potentially a life saved. Additionally, we are finalizing the Customs Mutual Assistance Agreement with the United States, which will enable even greater intelligence sharing to strengthen port security and protect our national and economic interests. Mr. President, data and intelligence confirm that Jamaica's violence is driven by organized criminal enterprises. These we call gangs, not socio-economic factors like poverty or unemployment, as the opposition would like us to believe. More than 70% of murders in Jamaica are directly related to gangs. Today, we can say that year to date, murders are at their lowest level in 25 years. Had we had the full support of the opposition in the use of these emergency measures previously spoken about, the reduction in murders would have been even greater, Mr. President. Let me be clear. The People's National Party, under its current leadership, can take no credit for the reduction of murders in Jamaica. They have done everything possible to obstruct this government's efforts to fight crime. The figures, Mr. President, speak with unmistakable clarity, and they speak with force. The number of murders recorded in Jamaica declined from 1,147 in 2024 to 673 in 2025. Let that soak in, Mr. President. That is a 43% reduction in a single year. That is not marginal progress, not incremental change. That is a decisive break from the past. It is also the first time in 31 years that Jamaica's murder toll has fell below 700. And the momentum has not slowed, Mr. President. Indeed, it has strengthened. Between January 1 and March 14, 2026, murders declined by a further 29.4% compared to the same period last year. Mr. President, this is not a chance. This is not coincidence. This is the unmistakable outcome of sustained intelligence-led security operations, reinforced by deliberate legislative reform and the steady strengthening of our national security institutions. It is evident that Jamaica is no longer reacting to crime. We are systematically dismantling it. This progress has been enabled by strategic use of emergency measures, measures that created the time and space for our security forces to build capacity while simultaneously containing and reducing a growing threat. And today, Mr. President, the results are visible to every Jamaican. The capability of the state now exceeds that of organized criminal elements. Mr. President, the state must always hold the advantage, and we have ensured it does. We have invested in superior intelligence, strong communications, enhanced mobility, and advanced tactical capability. But let me be equally clear. Strength without principle is not security. We have insisted that these capabilities are exercised within the rule of law, with respect for human rights, compassion for victims, and protection for the most vulnerable among us. A critical pillar of this success has been the all-out assault on gangs, Mr. President, led by the Anti-Gang Task Force. Let us not romanticize or minimize that threat. Gangs are the main source of violent crime in Jamaica. They occupy communities, traffic narcotics, extort the vulnerable, and and perpetrate, rather, violence without hesitation. Dismantling them is not merely a policing objective. It is a national security imperative. Mr. President, as we look ahead, we are not easing our efforts. We are expanding them. We heard through his contribution, the Prime Minister indicate that in the coming financial year, the Jamaica Defence Force will advance the establishment of the Camp Warika Forward Operating Base, spanning approximately 100 acres at an estimated cost of $5 billion. This is not just an infrastructure project. It is a strategic investment in territorial dominance, enhanced communication, and real-time sustainable awareness across the Ligani Plains. Mr. President, this budget represents something deeper than allocation. It represents transition. A transition from reactive crisis management to persistent readiness. From temporary suppression to sustained reduction. From fragmented oversight to full spectrum domain awareness. Mr. President, we must also confront a deeper truth. Gang violence, as grave as it is, represents only one dimension of the challenge. The other form of violence, quieter, often hidden, but equally destructive, domestic violence, child abuse, violence in our schools and institutions. These are not problems that can be solved by force alone. They are rooted in behavior, in culture, in long-standing social patterns, and they require a broader, more deliberate response. It is precisely this understanding that led this government to take the deliberate step of renaming the ministry as the Ministry of National Security and Peace. That change is not cosmetic. It is philosophical. It signals clearly that our mission is not only to suppress crime, but to actively build and sustain peace across our society. But because, Mr. President, true security is not merely the absence of violence. It is the presence of stability, dignity, and hope. And I can say without fear of contradiction that this is the Jamaica we are building. Yet even as we celebrate this progress, it would be remiss of me not to note that we are being confronted with a troubling and persistent reality. The alarming number of lives lost on our roads. It is deeply distressing to me that while we have managed to reduce certain forms of violence, road fatalities continue to climb. Far too many of our citizens claim, year after year. These are not just statistics, Mr. President. They are mothers, fathers, children, and friends whose lives are cut short, often due to preventable circumstances. We must now bring the same level of urgency, coordination, and national resolve to road safety as we have to crime fighting, because the loss of life in any form is a burden this country cannot afford to carry. Mr. President, we will continue to invest in the security forces and support the transformation of the Jamaica Constabulary Force into a modern, professional, and technology-driven organization. We will continue to target gangs, which account for over 70% of murders in this country. If we focus on eliminating gangs, we can reduce our murder rate to below the regional average of 15 per 100,000. I am pleased to learn that police intelligence now estimate that there are fewer than 100 active gangs in Jamaica since the beginning of 2025, down from a high of 350 in 2016. Many have been dismantled or have gone dormant.
or they are laying low because they know they are being relentlessly pursued by our security forces. In closing, Mr. President, I wish to extend, on behalf of a grateful nation, my deepest appreciation to the men and women of our security forces. Your service is not ordinary. It is marked by courage, sacrifice, and an unyielding commitment to the safety of every Jamaican. You stand on the front lines, often unseen and too often unthanked, yet you remain resolute. I encourage you, do not relent, do not waver, do not lose heart. The work you are doing is bearing fruit. The progress we now witness across Jamaica is a direct reflection of your discipline, your professionalism, and your bravery. Know this, your country sees you, your country values you, your country depends on you. Stand with your duty, firm in your duty, uphold the honor of your service, and continue to press forward with integrity and purpose. For in your hands rests not only the enforcement of law, but the preservation of peace, the protection of life, and the securing of Jamaica's future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tavares Finson.
Auntie.
You know you're getting old, Mr. President, when they start to call you auntie. But it's all right.
Auntie D.
What? Did you accompany? So, Mr. President.
You should not have highlighted that because I will recognize you as Senator Donna Scott Motley.
Mr. President, you know I always have a problem whenever I try to write anything down. So you'll forgive me. You'll forgive me if I appear very disorganized. I crave your indulgence, firstly, to, as leader who has been given the privilege of organizing my team, to say to the 5 recently appointed senators how deeply proud I am of their presentation. It is no accident that they have spoken early and spoken well. Mr. President, I am never long in speaking, and I can assure you that I'm very cognizant of the time and also the fact that a lot of what I have said has already been fully articulated by those on my side. But I want to say that in September, I had a shift in my appointment. And so I was given responsibility for foreign, regional, and diaspora affairs. And Mr. President, you know, when you get to look at life through different lens, you take a different view of everything. And so my view of the budget now is, as I listen, I say to myself, when this budget was being prepared, oil was $60 per barrel. It is now $100 per barrel and trending upwards. And I'm deeply concerned about the implications for our country, the implications for the budget, which has been so extolled. I do remember when we faced the global financial meltdown. Minister Orly Shaw was then minister, and I recall that he said that Jamaica would not be at all impacted. And all I am cautioning is that even amidst the backslapping and the congratulations about this transformational budget, put together like a team to say, what if? because your supplementary estimates have to come earlier than usual. And you know, when I think about the increase of $1,000 in minimum wage, Senator Duncan, before it lands in their pockets, it's already eroded. Over the last 4 weeks, we have had increases every single week of $4.50 per liter on gas. And gas, you know, I drink a lot of water, you know, so I don't like them water joke there. I just want some of the $20 one to be sent to me. Senator Morgan is going to send me, oh, true, you always give me. But I want Senator Morgan to send me some of the $20 one. But the whole fact of the matter is that once gas is increased, everything is impacted. So the poor mother who is sending her child to school now has to consider how much more she's going to have to put on the lunch money. And the farmer has to think about his inputs. So the plummy tomatoes that we're getting now for $100 per pound, down from about $400, is going to be increased. When you get in your car, Senator Tomlinson, you have to now consider not yourself. No, indeed, some of us have more than others. But how will your patients reach you? What is it that they have? No, I'm sorry, Thompson. How will your patients reach you? What will they have to endure? And the MSLP programs, which we have been speaking about, and I'm grateful to those who have touched on it because that was an area of deep concern for me. They too will now face inflated costs because our electricity, the cost of our electricity, is one of the highest ever. And we have already been served notice by JPS that we are going to face an increase. These are perilous times. I pray every night, and I'm a praying woman. I pray every night that good judgment and sound reason will prevail and that this war will come to an end. Mr. President, I want to say a word about the NHT. There are those on my side who are deeply steeped in finance who can't understand when I get outraged and say, but the Prime Minister says National Housing Trust is a financial institution. And they kind of look at me like, duh. Well, it is. In fact, if it were being ranked with other tiers, it would be about the third largest financial institution. Its assets are stronger than the whole entire building society sector. It is a formidable institution. So why do I get upset that it's called a financial institution? In May 2022, that is how the Prime Minister described it. He says that there are some people who really want to think it is a charitable institution and want it to be dedicated to social housing. And when I recall that Michael Manley was impelled to do this because he said housing is not supposed to be a privilege for the few, but a right which everybody should enjoy. Then I say, if you're going to see through the lens of a financial institution, how are you going to meet that mandate? And you know what, Senator Morgan? So the whole system was changed, and now it's funded through the banks. I'm going to tell you about what happened to a client of mine. And she was really lucky that I was a lawyer. And she wasn't my client. I was a client for the vendor. And it's Maypen Clarendon, so you kind of know everybody. And, you know, you understand, there are relationships. So when she went to purchase a house, she was unemployed. And NHT was going to give her the loan. By the time she went back for the second interview, she was employed. So NHT sent her to the bank. The bank said, no, you can't qualify for this loan. So they sent her back to NHT. NHT sent her back to the bank. And in between, she had to pay for another valuation. You know how much valuation reports cost? And the agony, the perhaps unintended consequences which she had to endure were such she almost lost a house and lost all the valuation costs, the surveyor's identification report, agreement for sale costs, and so on. So you have to think things through when you are implementing a system. Let me look at my notes to tell you that in the past there was actually the Observer, let me be clear, not the Gleaner, the Observer did an analysis of the NHT and found that in the past there would actually be an outspend on housing. Since 2023-24, contributions reached a record 56.6 billion, while housing expenditure fell to 30.2 billion, widening the gap between collections and housing deployments to its widest margin in more than a decade. I implore you to come up with creative ways in which you can deliver affordable housing. The Prime Minister listed a litany of woes, including, to my shock and amazement, one which spoke about the delay in approvals. And I remember when it was former Prime Minister Bruce Golding who had promised 90 days for approvals, and it still has not been done. When you talk about promises made and promises kept, let me tell you about one. I am standing in a parliament on Duke Street named Gordon House. It was promised that the new parliamentary building would have been started in 2020, 2021. And I'm still standing here. And I know that I'm going to hear a litany of excuses. But you will forgive me if when I look at the lens of this budget, which you say is so transformational, which outlines a vision, that I lack trust. And a budget should create credibility and trust. But just that one example of where we are right here debating should make you pause and think. And finally, because I've promised that I will be brief, not because it is that I don't have more to say. No, it's not finally, Minister, because I have to talk to you about Melissa. There are two names which were called constantly throughout the debate, not by you, but we heard Melissa and Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness. But Melissa, the recovery from Melissa, from your own ministry, there are still persons living in schools as shelters. And I can tell you, I was not pleased when Dr. Troop explained that there were family members, they were related to teachers, there were relatives of this body or that body, and that everybody knew the persons very closely. In fact, that made me more dismayed, because I couldn't understand why the government was allowing this. And then I asked myself, Was this the same school that they were given December 31st to move with no arrangements made? And now we are in March, and they are still in shelters. They are actually, according to the statistics which were delivered by the ministry, Senator Fitz-Henley, by the ministry, there are 93 persons who are still in shelters. And the greatest amount was at Petersfield. I urge you, Minister, I implore you, I beseech you to give your attention to this. Children need a space in which they can learn. And it struck me that it was the police who raised the numbers about children who could not be located in St. Elizabeth. You see, they understand the connection between children not attending school and an increase in crime. They were actually wondering what had happened to these children, and no doubt wondering if they would end up in their custody. And Mr. President, you were not in the room when I spoke about my new responsibilities. So you will understand why I cannot overlook the issue of Cuba and the medical mission. I have heard the sneers about Cuba. I have heard the condemnation of socialism. But Cuba has never bombed anywhere. Cuba has never attempted to wage war. Cubans have been coming here for over 5 decades, and they have never attempted to impose their ideological beliefs on us. They have never attempted to impose, and be clear, Minister Hill, listen to me carefully, because I know about words, and when I use them, I understand what I'm saying. They have never imposed their ideological beliefs on us. Never. But here is a country that is being deprecated, a country where the government has supported a resolution to end the embargo. That's the irony. That's why I can't trust you all. Because every day you speak to all the things you do, and then in the next breath, you do something that completely contradicts it. It was in the House last year when Member Warmington chided Minister Terry Long for attempting to do that resolution in Spanish. Because the government was proudly, as they always do, calling for an end to the embargo. Yes, always, consistently. The Prime Minister mentioned it in his own budget debate. But this is a country, Cuba, where they have 99% literacy, where they have one of the best research programs, where they were able to develop COVID vaccine in the early years, and where all that they have done is try to help other countries through their medical missions. Now, the problem, as I see it, with the medical missions is that because the intention is to ensure the demise of the Cuban regime, the Cuban administration, this is hurting them politically, economically. What is oppression, Senator Sinclair? Is oppression seeing a No, we need to debate it, because it is not remote that we might have to face it. Because if democracy means that you can look at a country and decide you like it and you want it for yourself, then that is a dangerous path. If democracy means that you can dictate who the government, I'm just posing a scenario. I am just asking you what democracy is. And I'm asking you to contemplate. So, it's a year ago exactly 1 year ago, March 27th, Marco Rubio visited Jamaica, exactly 1 year ago. On that occasion, the Prime Minister said that the Cuban program was in conformity with our labor laws. I breathed a sigh of relief because I know what the Cubans do for this country. I know that they serve in remote communities. I know that they do, even in the last week that they were here because they were scheduled to leave on March 20, they extended their time and they did 20 eye surgeries per day. Now, in addition to doing all these eye surgeries, they provide critical cancer care. They also have a technical team that fixes their equipment, so there's never any downtime. And I will say that the Prime Minister said of the People's National Party, what would you do? I would ask of the Prime Minister, when you were negotiating this, when you were discussing it, did you negotiate a replacement for the Cubans who were going to leave? Did you decide that you were going to fill the vacuum? Because we're talking about March 2025, when obviously what was spoken was not what was being discussed. And so, if you don't negotiate a relief, if you're not getting something in return for giving up something, then I think you are a very poor negotiator. And I call you properly now, Senator Thompson. I do apologize. So I'd call him Tomlinson. So people are going to die. Because when this is what medical doctors have said. I have no understanding of it. When you're screened and diagnosed with an illness, but you can't get a date for life-saving surgery, the doctors themselves say this creates additional stress, which can be very dangerous for the patient. Well, you can't debate with me that people are going to go blind. Surely there's no room for that. So we are left with gaps in our healthcare system, ballooning costs in our healthcare system as we try to recruit from overseas, because we did not have courage. No courage. You know, I promise I'm not being short as I had promised, but I remember, and I'm not going to tell you the whole of it, but I remember when Winston Churchill made a poem famous. It was actually a poem written by Claude McKay. And it came to my mind many times. You know, when the Prime Minister spoke at the heads of government, I actually commended him on how he approached it. Let me be clear. I thought he had a difficult task. I thought he navigated it well. I thought, no, I did it in an interview. Come, Senator Morgan, you know me well. CVM. But let me tell you this. If you will just give me Claude McKay's poem, Senator Thompson. I don't know if you like poetry. I do. It says, if we must die, let it not be like hogs, hunted and penned in an inglorious spot, while round us bark the mad and hungry dogs, making their mock of our cursed lot. If we must die, oh, let us nobly die, so that our precious blood will not be spent in vain. So even the monsters we defy shall be constrained to honor us, though dead. There is a place for principle, and people actually respect you when you demonstrate principle and integrity. When you are compliant and submissive and subservient, trust me, they will only take more advantage of you, because that is the psychology of human behavior. If it pleases you.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Scott Motley, yes. You quoted Churchill?
No, I quoted Churchill quoting Claude McKay.
McKay, okay.
Claude McKay was from Clarendon.
Yes, I know. And he was from Clarendon. Yes.
In James Hill.
I'm aware. Thank you, Senator Scott Motley. As we move into a new section, Senator Sinclair. Senator Sinclair, would you just light the next? Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Just an inquiry. Just an inquiry. That school. You have anybody running over at the stadium this evening?
Question is which school? Mr. President, I stand in support of the bill before us entitled the Appropriations Bill 2026, which was passed in the Lower House last Tuesday. Following the processes required and the sterling presentations, Mr. President, from our Minister of Finance, the Honourable Favour Williams, and the Most Honourable Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Michael Holness. Mr. President, public expectations from a national budget presentation revolve around economic stability, improved quality of life, fiscal accountability. And what the citizens want to appreciate, Mr. President, is how the government revenue is raised, because it's secured from their taxes, how it will be used to address financial pressures as well as long-term development. And the budget presentation of this administration, Mr. President, meets the criteria in every respect. Mr. President, the bill was passed in the other place in this context, where Jamaica experienced good things happening by virtue of the actions and decisions made by an administration that appreciates the benefits of fiscal responsibility. Arising from this administration's stewardship of the affairs of Jamaica, we were able to experience a stable rate of exchange, Mr. President, and contrary to what was said by my colleague across the floor, young Senator Tomlinson, where we start to look through a particular lens, there are independent bodies outside of the jurisdiction of Jamaica that has given us high ratings, and I refer to Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and Fitch. So we don't have to pay attention to what is said by those who look through a certain lens. Let us look on what international rating organizations speak about Jamaica. And they do give us high ratings, even on the passage of Melissa, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have experienced the lowest unemployment figures, 3.3%, lowest debt to GDP levels, and over the past 9 years, no new taxes. Significant by this administration. Mr. President, this administration has taken the ship of Jamaica through two of the worst natural disasters ever experienced, namely COVID, and that is the worst worldwide pandemic for over a century, and hurricanes Beryl and Melissa. Two back-to-back storms, with the latter being the strongest hurricane ever to impact the region. Mr. President, to be able to produce this Appropriations Bill 2026 without overburdening Jamaicans with massive and oppressive taxes is testimony to the tremendous effort of the team led by our Prime Minister, the Most Honourable Dr. Andrew Michael Holness. The many Jamaicans who have encountered have great appreciation and understanding that the revenue measures at this time, after experiencing so many consecutive years of no new taxes, that the revenue measures were unavoidable. I know in the Republic from where I come, Senator Bernard saw you at the Parliament in Montego Bay on one occasion. But you know that that is a diverse crew of persons. Diverse crew. We are in the Republic, and that is our Parliament. Diverse. We have people from the P side, the J side, no side, Mr. President. But you know, when you listen to the average man in our Parliament, Mr. President, the man who we will describe in legal terms as the man on the Clapham omnibus, Mr. President, they have no issue with the budget that has been presented by this administration. Mr. President, the people of Jamaica recognize that but for Hurricane Beryl and Melissa and the impact they had on the forward momentum of this administration, that we would more probably than not, would have been seen another year of no new taxes. But as I said, it was unavoidable. Mr. President, the impact of those storms have, however, concretized in the minds of Jamaicans here and across the diaspora that this administration has ensured, and I will quote the words of our Prime Minister, Jamaica's resilience is not only social and emotional, it is institutional, fiscal, and economic. Mr. President, the resilience shown is much appreciated by Jamaicans in Western Jamaica, in the parishes most highly affected by Hurricane Melissa. And I speak of St. James, Trelawney, Hanover, Westmoreland, and St. Elizabeth. When we ventured out, Mr. President, on October 29, 2026, there was great concern. The damage coupled with the loss of life was significant. I have not come across anyone who in some way or the other did not feel the wrath of Hurricane Melissa. We all give thanks to God, for as the saying goes, it could have been worse. We say thanks to all the donors, local and international, who responded to assist. We recognize the first responders and agency representatives who went beyond the call of duty, even when they themselves were affected. Mr. President, we, however, have a greater appreciation of the benefits of having an administration which recognizes the importance of building resilience. We appreciate even more the need to have an administration which has discipline, which is courageous, and able to maintain good governance over the many budget cycles from 2016 in the face of harsh but clearly unsound criticism from an opposition which sought to gaslight Jamaicans with fanciful spending. Mr. President, our administration was and continues to be able to respond post-Melissa to build back the lives and restore communities. Things may not happen as fast as we would all like, but the signs are positive, Mr. President. This administration was able to provide a loan from its own account of US $150 million, which assisted greatly in the restoration of electricity. Mr. President, when we spoke to JPS representatives in our EOC, they told us that their infrastructure in Western Jamaica, especially the transmission lines that move power from St. James across the hills into other parishes, was literally destroyed. Mr. President, this loan that was provided has given us a report that up to 99% of electricity has now been restored across Western Jamaica. Mr. President, communities which suffered major infrastructure damage, the restoration process has started. Repairs to many of our roads, Mr. President, have started and are continuing. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security was able to distribute hundreds of thousands of care packages. And when you go back to the COVID era, where support had to be given through the various care programs, it signifies the importance of the resilience that we were able to build and be able to respond to Jamaicans who needed assistance at those critical junctures in their lives, and right now, as we have experienced, Minister. Mr. President, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security has currently allocated to thousands of Jamaicans over $8 billion to needy Jamaicans to repair their homes. And yes, while there are teething pains, corrective measures are being implemented to ease the burden on those people. This signifies, Mr. President, however, a need to have implemented, and we are building out the infrastructure for that, for the national identification system to be fully implemented. That will make distribution of social needs much easier without having to go through manual verifications as is presently being done to ensure that there's transparency and accountability in the program. So I want to encourage at this time all Jamaicans to ensure that they are on board with the national identification system. Mr. President, a critical question that comes up at this time, though, and I found it a bit disingenuous and disheartening on the part of the opposition. When the government set up a system to solicit from internationally donations that will assist Jamaicans, the opposition set up their own system. They put out an advertisement. In fact, they sought to divide persons in making their contributions. But the question has been asked, where is the money that was raised by the opposition? That is the question that needs to be answered by them. Mr. President, over a month ago, the leader of the opposition said that he would present an account to the nation. Well, we have gone several weeks, and we don't hear no more communication about that accountability that was promised by the leader of the opposition. And if they want us to trust them, even as an opposition, then they must do what they have committed to. And that cannot be a difficult task, Mr. President. That cannot be a difficult task. Mr. President, the National Housing Trust has responded post-Melissa in a significant way. They have given moratoriums on loans, and they have provided grants to persons to do roof repairs. Grants, not loans, Mr. President, but grants. While it's doing so, they continue to provide loans to qualified Jamaicans to carry through, and they also presently are undertaking returns of contributions that persons are entitled to. So when persons come here and go out in the public space and seek to say that the taking or drawdown of $11 billion in support of the budget is impacting what the NHT does, that obviously is not true. But then the persons who raise that must ask themselves, Mr. President, what happened when they did what they did without any money? The monies that were taken from the NHT to bail out someone in respect to outer money. And let me say this, that particular property is still burdening the public coffers. It is, because guess what? It is not generating revenue, but there is also a cost in providing security. So, Mr. President, this is what one writer said in relation to outer money. And I quote, "No one could have expected an entity so notably tasked would have found itself so mired in controversy." And I can take the controversy and make it into a slander. Right, Mr. President? So, persons are there, you're criticizing. But if the monies were not taken, Senator Duncan, then what would happen to the Jamaicans? We would burden them with more taxes? would we be burdening the Jamaican people with more taxes? So, Mr. President, the criticism that we hear coming from across the floor, seeking to gaslight, I am saying and submitting in this chamber that it is not correct nor true. Mr. President, with my Western Jamaica bias, I and many others found excitement and hope in the presentation of our Prime Minister's commitment to resurgence and transformation. In the wake of Melissa, we must build for the future. There's a popular saying that one should never make a crisis go to waste. The Honourable Prime Minister captured it well when he said, and I quote, "The suffering of our Western parishes will not be a footnote in our national story. It will be the catalyst for our next great chapter." And that takes me into NARA, Mr. President. The creation of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority will soon be a reality. The bill for its creation has been tabled by the Prime Minister. And again, I heard Senator Tomlinson criticizing, and I asked myself, has he even read the bill? Has he even read the bill to be making some of the comments that he made this morning? And he lifted up a prop. And I asked the question, he said, the big yellow book, hold up the big yellow book, look pristine compared to the one that is in the possession of Senator Morgan that have dog ears. Because what it is saying to me is that Senator Morgan, Mr. President, has gone through the big yellow book. Obviously, Senator Thompson did not go through that book. And the presentation from our colleague, Senator Tomlinson. Yes, Senator Tomlinson. But the presentation from our Minister of Education has put his comments totally to rest, because she has outlined what is being done in this present budget in the area of education. So, President, the NARA is a critical step that will be taken in the building and positive transformation of many of our urban spaces in the West and other areas in Jamaica. Through the function of NARA, it is expected that there will be greater coordination, speed, efficiency, improved standards in major development projects, which will improve the quality of life of Jamaicans, build and transform communities, enhance productivity, and accelerate national development. You come back? All right. I have more for you, don't worry yourself. Mr. President, specific to Western Jamaica parishes, it is expected that the NARA will play a significant role in the build-out of the new and improved Black River, the much-needed Hopewell, Sandy Bay, and Lucy bypass, the airport in the Negril, the transformation of the Lucy Harbour, the revitalization of Montego Bay development. And Mr. President, in this building and transformation of the space in Western Jamaica, I highlight just those, but there are several others across Jamaica. Mr. President, this administration recognizes the cumbersome nature of our procurement and other development requirements. We have proven ourselves bold enough to take action where necessary to ease that burden. Our administration knows that development can go a far way in improving Jamaica's competitiveness, increase economic opportunities, resulting in increased and sustained revenues. The opposition, on the other hand, obviously, Mr. President, based on the comments that we have heard this morning, they do not understand that that is a critical part of ensuring we fast-track needy development. Mr. President, I remind the Senate that it was this Andrew Holness administration that passed legislation making the Montego Bay Perimeter Road a national project. And I was in the Senate, Senator Bernard, you knew, but the comments that came from across here, because that legislation sought to ease the procurement process. And you as a resident in St. James, You have seen the development taking place right before your eyes with a speed in massive infrastructure that is going to impact St. James significantly. And I will get through, don't worry. And other areas in Western Jamaica in a real way. You have seen it. They have started paving the road. We soon get to opening one more highway that will open great opportunities for development. And when it was that things were taking place in Kingston, Mr. President, in respect to Constant Spring Road, if you remember the comments that came from the opposition, and down by Portia Simpson Square, where they were improving Hagley Park Road, I believe it is. Mr. President, the comments that came from the opposition at that time was that they're going to lock down Kingston, don't do it. Ease off of the development process. But this administration was able to do those projects. And look at us now, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, as I said, the legislation that we're bringing in respect to the NARA will ease some of the challenges that we have. Mr. President, Opposition Senator again, Cleveland Tomlinson, where it's about timelines, I respond to him in this way. Don't worry yourself, man. And you made some comments about the youth. If you reflect back on the 1970s, when your great conceptualizer said to Jamaicans, take one of the 5 flights a day and leave Jamaica. It sounds like it's the same commentary he comes with, because what I want to ask him, what did Senator Tomlinson say to those youths in encouraging them to improve themselves, take the advantage of what was being offered through our Ministry of Education? Now we are hearing that you can go up to Hart. What do you call it? Level 5? Level 5, right? Right now it's level 4. But we're offering up to level 5 right now, Mr. President. For free. So we have a way of upskilling our people. Mr. President, we don't want for them to be taking one of the 5 flights per day to go away. But listen to this. What you did was to create a brain drain in Jamaica that we're struggling to recover from. That is what you offer to the Jamaican people. The opposition offered that. The great conceptualizer that they seek to praise, Michael Manley, offered Jamaicans to take flight to go foreign, improve foreign, Mr. President. And then those are the same people that we're asking to contribute to Jamaica. Mr. President, but in respect to the timeline issue, the bill has been tabled. So that step has been taken. And unless you take the first step, you will never complete the journey. So we have taken the first step. Mr. President, we are in the process of doing the interview for NARA's Chief Executive Officer, Mr. President. That is far advanced. 5 persons have already been shortlisted and are being evaluated. Mr. President, the chairman of a credible independent oversight committee, Professor Peter Blair Henry, has been identified. I know what I found confusing on their side, Mr. President, today, is that one senator is supporting it and one senator is bashing the person who has been appointed. It looks like you're confused on that side. In respect, you don't understand what is happening, man. Mr. President, this administration, unlike others, we act. We don't just talk. The Montego Bay Perimeter Road, which I spoke about, languished through 18 years of PNP administration, Mr. President. We got it done because we are an action administration. Mr. President, Harmony Park in Montego Bay, that wonderful park, languished through the PNP administration. We got it done, Mr. President. $1.3 million spent in doing the Harmony Beach Park. Mr. President, I highlight briefly these 2 things coming from our administration. We may be useful. So guess what? You, the people of Jamaica, can trust this administration to act and to act in their benefit and with their interests at heart. And in respect to this development, again, in the affected parishes, announcement made in this budget. Transfer tax has been reduced by 50% across the affected parishes. Very important. And when we reflect on a PNP administration, when transfer tax was 5%, Scott Motley, Senator, and we reduced it under Alishah to 4%, PNP increased it to 5%, and guess what happened? Guess what happened? Under Nigel Clark as Minister of Finance, we reduced transfer tax to 2%. That's right. Our administration is a tax reduction type of administration. When we compare what you did with $60 billion in new taxes in 3 or 4 years, you understand that you are a taxation government. Mr. President, in recent times, 2 persons who sit in their lower house spoke about increasing taxes just before the election. That is what they're about. Yes, 2 persons over there spoke about increasing tax. We talk about reducing the burden of taxation on people. And we will look at the efficiency in the collection of what is here. And that is why we gave you 9 years of no new taxes. Mr. President, it was spoken about. The meeting yesterday to bring in the small and medium-sized businesses is something that is significant, allowing the persons to be able to participate in what is to come. That is how we take care of our people and improve business in Jamaica. Mr. President, I want to touch quickly on beach access in the last few minutes that I have. Alan, there is a hypocrisy on the part of the PNP in relation to beach access. A big hypocrisy. Mr. President, if you look on the policy that has been tabled by the Honorable Prime Minister, look on the first goal, which is stated on page 35. And I want the public to understand, the Beach Control Act is an act that was implemented by a PNP government. The amendment that they made to the Beach Control Act in 1973 was done under a PNP government. This administration, in tabling this policy and opening the discussion for greater beach access, Mr. President, that they are able to now jump on. The goal, number 1, the goals of the beach access and management policy are, listen to this, establishment of effective institutional arrangements for the regulation and management of Bailey Beach. Nothing is wrong with that. But 2, increase physical access to the use and use of the foreshore, the floor of the sea, and the water column above it by all stakeholders. Not just a few, all stakeholders. All stakeholders. But here the hypocrisy that I see coming from the PNP. Mr. President, there's an advertisement which is out in the public, where 2 persons were in their lower house on the opposition bench doing a development. And part of the advertisement in that is that you will have access to a private beach. Not public access, The people who purchase the multi-million-dollar property that they are selling will have access to a private beach. All right. Mr. President, in St. James, Rosal Beach, Damali Beach, Cornwall Beach was removed, not allowing public access by a PNP administration. And in respect to Cornwall Beach, the hypocrisy of it is that Cornwall Beach was given to the people of St. James by Michael Manley and taken away under Portia Simpson Miller and the attorney who presided over it The attorney's firm that presided over it is that of the leader of the opposition, Mr. President. Hypocrisy on the part of the PNP. And guess what? Take it easy. My time running out. Mr. President, one of the members on that side, within their family, of which they are gaining a benefit from it, Mr. President, owns a beach property, but the gate to that property is closed. They operate it for commercial purpose, but the gate is closed. There is no public access to the foreshore through their property. If they want to get up and stand up and talk who it is, then they have the opportunity to do so. Mr. President, this party, this administration respects beach access. We will have more discussion on that on another time, Mr. President. I thank you very much. I support the Appropriation Act. Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Sinclair, thank you very much. Senator Lambert Brown.
President, after that parochial presentation from the councillor from Mobile, I wish to bring us back to a moment where we can celebrate nationally. So I want to start, President, by congratulating the Reggae Boys on their victory last night. I think we should all applaud them. And let's hope that on Tuesday they can win again. And for the second time, get to the World Cup. Democratic Republic of Congo, you don't know that? So we start there. Secondly, President, you and I hope that the College of Jamaica will prevail tomorrow. He's wearing purple. He's wearing purple.
1 minute.
But he didn't go to KC.
1 minute, please. Senator Apka Fitzhenley, the man is talking about Jamaica College. He will do so unhindered by any remark from yourself. Go ahead, please.
Worse when he's wearing purple. Worse when he's wearing a purple tie. So, Mr. President, let's start there. By looking to our sportsmen and women. And that allows me to also, from this floor, salute and thank the people and government of Cuba who built for us the G.C. Foster College. Because it is that college that has allowed us to proliferate sporting coaches throughout many different disciplines and make us a world power in athletics. The Cubans help us there, and they help us in other schools. They help us in health for many years. Misunderstood. President, I was happy when this Prime Minister and yourself attended the funeral of Fidel Castro Ruz, who survived 11 presidents of the United States who attempted to kill him, every single one of them. I will never forget, President, the Cubans who sought Jamaica's assistance to allow them to transit to Angola, to stop the apartheidists who wanted to overrun Angola and then to attack the ANC in South Africa. The Cuban internationalist fighter. And Jamaica paid a price. We paid a price because Kissinger came here to say we should not allow the Cubans any support. So it's clear to me. Nelson Mandela. Nelson. Is he finished yet? Nelson Mandela, that great freedom fighter, his first international visit after coming out of prison and becoming president was to Cuba, because Cuba has been a shining light of internationalism. I have all the time, you know. Because imbeciles like Marlon doesn't understand history. Doesn't understand history. And so I want from this parliament to thank our Cuban brothers and sisters for their internationalism and their support. Mr. President, you're right, and I hear the minister commending the teachers for staying. President, at my stage and age, I can claim to be the one person in this chamber who have heard the most budget presentations in the country. You have been out of the country a little bit studying. So I can claim. She also was out. Perfect. So I have been here, and I can say, without fear of contradiction, that between 62 and now, I have heard the most budget presentation. It's a huge thing. I show respect for it. And what it tells me is that much of the speeches I'm hearing here today, I've heard them before. There's nothing new under the sun. Ecclesiastes 1:9. That's what it says. There's nothing new under the sun. No, I've heard it, but you haven't heard my own. So you need to hear my own now. So, Mr. President, I've heard great announcements. I heard great re-announcements. I've even heard greater re-announcements. So let's take some. For many months, for years, in the lobby of this parliament was a miniature presentation of the new parliament. That's fine. I'm not sure you will be either. But, President, as I said to the then chairman of the UDC, Senator Ransford Braham, that I don't expect that parliament, which was announced, for which groundbreaking took place. I think there's groundbreaking. But there's announcement after announcement. And that new parliament is again being re-announced. So it doesn't scare me about all of these announcements and grand announcements. Mr. President, I've heard and debated in this House needs. And who needs is going to do this and do that. All know I can't find it. But pardon me, Chairman, the toxicity of Marlon can only be matched by the comments of Andre Stevens. I leave it to Andre. Yes, I leave it to Andre. So, let me be clear. These announcements are just that. Most of them will never ever come to fruition under this government. Let's take, for example, this year, 2026. It is the 10th anniversary of some great announcements. And this is what, this is 10? This is what Nigel Clark and the Prime Minister did. 5 in 4. 5 in 4. This is the 10th year of the announcement of 5 in 4. And so if it is 10 years, it is 2 times 5. But we don't have a 2% growth in a single year of those 10 years. In fact, as Senator Anderson pointed out, our average growth has been less than 1% per annum. 5 in 4. 10 years. 10 years. 2 times 5. And you can't even grow the economy 2%. So these announcements you're coming with in this budget leave the people of Jamaica with a lot of doubts. They know it's just a scam and a sham announcement. The proof of the pudding is in the doing. Minister of Education has come here, and I heard her praise up the Morant Bay Urban Center. And Minister, the sewer arrangement is not even in place. It's been fixed, but at the time of the announcement and the ribbon cutting, the point I'm making here is that you are good at making these announcements, but dealing with it is a problem. So when I listen to these presentations from the government, I got the impression that the budget was about 2 people. One, Andrew Holness. And if you go to Ansard, the amount of time his name was called. So the budget is about Andrew Holness. Second person is about a girl named Melissa. That's what this budget debate in the Senate this morning has been about. Melissa, blame Melissa, praise Andrew. 2 persons. That's all. Blame Melissa, praise Andrew. Mr. President, my name was called a lot. Mr. President, let me address very quickly. Let me deal very quickly with the issue of salary and productivity. Because Senator Duncan, I love and promote productivity. I am on record of signing an agreement with Backside company called... I never did, but you don't know nothing about it. I never did, but I'm ignoring you. I signed an agreement called Salary and Wages Improvement, Productivity Earned, SWIPE. That's nice. I am even more ashamed of you for your ignorance. So, President, I stand for productivity. I tell you a story. A couple of years ago, at the Ministry of Finance, and Senator Gale might have been in that meeting, Nigel Clark, the minister, spoke about productivity-related wages, because a long time that discussion has been going on. I said to Nigel, my friend then, and still is, I said, Minister, can you show me one country anywhere in the world, where productivity-related pay in the public sector has been operated. So we can look at that model. Oh no, we can't get that. And there's a reason. And there's a reason. Because it is easier to talk about productivity-related pay than to implement it. How do you, Minister, for the student? Minister, I'm talking to you now. How do you measure your teachers who have gotten the students who are lowest in the GSAT? As against those who are teaching the high performance from your alma mater. Different measurement. And these are some of the difficulties we face when we talk about productivity-related pay. For example, if you want to talk about crime reduction, shouldn't you be paying the police much, much more now for their success in reducing crime? But your proposal to them is 2%. So murder don't 40%. But your proposal to them is 2%. The same as the other person who does not achieve any productivity gain. So it's a difficult subject. Easier for the Prime Minister to talk about. Let's talk a little about productivity, Senator Duncan. Well, you said the drill never exists. It's not a drill, you said. Senator Duncan, take a case of a man named Howard Gow, employed to the Ministry of Health, left the job in 2022. And today, sent me a text today, Senator Thompson still can't get him gratuity after 4 years.
You should have to text anybody.
You don't want to know. I thought you wanted to help. You don't want to know. He has texted everybody in our ministry. And he has now come to me to assist him. That's why he's texting me. And I am making progress against the bureaucracy that is not getting things done. You spoke about your business people, you know. So let me do my talking now. Let's talk, it don't matter how much I have. Let's talk about productivity. Mr. President, because those who want to preach productivity must set productivity as an example. 12th of September, I signed an agreement, and I think Senator Gale signed it. 12th of September 2024, with the Honorable Nigel Clark. And that agreement says that the unions would, by November of 2024, submit their wage claims and complete negotiation by March 25. The unions complied. We submitted our claims. Senator Duncan, up to now, the negotiation that was to be completed by the 31st of March 2025 is still not completed. And the workers in the public sector who are to get their salary increase from last year still have not received it. And the reason for that is a total failing of the Ministry of Finance. It's about the leadership of finance. It is leadership of companies that will gain you productivity. And when our government speaks of lack of productivity, they are admitting a lack of leadership on their part. And so I speak to that. that if you want productivity, the unions have already committed to work with you productively. It is the government who is failing. And that is why the Prime Minister can get up in the Parliament and make big talk. And that's why I say talk is talk. Real action comes when leadership set out to do what is necessary. So I want to make it very clear that the public sector workers are deserving of an increase. And I call upon the Minister of Finance to fast-track the negotiation that should have been completed from the first quarter of 2025. Second thing I want to say in respect to that, there are many workers in the public sector who have benefited from the compensation review done in agreement with the unions from 2015 when Peter Phillips signed off for it. But there are workers at the University of the West Indies, and I'm calling on the Ministry of Finance to resolve the compensation issues at the University Hospital for the lecturers, center team, right down to the janitors. And I want to make one other plea that I hope will get attraction here. And it is this. Apart from the University of the West Indies, all other public sector workers have benefited from the compensation review. Today, Senator Gale said MPs, councillors. But I want today to make a plea on behalf of the 16 non-executive senators. I don't care what is the reason, but I believe, and I'm making a call to the minister, as a trade unionist, as a senator, and this is not a party call, that the non-executive senators are the only ones in the parliament who have not benefited from the compensation review. And I'm making a call for the letter of September 2023. For the letter, you getting what? 20 how much million is your pay? 20 how much is your pay? So I am saying here that the 16 non-executive senators, some who have left too, that the principle of 2008, which was contained in the letter from the Financial Secretary to the Clerk of Parliament in 2023, should be resent from Finance, so that the senators, the non-executive senators, which would include Marlon Morgan and Aqua Fitzhenley, when they were not in the executive, to receive an adjustment. And I make that plea, President, knowing that the issue is sensitive. But the reality is, the work of the senators, my friend Senator Sinclair travels from Montego Bay. Senator Bernard travels from Mobile. Yesterday, we're told electricity rate going up. Transportation costs going up. It's only fair that the non-executive senators should have the adjustment which was proposed. Did I hear my friend in the back say she agreed? Good. So, President, as I wrap up in the next few minutes, I want to say that the workers in the public sector who receive duty concession, that the $1.4 billion that the government intends to receive in taxes is not worth squeezing the public sector workers. I'm calling on the government to reinstate the position prior to this budget. I'm calling on the government to reinstate 1.4, President, in the context of a 1.3, 1.4 trillion budget is truly chicken feed. That's what they found last year to buy the old school bus. Why squeeze? Why squeeze the public sector workers? Why deprive them of the full benefit? And so, my call is a restoration. My call is for a restoration of the school bus, of the duty concession to the public sector workers. Because, Mr. President, if the budget is about people, which it ought to be, then this budget hasn't really connected with the people. The minimum wage workers expected, based on what you did said to them, your manifesto. You prefer me point on you? No, but you are not important. You are not important. She is. And she understands that my pointing at her is not meant to be hostile. You understand that, Minister? 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 That one, the minimum wage, Minister, for every increase, the government takes education tax. But your manifesto, I promise that this year, the minimum wage will go to $18,500 per week. And we're going to blame Melissa now for this paltry $25 an hour increase. What can $25 buy? What it can buy? So I am again asking the cabinet to honor your election promise. You start out, Minister, and said, oh, there was the 3rd of September. Yes, there were. There was the 3rd of September. But you know what happened on the 3rd of September? Your side lost 14 seats. And my side gained 14 seats. And so my side. So we also revel in the outcome of the elections. We know that is not a... That's fine, you lost it for 4 terms. So as far as we are concerned, this budget let down the minimum wage workers, broken promise. It let down the public sector workers, broken promise. It is not a budget for the people of the country. It's a budget for you to praise the announcement and re-announcement and re-announcement. The people of Jamaica deserves better. For the first time, we have now gotten over the charade of no new taxes. You have had to tax the Jamaican people at the worst time in our history. That, in my view, represents a government that is wicked and uncaring. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown. One minute, Senator. 1 minute.
He's going to be talking twice in the debate. He has talked an entire debate thus far.
Engage your microphone, please, Senator Morgan.
When it's nice, you have to do it twice. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for us on this side, the appropriation bill being debated is about delivering solutions to the challenges confronting the Jamaican people. It is about focusing keenly on improving the quality of life and securing the livelihood of the Jamaican people in what is a difficult and trying post-Hurricane Melissa dispensation. This appropriation bill is the mechanism through which the Jamaica Labour Party government's master plan for our recovery and restoration is being operationalized. Led by the Builder-in-Chief, our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Michael Holness, we are rolling out the blueprint and presenting the roadmap on this, our journey from resilience to resurgence. We recognize that for the PNP members, this debate is about political grandstanding, revolutionist history, and vulgar opportunism. Literally exploiting, as we just heard a while ago, the vulnerability, hardship, and dislocation bedeviling our people as a result of the devastation Hurricane Melissa left in her wake. But I have news for them, Mr. President. Where the PNP sees crisis, we in the governing Jamaica Labour Party see opportunity. Where they whine and complain, we inspire hope and creativity. They find a problem for every solution. We find the solutions to our nation's problem. Where they preach doom and gloom, we preach positivity and point people to opportunities, helping them move from resilience to resurgence. And, Mr. President, as the Prime Minister said elsewhere, while they on that side only talk nonsense in many instances, we on this side get things done. We get things done, Mr. President, by moving the minimum wage from the $5,600 it stood at under the PNP to the $17,000 it will stand at come July 2026. We get things done by presenting 10 consecutive budgets with no net new taxes. We get things done by reducing unemployment from just over 13% under the PNP to the 3.3% it stands at today. We get things done by reducing poverty from the 21.2% it stood at under the PNP in 2015 to the 7.8 record low it stands at present per the last survey of living conditions. Previously, poverty stood at 8.2% per the 2023 survey. And of course, Mr. President, youth unemployment under them was in the order of 30%, and under us at present, it's in the order of 10%, Mr. President. While we get things done by abolishing the Students' Loan Bureau guarantor requirement, we are making the aspiration of attaining higher education a reality for Jamaicans from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. We get things done, Mr. President, by delivering on compensation review, providing public sector workers with the largest salary increases they have ever received in this country. We get things done by providing a rural school bus system which offers a cheaper, safer, and more reliable mode of transportation to our children in rural Jamaica, whether they want to describe them as old buses or not. We get things done by bringing more arable land into agricultural production and significantly increasing the acreage of irrigated agricultural lands. We get things done by rehabilitating the largest number of farm roads and establishing the long-desired cold storage facilities at Kirkvine in Manchester and Essex Valley over in St. Elizabeth. We get things done, Mr. President, by increasing NHT low-income home grants, facilitating home improvement, increasing the NHT low ceiling time and again, building communities, delivering thousands of housing solutions, and lowering NHT interest rates. There's a 0% interest rate for the lowest income earners in this country, Mr. President, under this government. That is the difference between us on this side and them on that side. We get things done for the poor and vulnerable in this country, increasing PATH payments, providing a social pension for persons aged 75 and older, increasing NIS pensions, modernizing the life certification process via the AmAlive app, which Minister Morris-Dixon would have pioneered in her previous incarnation. And of course, we have delivered over 300 concrete housing solutions with inside bathroom facilities to the poor and needy in this country under the new social housing program. And of course, we have been improving the state of infirmaries, and we have established drop-in centers. In addition to the recently announced government procurement set aside for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, we get things done by instituting reforms to make it easier for MSMEs to access much-needed equity financing and lower-cost capital for business expansion and retooling. I speak here, Mr. President, of the DBJ, the reforms that have been announced vis-à-vis pension funds, and, of course, insurance funds. And most importantly, Mr. President, we on this side get things done by bringing crime down to a 30-year low of less than 700 murders in calendar year 2025. And as you can appreciate, we are on course to go even lower this year, perhaps below the 500 mark here in calendar year 2026. Mr. President, the members opposite want to put the government in a quagmire by imperiling revenue outturn and throwing our nation's fiscal program off track. That's the only thing one can conclude when one considers the ramifications of some of the proposals they advanced during the budget debate and even throughout today during this debate on the appropriation bill before us. The opposition PNP approached the budget debate and are approaching today's appropriation bill debate with a pre-Hurricane Melissa posture. I was at pains to point that out to all the members opposite Sotovoshe throughout the course of today. How can the raft of hairy-fairy election promises in a pre-Hurricane Melissa dispensation be copied and pasted in this dispensation and presented as so-called policy proposals? As out of touch and outdated as the opposition PNP is on the question of cooperation in healthcare between Jamaica and Cuba, as well as the issue of transportation for rural school children, the PNP is outdated and out of touch on the matter of our nation's finances. As Finance Minister Favour Williams exposed in her rebuttal as she closed the budget debate this past Tuesday, the electronic invoicing and digital nomads policy suggestions for revenue generation would not and cannot materialize anytime soon. The PNP wants the government to give up its credible and sustainable revenue generation program for their tenuous, impractical, poorly thought out, and unsustainable revenue-raising suggestions. Imagine, Mr. President, they are in opposition. They should be studied. They should be undertaking copious research and consulting, if needs be, with sober and measured, competent professionals. Yet they come to these debates exhibiting chaka-chaka policy formulation and chaka-chaka workmanship. I urge you, my fellow Jamaicans, take sleep and mark that. Chaka-chaka workmanship as opposition leads to chaka-chaka workmanship as government, and we cannot afford to let that happen. Mr. President, what we saw and heard from Julian Robinson and Mark Golding during the budget debate render them unsuitable to hold the reins of responsibility as finance minister and prime minister, respectively, in this country. They are simply not suited. A chaka-chaka government like that which would be formed by the PNP would destroy our economy and reverse the gains the Jamaican people individually and collectively have worked so hard and have sacrificed so much to attain. Other observers, Mr. President, seem to be of the same view. Speaking on a post-budget panel during Nationwide News Network's cover story this past Tuesday, respected development economist Dr. Christian Stokes said the following, and I quote, "The moment that Mr. Robinson made his budget presentation, he left his, to use a boxing metaphor, he left his chin exposed because a credible case could not be made that those revenue initiatives could be done in time for April 1st. The noted development economist, Dr. Christian Stokes, basically went on to describe the finance minister's rebuttal of Julian Robinson as, quote, detailed, justified, and well done, end quote. He went on to posit, and I'm quoting again, "We went through a budget debate, and frankly, the proposals made by the opposition in how they would finance the budget were really not realistic." And on me says so, Mr. President, and Dr. Christian Stokes says so. It is simply not credible to be proposing to do so much in terms of expenditure and fancy proposals, while at the same time asserting that you would not go the route of new taxes and you would not discontinue the $11.4 billion drawdown from the NHT, Mr. President. Time come, Mr. President, for the PNP to stop fooling up the Jamaican people. Time come for the PNP to stop giving the Jamaican people a 6 for a 9. What we heard during the budget debate from opposition leader Mark Golding and his spokesman on finance, Julian Robinson, and no doubt what we heard throughout the course of today in this debate on the appropriation bill from the PNP senators is so-so voodoo-type economics. As Finance Minister Favour Williams said on Tuesday, Mr. President, their maths is simply not mathsing. Mr. President, the opposition PNP would have us believe that they are sincere in their pontification and exhortations regarding the dislocation and hardship confronting many of our Jamaican brothers and sisters, especially those domiciled in Western Jamaica. During the budget debate, the point was made about displaced people sleeping in cars. Indeed, during his contribution to the debate, Julian Robinson shared with us the plight of Miss Margaret in Savannah Lamar, whose shop, he said, was destroyed by Hurricane Melissa, and James in Montego Bay, who he said runs a small transport business and suffered tremendous loss as a result of Hurricane Melissa-related damage to his vehicle. Mr. President, the Jamaican people will recall that at a time, as Senator Sinclair said just now, when every Jamaican should have been standing in one accord, demonstrating solidarity with the country's centralized and streamlined efforts to mobilize post-Hurricane Melissa relief support and raise funds via the Support Jamaica platform. The opposition PNP went about setting up their own fundraising platform, a parallel and competing portal dubbed, quote, PNP Hurricane Melissa Relief, end quote. In a rank and vulgar exhibition of party considerations over country, the opposition PNP, Mr. President, and its supporters have invariably diverted support that could otherwise have gone to Jamaica in terms of the Support Jamaica platform to their own platform, which was a party-related initiative. Now, the question is, since the opposition PNP is so keen on telling us about people sleeping in cars and enduring considerable hardship as a result of Hurricane Melissa, How much of the money raised by the PNP's Hurricane Melissa Relief Fund have they given in humanitarian aid to the people sleeping in the cars? How much of the money raised by the PNP has Julian Robinson and Mark Golding made available to Miss Margaret from Savannah Lamar or James from Montego Bay? I urge the people of Jamaica, Mr. President, to take sleep and mark death. Mr. President, the difference between us on this side and the members on that side is that we on this side put our money where our mouth is. They are talk, we are substance. Our genuine care and concern are borne out, Mr. President, by the Hurricane Melissa relief and recovery interventions we have rolled out, both from a state-funded government standpoint and from our personal resources, including the millions donated by Senators Abka Fitz-Henley and Christian Tavares Finson, which Senator Lambert Brown seems to have sleepless nights over. Mr. President, it would be remiss of me to contribute to this debate and not bring a most profound point into sharp focus. I want to implore my Jamaican brothers and sisters looking on, if you take nothing else away from this debate and the entire budget process, if you, the people of Jamaica, remember nothing else from this debate and the entire budget process, I want you to remember this. Whatever the PNP says about the state of the economy and the state of our beloved country, whatever negative picture they paint and would have you believe, best believe that in their personal life and private business affairs, they are having it otherwise. When them say nothing in go on, Mr. President, when them say nothing in go on, they are misleading you, because big things are going on for them in their personal life and personal business affairs. PNP officials, especially the top and hardest ones, tell their supporters one thing while they do another. They tell their supporters that times are hard, things are tough, and nothing are going on, while they are all about the place, Mr. President, investing, pursuing business opportunities, and making money like they have never made money before. I am here this afternoon, Mr. President, to expose their hypocrisy and mash down their lie. Mr. President, it is simply cruel and demonstrably unconscionable, Mr. President, to draw the wool over people's eyes, especially their indoctrinated and misguided PNP supporters. They dumb down their own supporters and blind them while their own eyes remain open. The eyes of the PNP officials are wide open as they go about the place buying up land, they develop land, they get into real estate, they acquire heavy equipment for construction, and they get into agriculture, including hydroponic farming, like their General Secretary, rearing goats, like Damian Crawford, and such the like. It is only in this debate that we saw the rank hypocrisy on display. The member opposite, who waxed warm on the question of beach access, was revealed as being associated with a household that owns a private beach. What kind of hypocrisy is that? Mr. President, PNP President and Opposition Leader Mark Golding stands on a soapbox regarding beach access, yet he, PNP President and Opposition Leader Mark Golding, say Marky G, stands on a soapbox regarding beach access, yet he is reportedly associated with a company, a project that is offering beachfront real estate for sale. Such hypocrisy. Mr. President, the PNP is a classic case of the hand of Esau and the voice of Jacob. They are inherently tricksters. It was Damian Crawford, Mr. Tricks You himself, who publicly confirmed that some years ago, their ostensible next leader. Mr. President, they tell the people one thing while they do another. And that is why the Prime Minister, Mr. President, felt compelled to highlight the PNP's hypocrisy during the budget debate, revealing that one PNP MP called and urged him to ignore the utterances of their embattled General Secretary Dayton Campbell, who was opposing the salary increase, citing that they could not survive without it. The Prime Minister also exposed the PNP MPs. The Prime Minister also exposed that the PNP MPs were the first ones calling into the Parliament, Mr. President, for a calculation as to their retroactive salary. Imagine that. The opposition PNP often characterize our economy as low growth, low tech, low wage. Isn't it contradictory, therefore, Mr. President, that they scoff at and ridicule our thrust to systematically lift the minimum wage over this 5-year policy cycle? Our undertaking is to move the minimum wage ultimately to 32,000 Jamaican dollars. It should be noted, Mr. President, that increased capital allowance, the liberalization of capital, as I mentioned earlier, pension funds and insurance funds, curricular development, and workforce training emphasizing STEM, as well as strategic partnerships such as those forged with India and manifest in the work of the Amber Group, for example, are encouraging developments vis-a-vis increased incorporation and mainstreaming of the ingredients where tech is support. Those are the things that will move us further along the value chain and ensure that Jamaica secures more exponential levels of growth. Mr. President, what I like about this 2026-2027 budget and the appropriation bill that gives effect to it is the degree to which it addresses many of the long-standing inhibitors and binding constraints on growth. We heard from the Finance Minister a well-thought-out suite of measures that will free up capital to the productive sector and other businesses. So the opposition often lament and likes to ask, where is the growth going to come from? Well, they have yet another answer, Mr. President. No lesser person than the Prime Minister himself also brought the growth imperative into sharp focus, underscoring NARA, underscoring FAST, and how those principal mechanisms will serve to accelerate our rates of growth. Mr. President, both Julian Robinson and Mark Golding brought the issue of tax compliance into sharp focus during the budget debate as part of their no new tax, no NHT drawdown advocacy vis-a-vis raising much-needed revenue to finance the 2026-2027 budget. Go after the tax dodgers and those who are not compliant, they said. The money is there to be collected. Go and collect it, they said. The next few minutes must be used to lay bare, Mr. President, the PNP's rank hypocrisy and insincerity on the matter of tax compliance and revenue protection. It was only recently that a performance audit report from the Auditor General on Procurement at the University Hospital of the West Indies, UHWI, revealed repugnant and despicable procurement practices which had the effect of the consolidated fund, our public purse, being deprived of much-needed revenue in favor of private companies. The UHWI's tax-exempt status, Mr. President, was utilized in favor of private entities, as reported by the Auditor General, for the acquisition of medical equipment and other supplies. At the center, we'll answer the question now, Maji. At the center of the tax fraud saga is a company identified by a media house that is the bane of the PNP's existence, as being owned and operated by senior PNP official and first-term Member of Parliament, Mr. Dennis Gordon, with the entity being the Jack Den Group of companies. Mr. President, what can go so? It would interest Julian Robinson, Mark Golding, and the other PNP members to know that, like charity, tax compliance and revenue protection begins at home. Start with the people in the mirror. as they sought to extract political mileage from the Auditor General report regarding UHWI procurement, the opposition PNP convened a press conference on January 29, 2026. Little did they know that the media was on top of their hypocrisy and had a leadership interrogation imperative, because while the PNP sought to focus attention on the reported procurement issues at the UHWI, the media focused attention on Mark Golding's actions, or should I say, lack thereof, given the hat he wears. And I'm not referring to the anti-badman cap the Prime Minister gifted him last week. I'm referring to his position as PNP President and opposition leader vis-a-vis Dennis Gordon's position as his subordinate and one of the persons reportedly embroiled in the UHWI scandal. Can you imagine, Mr. President, even in opposition, the PNP find their way embroiled in scandals? So they have not only had the Manchester Municipal Corporation scandal, they have not only had the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation scandal, they have had the KSAMC hush money scandal, and they have now added the reported Dennis Gordon, Jackden Group of Companies tax fraud scandal to their list of scandals, even while in opposition.
1 minute, 1 minute. Senator Brown.
I dare you
Senator
to come
Brown.
and force me to sit.
Senator Brown, come
You're
now.
a coward.
Senator Brown, come now.
Yeah. I rise on a point of order. But if that little imbecile is telling me to sit,
come now. No, it's
I
okay.
want him to come and make me sit.
Come.
That's unparliamentary, I can't say that. You can't say
So,
that.
President,
Order. He needs to withdraw that language and description of
that
the member.
the imbecile, that's what you want me to withdraw?
You cannot describe the
You want
member
me
like
to
that.
withdraw the imbecile?
Mr. President,
All right.
Mr.
I
President.
withdraw the imbecile. If Abka Fitzendley want me to sit, tell him to come and force it.
Go ahead. What's the point of
Thank you.
order?
Under the standing order, we are not to make improper motive about members of this chamber or the other chamber. The comments about MP Gordon, may I be allowed to make my point of order in sense? It violates that standing order. And as much as I am prepared to withdraw the imbecile comment, then he should also withdraw the improper motive for which he's put. So let me make it clear, President. The only person who can get me to sit is the marshal. Not some loudmouth, bagger, two-mouthed boy from Nationwide.
Senator Brown, control yourself. All right, so hear this now. Hear this now. In order to have a certain amount of equanimity and fairness, if I were to rule that anything said in relation to the member of the lower house was offensive to the standing orders, it would really fly in the face of some of the most disgusting things that many persons on your side have said about the Honorable Prime Minister in this country. Right in this chamber. Over the time, the most disgusting things. So what I'm going to do is just ask Senator Morgan. He has made his point, just to move on.
Mr. President, what was intended to be a political point-scoring UHWI press conference backfired immensely on the PNP. It was a complete train wreck, not dissimilar to how history will record that now infamous Jeffrey Epstein-related Newsnight interview between Emily Maitlis of the then BBC, of the BBC at the time, and the then Prince Andrew of the United Kingdom. Like the then Prince Andrew of the UK, Mark Golding bobbed and weaved as he struggled to respond to the questions being put to him by the probing and incisive members of the media who were in attendance. Mr. President, in the face of very damning, credible and compelling evidence against Dennis Gordon, insofar as his Jack Den group of companies, PNP President and Opposition Leader Mark Golding
there's not even a court case. And the member is making remarks about a member in the other house that is disparaging, that is contrary to the standing order.
We have an auditor
And
general
above
report.
all, much of what he said is untrue. He's conducting a scurrilous campaign, and the Senate deserves better. So, my point of order is that he's violating the improper motive and making disparaging remarks in respect.
The President ruled a while ago.
And I'm making it again because you have repeated it. He has not moved on. And you all must do better. You must all do better.
He was summarizing.
Senator Morgan, your time is running out, you know, and every time I'm not adding on any time, you know, so you need to just do what you're doing.
Mr. President. Mr. President, the PNP President and Opposition Leader has not taken action against the referenced member in respect of his parliamentary assignments. Let the records show, Mr. President, that again, we on this side are calling for the immediate removal of Mr. Dennis Gordon from Parliament's Public Accounts Committee, PAC, by Opposition Leader Mark Golding. You cannot be auditioning for the highest elected office in the land and be found wanting every time these tests of leadership and issues of moral turpitude arise. To Mr. Mark Golding, I say, sir, your purported commitment to integrity in public life and your call for increased tax compliance ring hollow. Indeed, they are undermined by your failure to act against the referenced member. Mr. President, the financial sector collapse of the 1990s, which many persons have come to refer to loosely as the FinSac debacle, is the PNP's most egregious transgression against the Jamaican people. The PNP is acutely aware that it is so, and they are absolutely embarrassed by it. It is not surprising in this context, Mr. President, to note the coordinated and concerted effort at revisionist history throughout the budget debate by PNP officials and their surrogates across traditional and social media. But, Mr. President, you know we are in the business of setting the record straight and mashing down the PNP's lies. The opposition PNP has sought to suggest that it was merely reckless and imprudent action on the part of bankers that caused the collapse of the financial sector in the 1990s. They are so barefaced, brazen, and revisionist as to try and paint FinSac as a good thing, the solution to the problem they posit. History, however, records that business operators and debtors were not afforded an opportunity to avert loss of their assets, which, in many instances, were made available to others for cents in the dollar, but they were denied the opportunity. They may seek to distort the facts and revise history as much as they want, but let it be known unequivocally that it was policy failure, the poor decisions of the then PNP government, exacerbated, of course, by imprudent financial sector operations, which resulted in the collapse of the financial system and the decimation of our productive sector. I use the word imprudent. Go and check with your ENT. In short, Mr. President, it was the then PNP government's premature liberalization of the foreign exchange market and the unsustainable and ill-advised high interest rate policy that primarily led to the financial sector collapse of the 1990s.
Senator Morgan,
just a minute,
that's
Mr.
you.
President. Just a minute.
What you call a minute? That's you, you know.
That's the time allowed for stoppage, Mr. President.
Stop
a
the
minute
clock.
and a half, 90 seconds.
What?
90 seconds, Mr. President.
Run 90 seconds on the clock, Mr.
In their coordinated and preemptive bid to take the sting out of the wretched and incontrovertible historical transgression, FinSAC, the PNP has set about deflecting and hoodwinking the Jamaican people, both inside and outside of the Parliament. Release the FinSAC report is their cry. Release the FinSAC report is their refrain. However, Auntie Donna just said yes, but watch me now. This past Monday, Mr. President, the 23rd of March 2026, the election-scarred PNP president and opposition leader Mark Golding appeared on a YouTube program where he was interviewed by one of their social media operatives. The question was put to Mr. Mark Golding as to whether he would release the FinSAC Commission of Inquiry report if he were elected Prime Minister of Jamaica following the next general elections. Mr. President, this was Mark Golding's response, and I quote, "The FinSAC situation is difficult, Andre, because there is no report. There is no report to deliver. They never wrote it. They never completed their report," end quote. He later went on to say the following, Mr. President. What Nigel Clark said he was going to do was establish a website and put all the materials, all the evidential material and so on that were generated by the process of that commission of inquiry. Now the question is, Mr. President, if Mark Golding knows, as the government has long asserted, that there is no FinSAC Commission of Inquiry report, why has he, like Julian Robinson and the other PNP members and supporters, been calling for the release of the quote-unquote FinSAC report? How can a report that doesn't exist be released? What can go so? Oh, what a tangled web they weave, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
When at first they practice to deceive.
Thank you. Minister, Thank you very much, Senator Morgan. Senator Thompson.
Mr. President, I plan to be very judicious with my time. But I must say, before I get into my presentation, Mr. President, that and this smiling picture of me is not representative of what I'm about to say. It seems like we're still, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Jamaican people now, it seems like we continue to be in election mode. The elections were completed on September 3rd, 2025. And I must remind the members on the opposite side that the reason why some of this discourse takes place is because we are here today to talk about the appropriations bill. And nobody on the opposite side has sought to speak about the bill. We have the 25-year-old young senator who is not inspiring young people. We have the lecturer who comes here to give a history lesson and doesn't talk about the appropriations bill. And then we have Senator Brown here who is not talking anything about the appropriations bill. So let us refocus on the appropriations bill. I was until you made a statement about the young people in this country not being inspired. And you're a 25-year-old senator. You are a 25-year-old senator with a master's degree, and you are telling me that the young people in this country are not inspired. Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution today to the appropriations bill. But I do so with a very clear understanding, and that is, Mr. President, yes, Senator Bernard alluded to that. This is not a debate about figures on a page, nor any allocations across ministries, nor projections of growth. Yes, it is about the country that we are trying to build, and more importantly, how the people are living in the country. Because, Mr. President, when all is said and done, we are trying to change the lives of the Jamaican people, as my learned friend, Senator Bernard, who comes from a very good school, said. The Prime Minister has framed this budget as a movement from resilience to resurgence. And there is no doubt that Jamaica has demonstrated resilience. We have weathered shocks. We have stabilized our macroeconomic environment. We have preserved fiscal discipline. We have restored critical services in the aftermath of disaster. We have maintained investor confidence. We have brought unemployment to historic low levels. We are building, we are recovering, and we are advancing. But, Mr. President, I ask this honorable Senate, and by extension the Jamaican people, are we building a stronger country but leaving our people behind in their health? Nobody has mentioned health, even you who are aligned to health, Lamy. Because there is another reality running alongside our economic story. A quieter reality. Remember, they are hearing what is on my mic. A quieter reality. A more dangerous one. A more costly one. It is not unfolding in headlines. It is unfolding in our clinics, in our dialysis units, and in our homes. All right. So, a nation cannot prosper if its people are unwell. Right. Productivity declines, families are burdened, and the public purse is strained under preventable pressures. Non-communicable diseases like diabetes, hypertension, and cardiovascular diseases are no longer peripheral concerns. They are now among the leading causes of death and disability in this country. The Ministry of Health and organizations like the Heart Foundation of Jamaica and other NGOs have consistently highlighted that excessive sugar consumption, particularly through sugar-sweetened beverages, is a major contributor to obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and cardiovascular diseases. And the data is not abstract, Mr. President. Over 75% of Jamaicans consume at least one sugary drink every day. Among adolescents, 69% consume carbonated beverages daily. Each additional sugary drink per day increases a child's risk of obesity by approximately 60%. And the cost, the economic burden alone is staggering. The projected cost of cardiovascular diseases and diabetes alone between 2017 and 2032 is approximately 77.1 billion Jamaican dollars. But treatment costs, lost productivity, and premature mortality. Mr. President, let us pause on that figure. That is not just a health statistic. That is an economic warning. That is a social warning. That is a national warning. Because we are not just treating illness, we are financing its consequences. It is for this reason, and I stand proudly with the Dr. Andrew Michael Holness-led administration, as we understand that health is not incidental to development, it is central to it. Mr. President, because of the massive strides in development that we have experienced under this administration, we can celebrate, and rightly so, the fact that Jamaica is approaching full employment. But employment without health is not sustainable prosperity. A workforce that is chronically ill cannot drive productivity. A family burdened by illness cannot build wealth. A nation overwhelmed by preventable disease cannot sustain growth. So when we speak about economic expansion, we must also speak about human capacity. Because the true engine of this economy is not infrastructure, it is the people. And if our people are unwell, then our progress is hampered. Mr. President, it is in this context that government's decision to reform the special consumption tax must be understood. This is not arbitrary. This is not opportunistic. This is targeted, evidence-based policy. Sugar-sweetened beverages are uniquely harmful. They are the largest source of added sugar in the diet. They provide high calories. Listen, Senator Brown. They provide high calories with little to no nutritional value. They are cheap, widely available, and heavily consumed. More importantly, liquid sugar behaves differently. It is rapidly absorbed. It does not trigger fullness. It leads to excess calorie consumption without awareness and causes rapid spikes in blood glucose and insulin levels, which can lead to visceral fat production and insulin resistance. A single 355 ml can of soda can contain nearly 9 teaspoons of sugar. If we look at the diagram, 1 teaspoon contains 4 grams of sugar, most times exceeding the recommended daily intake in 1 serving. Mr. President, we are not dealing with a marginal issue. We are dealing with a systemic one. Mr. President, this approach is not new, and it is not experimental. It is grounded in global and regional evidence. In Mexico, sugary drink purchases declined by approximately 9.7% following taxation. In Berkeley, California, similar policies resulted in increased water consumption by approximately 15%. In Barbados, sugary drink sales declined while healthier alternatives increased. The World Health Organization has recommended fiscal measures such as these as key strategies in combating obesity and non-communicable diseases. So the question is not whether this works. The question is whether we are prepared to act. Mr. President, we have heard the argument from the opposition that this measure will burden the poor. Let us examine that carefully. The evidence shows that lower-income households consume more sugary drinks. They allocate less of their budget to health and education as a result. They experience a higher burden of non-communicable diseases. So let us be clear. The poorest Jamaican is not burdened by this tax. The poorest Jamaican is burdened by preventable disease. Because illness does not just affect health, it affects income, opportunity, education, and dignity. Doing nothing is not neutral. Doing nothing is a decision. And it is a decision that allows harm. You see, we are caring and listening government. If only you would understand that and listen as well. So let me take a page out of Senator Morgan's book. Listen. And it is a decision that allows harm to continue. If we are serious about changing outcomes, then we must start where the problem begins. And increasingly, that is with our children. A recent survey conducted in 200, and the Minister of Education is here. A recent survey conducted in 103 schools to assess the readiness of schools to implement the National School Nutrition Policy revealed that of over 1,300 beverages being sold to our children, only 23% were compliant with national guidelines. Only 23%. And out of the 203 schools, only one school achieved full compliance to the interim guidelines for beverages, and that was the Cascade Primary and Infant in Buff Bay, Portland. That means the overwhelming majority of children are being exposed daily to high sugar beverages in school environments. Mr. President, we cannot accept that because the habits formed in childhood become the outcomes of adulthood. So when we act, we are not just addressing today's problem, we are protecting tomorrow's generation. When we fully appreciate the positive direction that this administration is leading our great nation, we will recognize that the government is starting where the evidence is strongest, the consumption is highest, and the harm is greatest. Tackling sugar-sweetened beverages first is not optional. It is the most responsible and effective public health action available to protect our children. Mr. President, this budget demonstrates clearly that the government's approach is not limited to taxation. It contains a comprehensive investment in the health system. The Ministry of Health and Wellness has allocated $181.87 billion in recurrent expenditure. On the surface, this reflects a marginal decrease of 3% or $5.9 billion, compared with the $187.7 billion received in the 2025-2026 period. However, this apparent reduction is explained by arrears totaling $11.366 billion that were settled during the financial year 2025-2026, comprising $9.023 billion in retroactive salaries under Object 21 and $2.342 billion in program arrears. This includes expansion of the non-communicable disease program, rehabilitation of hospitals affected by Hurricane Melissa, digital health systems, and strengthened mental health infrastructure. This is not symbolic. This is structural. This is the building of a stronger, more resilient health system. While these allocations strengthen the ministry's ability to sustain service delivery and expand infrastructure, it must be noted that the demands on the health sector continue to grow. Accordingly, for financial year 2026-2027, the ministry is requesting a total budget of $190.087 billion, the net of AIA $725.516 million, representing an increase of 5% or $8.21 billion above the proposed ceiling for the recurrent budget of $181.876 billion. Let's delve into this a little bit more so that the people of Jamaica can understand. The table shown on the screen is broken down by what is called an object, and I will take you through each of them. Under Object 21, which is compensation of employees, an additional $500 million is being provided to support the recruitment of approved vacancies necessary for the phased opening of Western Children and Adolescent Hospital. Under Object 25, Mr. President, the use of goods and services, significant provisions have been made to support both recovery and modernization. An allocation of $6.243 billion is required for Phase 2 of the Hurricane Melissa Relief and Recovery Program, specifically to repair infrastructure at 5 hospitals, replace damaged equipment, and restore safe operating conditions. Without this funding, sections of these facilities would remain unstable, directly compromising patient safety and continuity of care in the affected communities. In addition, $327 million has been allocated for the electronic immunization registry, which will provide consolidated patient records at the point of care, supporting clinical decision-making, enable follow-up for missed vaccinations, and improve vaccine stock management. A further $495 million is earmarked to maintain fiber-optic infrastructure across 105 health facilities and to ensure the connection of electronic health records in 13 facilities across the island. I can tell you that is big. An additional $200 million is also being provided to support rehabilitation works at Bellevue Hospital, which is essential, which is essential to improving infrastructure and sustaining quality mental health services. Under Object 27, Grants, Contribution and Subsidies, $200 million has been allocated for the construction of corporate office for the corporate office for the Nursing Council of Jamaica, a critical step in strengthening governance, regulatory oversight, and the delivery of professional nursing services. Under Object 31, Mr. President, land, $246 million is being provided to facilitate the acquisition of land for the expansion of the Type 5 Health Center in Montego Bay, St. James. Turning now to the capital budget, Mr. President. The ministry has been allocated $13.825 billion for 2026-2027, representing a significant increase of 36% or $3.6 billion over the previous fiscal year. So this increase, well, you would know about Chaka Chaka. This increase would fund major health infrastructure projects, including completion of the Western Children and Adolescent Hospital, expanded investment in non-communicable disease programs and key health centers, including Spanish Town, continued redevelopment of Corner Regional Hospital, and the modernization of the University Hospital of the West Indies, with the start of a new tower. This level of strategic investment is being advanced under the steady and experienced leadership of the Minister of Health and Wellness, the Honorable Christopher Tufton. His continued focus on strengthening infrastructure, expanding access, and modernizing service delivery reflects a deliberate and sustained commitment to building a resilient and future-ready health system for the people of Jamaica. Mr. President, in advancing this debate, it would be incomplete indeed. It would be inaccurate if we spoke of the progress within our health sector as though it were achieved by our efforts alone. The truth is that the system we are now strengthening, the gains we are consolidating, and the future we are seeking to build have all been shaped in no small measure by the support and service of those beyond our shores who chose to stand with us. Jamaica's health sector has over the years been enriched by individuals whose commitment was not defined by nationality, but by purpose. Mr. President, permit me at this juncture to pause to acknowledge the life and contribution of the late Dr. Tomlin J. Paul. Though Trinidadian by birth, his work was deeply embedded in Jamaica's medical and academic landscape, particularly through his service at the University of the West Indies. He was not only a physician, but an educator and institution builder, one who understood that the strength of a health system lies not only in infrastructure, but in the people it produces, the minds it shapes, and the standards it upholds. His legacy is therefore not confined to titles or positions. It lives on in the generations of professionals he influenced, myself included, and the system he helped to strengthen. May he rest in peace. And Mr. President, in many ways, the same spirit of service is reflected in the presence of the 260 Cuban healthcare professionals who have served within our public health system. They too have stood in our hospitals and clinics, often in areas of critical need, contributing quietly but significantly to the delivery of care across this country. Their work reminds us that healthcare is, at its core, a shared human endeavor, one that often transcends borders in the service of life and dignity. As was previously announced, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade advised the Embassy of Cuba that in light of no new bilateral agreement being concluded between the two countries, the government of Jamaica has decided to discontinue the current arrangements under the Cuban Technical Cooperation Program. So, As we now confront a period of transition, and as we move deliberately to strengthen our internal capacity and secure the long-term sustainability of our system, we must do so with balance, recognizing both the necessity of change and the value of those who have helped to carry us to this point. That, Mr. President, is the mark of a serious and responsible approach to governance. The Ministry of Health and Wellness has already expressed interest in engaging the Cuban healthcare workers directly and will work through that possibility in the coming days. However, the immediate withdrawal of these personnel will affect some services, but the government has acted responsibly to manage that transition. Given this gap, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has recommended to the Cabinet the implementation of short to medium-term interim mitigating measures to prevent further exacerbation of existing human resources for health shortages and to avoid significant disruption to public health service delivery across both primary and secondary care settings. In the short term, the Ministry of Health and Wellness will be working closely with the regional health authorities to activate contingency measures aimed at maintaining critical services across the public health system. These measures form part of the Ministry's short-term human resources for health surge plan and include the revision of duty rosters, the increased use of overtime and extended work hours, the targeted redeployment of staff from lower demand to higher demand areas, and the expanded engagement of sessional staff supported by the implementation of special triage protocols. In addition, there will be strengthened engagement with the private sector, particularly in areas such as radiotherapy services and cataract care. With respect to the Jamaica Cuban Eye Care Program, operations continued up to Friday, March 20, 2026. And for the remainder of the program's operation, services were limited to surgical procedures. I know, I work with them. I know when they left. I know when they left. And I know their names. They are human beings. Limited, name one. Limited to surgical procedures for patients who had already been scheduled, as well as post-operative care, including retina-related treatment and monitoring. Patients who had previously undergone surgery were encouraged to attend their scheduled follow-up appointments to ensure proper recovery and continued eye health. In the interim, alternative arrangements were put in place to ensure the continuity of the screening programs through a combination of internal capacity and outsourcing. So the government is looking about whatever gaps there are. In the medium term, the ministry is advancing its recruitment drive and has identified several avenues through which human resource capacity will be strengthened. 70 specialist nurses from the diaspora have already responded to the ministry's advertisement and are currently being screened and placed as appropriate. In addition, 48 nurses and 33 doctors who are beneficiaries of the Dr. Barry Wint Scholarship Program have successfully completed their training, and in accordance with the terms of the scholarship, will enter service within the public health system. A further 100 nurses currently enrolled in the Specialist Nurses Program are expected to complete their training this year and will be promoted into their respective areas of specialization. The ministry is also in an advanced position with its negotiations with Ghana and Nigeria, with a target to finalize the relevant memoranda of understanding by the end of March 2026, and to commence the recruitment of specialists shortly thereafter. With respect to the Philippines, a memorandum of understanding has already been signed and discussions are ongoing to support a training program for the specialist nurses in the first instance. Engagements with India are also ongoing, both in relation to the finalization of a cooperation framework and the exploration of direct recruitment opportunities. As part of the ministry's broader human resources for health stabilization strategy, Cabinet has approved the establishment of a dedicated international recruitment unit within the Corporate Service Division. This unit will serve as a central coordinating hub for all international recruitment efforts, including those undertaken through bilateral cooperation arrangements and diaspora engagement. Its focus will be on addressing critical workforce shortages, particularly in specialized fields such as nursing, midwifery, intensive care, and other priority clinical areas. Taken together, Mr. President, these measures reflect a deliberate and structured approach, one that seeks to maintain continuity in the short term, strengthen capacity in the medium term, and secure sustainability for the future. Mr. President, it is therefore deeply regrettable that a matter of this nature, one grounded in healthcare delivery, international cooperation, and dignity of those who serve, has been drawn into the realm of political opportunism. This is not an issue that ought to be trivialized or reduced to talking points of partisan advantage. It concerns real people, real patients, and real systems of care. It calls for seriousness, for balance, and for a shared commitment to the national interest. To suggest otherwise or to seek to inflame public concern without due regard for the facts or the transition measures already in place does a disservice not only to the professionals involved, but to the Jamaican people who rely on a stable and responsibly managed health system. Mr. President, this budget presents a choice, not a theoretical choice, not a distant choice, but a real and immediate one. We can continue as we have, treating disease after it takes hold, absorbing the cost and managing the consequences. Or we can act to prevent it, to reduce it, and to change the course of it. Because the truth is this: no country can claim progress if its people are getting sicker while it grows. No economy can be truly strong if its workforce is unwell. No society can be truly secure if its families are burdened by preventable illness. So, Mr. President, this moment demands more than comfort. It demands clarity. It demands courage. The measures before us are not always easy. They are not always popular, but they are responsible. And leadership, Mr. President, is not measured by ease. It is measured by the willingness to act in the long-term interests of the people. So when this budget is judged, it will not be judged only by the growth rates or the fiscal outcomes. It will be judged by something far more meaningful. Whether fewer Jamaicans are entering our hospitals for conditions that could have been prevented. Whether more families are spared the burden of disease. Whether more children are given a healthier start in life. Whether the progress we speak of is finally felt, not just in the economy, but is in the lives of our people. That is the standard, that is the responsibility, and that is the Jamaica we must build. Not only stronger, but healthier. And for this reason, Mr. President, I support the passage of this bill. This bill, may it please, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Thompson. Minister?
Mr. President, clearly we've had a very full and, in cases, exciting day. I'm going to comment on just two things. First of all, Dr. Elon Thompson brought us back to the appropriation bill. He picked out one of the main items in the revenue measures to deal with, and dealt with it in the way that we talked about it at Cabinet, and the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance talked about it. It is a combination of, yes, revenues, but looking after the Jamaican people in terms of what sugar does to us. It was excellent, Dr. Thompson. Give him a round of applause again, please. Senator Ramon Small Ferguson started off the batting. I'm not going to take on everything, but I want to just make one thing clear for Jamaicans, because oil is a very important issue at this time. I lived for a long time in the Middle East. I traded oil myself on my own account. When you're doing futures, it's a bet. Today, oil on NYMEX traded between $105.25 and $114.81. if you're going to, you have today to say, look, what am I going to do if I do futures? Do I expect it to go higher? If I expect it to go higher, I buy a call. I say I'll buy a call for $120 within the next 60 days. If I think it's going to go down, I buy a put. I believe that the war in Iran is going to be done in 60 days. I believe, therefore, the price will go down. So I'm going to buy a put at a strike price of, say, 60 or 55. Okay? So, Mr. President, please just this, because this is important for Jamaicans. To go into the hedging business as a government is a very, very, very risky business. You do that with your own money or investors' money who agree that you should do that. So we have to look at that carefully. The suggestion made by Senator Donna, not Smallford, Donna Scott Motley, who left, that we should probably have a working group that look at oil. I think it's a good suggestion. Where I differ with her is that she joined the pink team. The senator in pink and everybody to her left went way over left. And therefore, on the Cuban issue, she went on the left side of things. Well, I will stand with the statement made by our own Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, that said, we love freedom, we really appreciate what the Cubans have done for us, but ours are a different situation, and he and our Foreign Minister have taken care of it very, very well. It would be good for you to listen, because you clearly didn't hear it. So, Mr. President, I want to say thanks as well. I know that you talked about my ministry, Senator Bernard, Senator Alan Bernard. I noticed what you did. You could have, for instance, said, look, what was done at border was really, really very good. No. You went on and said, it's only at border. No. We went around to St. James, Hanover, to St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland. We put in generators. We fixed restaurants right up there in the top in Hanover. We did a lot of things you don't know. But also, yesterday I spoke to Minister... so he shouldn't speak. I spoke to Minister Williams about how much more we're going to get, and you'll hear more about that. Mr. President, after all this discussion, and the truth is my endorphin level has gone up. I have had quite a bit of fun listening to my colleagues. I now move for the second reading of the bill.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Mr. Clark?
A bill entitled An Act to Apply a Sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2027 and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament read a second time.
Thank you very much. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. While we are in committee, I just need to apologize for Leader Scott Motley, who indicated that she had a personal difficulty and had to leave in the middle of Senator Thompson's presentation, and she asked me to convey to you that she had no alternative but to leave. Members, I put clauses 1, 2, and 3. Those in favour? Against? I put the schedule, sections 2 and 3. Those in favour? I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favour? Against? The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favour? Against? I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister?
The bill be read for the third time.
Thank you very much. The question is that the bill be read for a third time. In favour? Against?
A bill entitled An Act to Apply a Sum out of the Consolidated Fund to the service of the year ending on the 31st day of March 2027, and to appropriate the sums granted in this session of Parliament, read a third time and passed.
Thank you very much, Minister and Senator Brown. I just want to thank all of you most of you participated in the debate, and we were able to keep the debate fairly manageable. And I appreciate the fact that we stuck to the time frame that has been given. When the State of the Nation comes around, based on this experiment, each member will be given 15 minutes. That's just a bit of humor. I'm asked by the clerk to just give me a pen to inform you that there is a snack downstairs by way of sandwiches, I think, if you want to eat something before you head off to the National Stadium. Thank you very much. The question is that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
This Honourable Senate now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Four-part docuseries Building a Better Public Sector, premiering Sunday, March 8 at 1 p.m. with a rebroadcast on Mondays at 9 p.m. Presented by the Transformation Implementation Unit.
This Saturday, the spotlight shines on the Jamaica Women's Premier League with a thrilling doubleheader showdown at the JWM Anthony Spalding Sports Complex. First up at 3 p.m., it's a fierce battle as Fraser's Whip FC, the defending champions, entertains Michael FC.
Well, I feel a chance is that we will go all the way. You know, we have 5 girls who are away with the under-17, with the Jamaica under-17 team. And I know when they get back, we will be stronger going forward.
Expect intensity, skill, and a fight for crucial points as both teams look to make their mark. And then at 6 p.m., the excitement continues. Can Arnett Gardens FC extend their perfect record when they clash with Cavalier in what promises to be a high-energy showdown under the lights?
As you can see now, we are lead the table, we not take nothing for granted.
2 strong teams, 1 big statement to make. This is the Jamaica Women's Premier League.
I'm Cole Hawker. This is PBCJ, the People Station.
It's Friday, March 27th. In the headlines, Education Transformation Oversight Committee says education reform hits 37% progress. In business news, Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Commerce join forces to help small businesses. Regionally, the United Nations declares the transatlantic trade the gravest crime against humanity. And in sports, Reggae Boys hold firm against New Caledonia to advance to final playoff. This is the Weekend News on PBC Jamaica. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. The Jamaica Urban Transit Company, JUTC, has expanded its service with the introduction of a new route, 612, linking Spanish Town St. Catherine and Oterias St. Anne. According to the state-run bus company, the move is aimed at improving connectivity between key towns, while providing commuters with more efficient and reliable transportation. The new route is expected to offer a direct link between the South Central and North Coast regions, reducing travel time and improving access to work, school, and leisure. Under the fare structure, adults will pay $400 cash or $350 with a smart fare card. Senior citizens will pay $200 using the card, while students, children, and persons with disabilities will also pay $200. The JUTC is encouraging commuters to use smart fare cards to access discounted fares and a smoother travel experience. Education transformation is steadily advancing, with the Trend program reporting a 37% implementation rate, up 5 points since the last update. Project lead Dr. Venice Morrison-Leon outlined the major gains in governance, teacher training, early childhood education, and post-disaster support during the latest Education Transformation Oversight Committee quarterly media briefing.
Reporting to those gathered, Dr. Morrison-Leon says progress is being made across multiple pillars, beginning with governance and accountability in schools.
We are currently at 37% in terms of our implementation and our progress. This represents a 5-point increase since the last period, and as was informed by our chair in our Q4 press conference, we will provide greater details on our implementation activities and our progress.
She shares that new governance guidelines are now being tested across 5 education regions, while more Jamaicans are stepping forward to serve on school boards.
The revised governance guidelines were developed, and our qualification standards are being tested across 5 of our regions, regions 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. The focus remains on putting capable individuals in place to strengthen school-level governance. The reality is, colleagues, when we have strong governance in our schools, the success is inevitable. All right? And so we are making sure that we improve our governance structures in our schools. To date, the National Council has received over 100 applications for volunteers to serve on school boards.
Her update also highlighted gains in early childhood education, with teacher retention and training expanding across the sector.
As it relates to teacher support, ECD4 addresses quality of teaching and learning in our early childhood institutions. And we want to report that we have retained, through our HOPE temporary trained teacher program, 302 teachers, and in September 2026, we're going to be adding 108 teachers. So we will have 410 teachers in our early childhood institutions.
Thousands of educators and stakeholders are also being trained to strengthen teaching and learning nationwide.
TG1 targeted retraining of our teachers, and over 7,186 primary school teachers and principals benefited from training. Over 1,898 of our stakeholders participated in training and received support, literacy support. And for that, we are very grateful.
Dr. Marison Leon says additional support from psychosocial services to learning kits has also been rolled out as the Education Ministry continues to modernize Jamaica's school system. Reporting for the news on PBCJ, I am Denita Rodney.
Firefighters are first on the scene when emergencies strike, putting their lives on the line to protect others and to save property. In part 2 of this feature, Denita Rodney takes a closer look at the people behind the uniform and the work they do.
When they're not battling unpredictable flames, what keeps firefighters busy?
Well, we do a lot of things when we're not responding. Some of us love to cook here, so you will find that we put together and we run both as Jamaican, I say. Yes. Also, we do a lot of training. And if you can look outside, you'll see a boat, a floaty. So, well, it's not really a floaty, it's a blow boat. So we train in water training, we do rescue, fire rescue, we do extrication, that is motor vehicle extrication. So we'll go to areas, we'll find cars that are abandoned, we find the owners and get their permission, and then we'll use them to train. We train, we cook, we go out in the communities, we collaborate with the community, we do what you call familiarization tours. So we'll go into the community, business community, we will see what they are doing, how they store their stuff, that in case we are called upon to respond to an emergency there, we have an idea what the facility is like. We also go into schools at times. We have morning devotions with them. All the primary schools in Yalas, we have covered all of them in devotions.
To take on the flames, firefighters need the right gear. What essential gear and tools do firefighters rely on?
2, 1, ground. So this is how we descend the ladder. One person standing by to ensure the safety of the person who is climbing down from the ladder. So when we count him down, he knows exactly where he is on the ladder so that he does not hurt himself. So here we have a firefighter in his PPE. He has his helmet. On this helmet, we also have a visor. The helmet is here to protect his head from any falling debris. The visor protects his face from any spill, from anything that is flying from a distance, that it doesn't damage his face in general. We have the jacket here. When you open the jacket, you can see that it has an inner lining. This inner lining protects the firefighter from heat, it protects him from cold, it protects him from being wet, because on the back you have another lining which is slightly waterproof or water resistant. Also, I want to point out something which is in the jacket. This is a safety mechanism. In case a firefighter is down, we can drag a firefighter to safety. We also have his gloves to protect his hands from any. These gloves, they are heat resistant, so we can hold hot zincs and so forth with these gloves. The pants is similar to the jacket, also has an inner lining, the same material as the jacket. We have his boots. 2 key things about this boot is that this boot has a steel in the toe. So if any debris or anything heavy falls on his feet, The steel is there to protect his toe. Also, the bottom of the boat is somewhat oil resistant. So if he steps in any oil, he does not slip. Or slip resistance, I should say. If he steps in an oily area, he won't slide very easily. This is the cab where the men travel when we are responding to an emergency. And if you look closely on those blue-looking cylinders, you see they have what we call a back plate. That is how we put them on. We wear them like a knapsack. It is called a BA set or a breathing apparatus set. That is what we use when we are going into areas that have toxic smokes and those things that are not conducive to life. That is what we use to protect our lungs.
In a weather update, Jamaicans are being advised that a trough currently across the Western Caribbean is expected to linger across the region through to early next week. Therefore, expect an increase in rainfall activities across Jamaica beginning Friday afternoon through to Sunday. According to the Meteorological Service, the forecast is for mostly cloudy conditions with periods of showers and thunderstorms, which may be heavy at times, to affect sections of most parishes, primarily southern and northeastern parishes, especially during the afternoons. Fishers and other marine interests, especially inshore and offshore the south coast, should exercise caution as sea conditions will deteriorate in the vicinity of showers and thunderstorms. Time now for the Business Report with Denise Williams.
Welcome to today's Business Report. I'm Denise Williams, bringing you the developments shaping markets, capital access, and business decision-making across Jamaica and the region. Let's get into the stories that matter. When you see myself and Finance Minister Favour Williams in the same room, you know something big is going to happen. And that was the quote from Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Mick Aubin-Hill, yesterday when he made these comments to the filled to capacity room of small business owners yesterday at the Exim Bank conference room, who came to hear how government plans to make access to government contracts easier. In fact, the room held the major players of the business ecosystem, who came out yesterday to the call of Garnet Reed, president of the Small Business Association of Jamaica, Milverton Reynolds, chairman of the Public Procurement Commission, PPC, Mrs. Nadia Morris, executive director of the PPC, Dr. David Lowe, managing director of the Development Bank of Jamaica, Errol Barnaby, the acting CEO of the Exim Bank, and Sansia Bennett Templar, MIC permanent secretary, came out to throw their weight behind the SBAJ's drive for government contracts. Finance Minister Favour Williams said that currently only 1% of government contracts goes to the micro sector of the business community, and that is going to change.
Today's meeting is about more than procurement rules and administrative procedures. It is about opportunity. You hear me? Yes. Opportunity. It is about growth. And it is about ensuring that more Jamaican businesses, especially our micro and small enterprises, are able to participate meaningfully in government contracting.
Both ministers gave their commitment to ensuring that the systems become smoother and easier for small business owners to access government contracts worth billions of dollars. For the trading period of March 26, 2026, the most actively traded securities were Trans-Jamaica Highway Limited with 4,057,618 units, representing 15.28% of market sales activities. Supreme Ventures Limited with 3,726,863 units, representing 14.03% of market sales activity. Kingston Wharves Limited with 2,002,746 units, representing 7.54% of market sales activities. Investor activity remained concentrated in transportation, gaming, and logistics play, signaling continued interest in dividend-producing and strategic assets. Turning to the foreign exchange market based on Bank of Jamaica data for March 26, 2026, Forex traders recorded significant activity with strong demand across major currencies. For the US dollar, trading margins reflected steady liquidity, with the US selling at $158.94 and buying at $157.10. For the Canadian dollar, moderate gains supported by $5.73 transaction spread. The Canadian dollar sold for $109.79 and was bought for $115.52. For the British pound, continued volatility offered short-term trading opportunities of 75 cents in profits for the banks. The British pound sold for $211.13 and was bought for $211.88. These movements underscore the importance of cash flow timing and currency awareness for businesses managing import costs, debt servicing, or overseas exposure. For our credit report tip of the day, we still don't talk enough about the financial side of menopause, and that silence is costly. There's also a hard truth we need to acknowledge. Many women enter menopause financially exposed, and the women who navigate it best financially are often the ones who built options, access, and flexibility before they needed it. The credit report may be invisible in this conversation, but it has the power to quietly carry you through it. And this is where the conversation needs to evolve. Menopause is not just a health event, it's a financial risk period. And like any risk period, it requires preparation, structure, and tools. One of the most underutilized tools, your credit profile. Not just your score, but the full architecture behind it. Payment history, credit utilization, available limits, diversity of accounts, access to affordable capital. Why does this matter during menopause? Because this phase often introduces unpredictability, unpredictable energy, unpredictable focus, and sometimes unpredictable income or productivity. And unpredictability requires flexibility. And that is what a strong credit position gives you. And that's today's business report. I'm Denise Williams, bringing you clarity to capital, markets, and strategy. Until next time, stay informed, stay intentional, and keep building forward.